This meeting is being recorded, so yes. So welcome. Welcome to ITSMF Australia's first ever Unconvention. So I'm Catherine Howard, the Conference Director. In a year where conferences have been severely challenged, you might be wondering what use the Conference Director actually is. Well, the circumstances of 2020 have led me and my committee to think outside the square and deliver something that brings us all together and ticks as many boxes as possible for an event that we would hold in any normal year. We're also seeking to exploit the amazing rise and the use of the technologies that we've found over the last 12 months. We've all found over the last 12 months. We've all been doing Zoom meetings and team sessions, and in some states, particularly Victoria, with complete lockdown, people totally working from home. Other states less so, but still it's been very disruptive. And we've all risen to the challenge, and technology has really come to our aid. So we've been seeking to exploit that and deliver something a bit new for our community. So as an organisation, we have had to been delivering virtual events for most of this year. And although this meant we missed out on our face-to-face networking, which we previously very much enjoyed, and we hope to have that back again real soon. And as you will see shortly, the state that is opening up here, we are actually on site with Adelaide. There are several people in a room together, which we will cross to, which is fantastic. So it brought a positive of collaboration more through our branches and across the country, which is a real positive out of this whole pandemic. We're able to deliver content to a broader demographic of members, which is really something that we found has morphed the ITSMF in the last year. So today's event is a culmination of a year of digital collaborational learnings and input from the nation's branches and our terrific partners who are with us today. So we have several partners joining us today for the various informative sessions. So I hope you can enjoy all of those. I recognise that some people won't be able to spend the entire day with us and you will drop in and out. That's fine, that's expected. That's actually what the Unconvention is all about. So we run across many, many time zones, which is why we've called it Follow the Sun. It's not a conference as we traditionally know it, and it's not a convention. So the Unconvention was born. So we have a great mix of content during the day, and very importantly, we have a prize to give away, a free ticket to the conference in 2021, which is the 1st and 2nd of September next year in Brisbane. So hopefully by that time, we will have moved into whatever the next normal is, and we'll be able to do some face-to-face things and some collaborating in real time. So to be eligible for the prize, you need to take part in the poll quizzes that will be appearing throughout the day. The participant with the most points wins. So you get points for correct answers and the number of polls that you participate in. So there are 7 polls, and some questions are easy and some are hard, but we certainly look forward to your participation in those polls and your sharing your time with us during today. So now I'd like to call on our acting chair, Brendan Cullen, who's going to give our chairman's address. So Brendan, are you with us?
I am. Catherine, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You're great.
Hi. Oh, get out of the way of the projector there. Okay, thanks, Catherine. Once again, welcome to the 2020 ITSMF Unconvention. My name is Brendan Cullen, and I'm your current acting chair for the Australian chapter of ITSMF. And as you can probably guess, I'm here on site in Adelaide with the rest of the Adelaide committee and some of our members as well. So 2020, wow, what a year. So far, we've weathered some of the worst bushfires in most people's living memory. We've seen riots and demonstrations across the US in support of the Black Lives Movement. We've lost some great sports people, Kobe Bryant, Maradona, movie stars, Sean Connery, Chadwick Boseman, and Kelly Preston. musicians and entertainers such as Eddie Van Halen and Vera Lynn. I don't know about the rest of the country, but I'm pretty sure we've all had to endure a toilet paper famine. We've seen the president of the USA act like my 6-year-old nephew when he's been given a 10-minute warning to get off his Xbox and out of his bedroom. I'm pretty sure at some point there was confirmation of a UFO sighting, but that seems to have gone under the radar. No pun intended there. And then the big one, coronavirus, COVID-19, put us all in lockdown, kept us away from our families, friends, colleagues for large periods of time. But it is, of course, due to COVID and Corona. That's meant that this year we've not been able to have a physical conference in Brisbane that we all were so much looking forward to. But instead we're coming here today virtually and connecting virtually. So I've been a member of ITSMF for about 10 years now, and having been to, I think it's 8 of the last 10 conferences, I know from personal experience that something special happens when we come together as a community. We connect, we make new friends, we reacquaint with old friends. We have 2 days of quality learning, socializing, and sharing of ideas with like-minded professionals. And generally, we leave the conference inspired, rejuvenated, sometimes a little hungover, but all worth it because we're ready to conquer our challenges and affect positive changes in our organizations when we go back. So whilst we may not be able to do that in person this year, with everything that's been going on, we've never needed a way to recharge our batteries more. So the conference committee has worked tirelessly to create this event. And hopefully today we'll deliver a little bit of the same experience, only in a virtual format. Virtual conferences and remote workforces are now pretty much the new normal, which is a phrase I don't personally like, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of discussion about the new normal or the next normal throughout the course of today. It is a testament to our profession that we as service management professionals have fully embraced and risen to the challenges that a new, more remote workforce has presented. I've been amazed with some of the organizations I've been working with and seen over the last 8 to 9 months where they've switched to almost 100% remote workforce, all working from home in the space of only a few days in some cases. It's truly amazing. And I'm sure there'll be a few war stories shared about that during today. Also in 2020, I've witnessed a number of our members and local committees really step up to the plate and get involved. For those of you that will be aware, some may not be, but earlier this year we put out an expression of interest out to our community of volunteers to form a working group to assist the board review and enhance benefits to all members. We had an overwhelming response to the expression of interest, so much in fact that we actually had to adjust the terms of reference, increase the participation because we didn't want to turn away people basically. So so where we kind of anticipated 6 or 7 volunteers, we actually received 15 or 16, I think it was. And in September of this year, the member value program was formed. So that member value program has been going on since September, like I said, after a lot of hard work and collaboration from the working group and some of the subgroups that have actually been formed as part of the working groups, the member value working groups. We're starting to see some really fantastic ideas and recommendations coming through, which will ultimately improve value to members, hopefully giving our members more of what they want and ultimately walking through what the next normal looks like for ITSMF Australia. So this group is made up of all volunteer members, like I said. So I'd just like to thank them all individually. So Wilma Weaver, who is the chair of the group, has been doing a fantastic job running that group and providing some quality leadership. We've also had Duncan Troop from Victoria, Sam McKenzie, Victoria, Elizabeth Cleland, Brian Jennings, Naveen Iskander, Chris Carla, Francis Gasenga, Rao Vuchikor, Ian Smith, Carolyn Walker, Tracy Horrocks, Mike Webb, Darren Lawrence, and all underpinned by our Executive Officer, Cheryl Kingsley, in the National Office. So most people will be aware that usually we have award ceremonies at our gala dinner when we have the virtual conference. And initially our awards committee were going to hold over all of the awards to the 2021 conference, which would include all the progressive heroic efforts over a 24-month period rather than a 12-month period. And we'll certainly do that for all the other awards. However, due to the commitment of the volunteer board, the volunteers, the board, the committee members, conference committee, as well as those members on the MVP, so the member value program, the board and the awards committee have decided that we'll go ahead with the Volunteer of the Year award. And we put a call out to state branch chairs and board members to nominate for that. And we've certainly received a few nominations. So that award will be presented later on in the day. So that's something to look forward to. So I'm pretty sure I've got my time zones right. So I think that's looking at around about 3:50, so 10 to 4 Eastern Daylight Time. Okay. I'd also like to say thank you for the great work that's been undertaken by the Board of Management in 2020. Also the state branch chairs and the National Office in the running of ITSMF Australia. As you can imagine, as an organisation, we've faced many challenges this year, and without this largely volunteer commitment to delivering value for members, we simply would not operate. Of course, one of the good things about a virtual conference is the ability to get some what I would call A-list international speakers to join us without the usual added cost of travel and accommodation. And I'm really looking forward to hearing from our keynotes later today. James Gander, who is joining us from New Zealand, and towards the end of today, certainly Adelaide time, Simone Moore will be connecting from her chateau in France. Whether it's a chateau or not, I don't really know, but she's certainly connecting from France, so looking forward to that. Unfortunately, I've never had the pleasure of meeting James in person. However, he is someone I've followed on social media for a number of years and thoroughly enjoy his thought-provoking and practical insights. Simone, on the other hand, I've known for a number of years and is probably one of the reasons I maybe not got involved, but I'm certainly remain in the service management industry. Simone, for those that know her, labels herself as a mixologist, which I think is a perfect description. As with Simone, you don't always know what you're going to get, but more often than not, it's good and it leaves you wanting some more. So well done to our conference committee and state branch chairs for putting together quite an exciting program for today. So well done, Catherine Howard, conference director, Janet Holling, who's conference committee and the awards director, Bradley Bush, who's our chair, who we're all thankful is still with us and recovering well following his horrific injury accident earlier this year, and Rachel Siniger from Queensland, also on the conference committee. Also, well done for the state branch chairs for herding cats and getting an event organised in your location. So Richard Whitten-Smith in New South Wales, Brad Schimmel, Victorian Taz, Gavin Hedrick from South Australia, Karina Bourne from Northern Territory, Andrew Ritchie from the ACT, and David Lowe from Western Australia. So looking forward, 2021 is hopefully going to be a less exciting year, but one is sure to bring new challenges and the usual frenetic change that comes with life in the service management industry. We'll all strive to deliver the best possible levels of service. It could also be the year that you step up to the challenge and become more engaged with your community through ITSMF events, special interest groups, and I'm sure some of the branch committees would also welcome you on board. So message is try and make that effort to get to a state branch event. Mark your diary now so you can start making plans to be at our national conference in Brisbane in September 1st and 2nd, 2021. There is so much knowledge we can all share, and let's face it, we could all do with something to look forward to. In closing, I hope you all enjoy the Unconvention, and hopefully I'll see you all next year when we go against the next norm and meet in Brisbane in September. I personally cannot wait. Not sure how we're doing for time, but I'd now like to hand over to Queensland and introduce Suzanne Allen from our Queensland committee. Suzanne will be hosting and moderating our first session today, which is a panel of experts talking about business relationship management.
I think Vanessa is going to be introducing us today, but hello from Queensland.
Okay, thanks, Suzanne. Welcome, Vanessa. And yeah, please enjoy the conference.
Good morning, everyone. Let me just put in a share screen. Bear with me one moment. And I'm also needing to make certain I can get a video on here as well. Okay. Okay, can everybody see the screen clearly?
Yes, all good.
Yep, perfect, thank you. Want to make certain that we can play the video. So Rachel sent through her apologies this morning. She really wanted to be here to do an introduction for us all, but I wanted to play this video for you so that you can hear from Rachel first of all, and then we're going to talk through a panel discussion on business relationship management. So let me press play and make certain that you can all hear this on the screen.
Not coming through just yet, Vanessa.
We don't have anything yet, Vanessa.
Vanessa, when you shared screen, there's a tick box for for share computer sound.
I will go back up and restart. Apologies, everyone. Let's try that again. Hold on. Let me know if you can hear this now.
No, nothing yet.
Catherine, is it worth sharing from your copy?
No sound still?
No. Do you want me to give it a go?
I think so, yes, please.
Okay.
I have sound at my end, so I'm not certain why that's not sharing. Catherine, is there anything that you would be able to assist with in terms of doing that video share?
Yep. Okay. Let me just, I've got the slide deck up. Just
Thank you.
bear with me
I'll
for a
stop.
sec.
I'll stop sharing from my end. Apologies all. I tested it out on Zoom this morning, but
Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
we can, yeah.
Great. Okay, so let's see if we can get Rachel a happening thing.
Hey everyone,
There we
welcome
go.
to the Queensland panel session as part of the ITSMF virtual conference, The Unconvention. I'm really disappointed that I can't be there in person for this session today. I've had a personal
Did we just lose the sound?
We did, yeah.
Okay, I don't know why.
clash with
Oh,
my
there we go.
daughter's graduation from primary school this morning, so I really didn't want to be the worst mum in the world. I really wanted to be a part of the panel session as business relationship management has always been a passion area for me. The relationship between IT and the business is critical to both parties achieving their goals. Certainly getting on the front foot of customer future needs and being able to plan and budget for those activities makes everyone's life much easier and things just run smoother and subsequently makes it easier for everyone. I remember that I used to do lots of training in ITIL foundations back in the day, and I used to talk about business relationship management, and I'd tell everyone how one of my career goals was to be a business relationship manager because they essentially swanned around and had coffee and lunch and just chatted all day. So we all know that's not quite the truth, but certainly the BRMs play an integral role in developing that relationship with the business. So when the Queensland Committee members were discussing what we should put together for our session as a part of the Unconvention, we all agreed that business relationship management wasn't an area that had been sufficiently covered in previous seminars, or at least in Queensland, and it was one that we all felt strongly about. We also realised that we all had a story to tell from our respective experience. So rather than organise an external speaker to come and talk about BRM, we thought it might be a good idea if we share our stories. So in this session, you'll hear from Susan Allen and Heather Clark from Department Main Roads and Transport, a very large Queensland government department, Vanessa from Suncorp, large banking area, and Ferenc from Uniting Care. So they all have unique stories about why BRM is important to them and how it's worked in previous organisations. So as they are chatting, feel free to type questions and comments into the chat box to make things as interactive as possible. I really hope you enjoy the session and take something useful away from it, and hopefully I'll be able to join on the Unconvention a little bit later in the day. Thank you. Bye.
Just to clarify, questions need to go into the Q&A because the attendees can't use chat. Okay.
Okay,
So
perfect.
I'll drive the deck for you if you like. Would you like me to move on?
Yes, please. That would be great. Thank you so much. So we wanted to start. So Rachel already introduced us. So if we kick off on the next slide, and we wanted to talk through why is business relationship management so important. And Susan and Heather are going to share with us some of their insights with regard to that.
Hi, everyone. I guess if anything that this year has shown us through everything that's happened is that business relationship management and that relationship we have with the business really drives how the business can respond to any of these sorts of events, to enable a quick reaction and timely response to this year, a large portion of the workforce suddenly needing to work from home, being able to understand that the business driver behind that and have strong relationships with our business groups is really key, I feel, in this space. Definitely understanding. Sorry, Suze.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, it has been, you know, you see on the forums and the blogs all over the place, it has been just such a massive year of transformation, and having the BRMs there in the middle of that and being able to, you know, one of the key important factors around BRM is being able to understand what the strategic needs are and what the needs are in general of the business. You know, but that the speed at which those needs needed to be met this year has just been phenomenal. I know the wonderful Karen Ferris, who is likely online somewhere here today, she wrote a paper, and I think she put it really succinctly in the heading, was around business relationship management, was from moving IT to a strategic partner in preparation for digital transformation. And haven't we just transformed this year?
Phenomenally, yes, definitely.
Yeah. And I think as well, you know, as we look at, you know, people moving more to cloud, to as a service, and working in those really kind of hybrid solutions, you know, between on-prem and the cloud, that somebody basically, and it is the BRMs, need to be able to articulate these as an overall service offering. I think our environments are just becoming ever more complex, and it's key that the business relationship managers are keeping up those skills as well, to be able to continue to be not just to represent the customer, but to represent the IT as well. And, you know, having that trust on both sides. I think where we can see it fall down sometimes is that a BRM can be seen as the salesperson who promises everything that IT can't deliver. But I think really good BRM is where they have relationships on, and I hate even saying both sides, because they shouldn't be sides, where, you know, especially when you look at internal BRM, we're all part of one organization, and we all should be looking to create value together. Yeah, be that translator, I suppose, between IT and business.
Great, and I think that's a really important point, and leads on to actually what is working well in terms of business relationship management. And Ferenc, I know that you've got some good insights here to share with us, and also I've got some examples that we've worked through at our end as well. So Ferenc, if you would be happy to share that with the panel.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Vanessa. So I'm working for Uniting Care. If you don't know Uniting Care is a health and community service provider and one of the largest charities in Australia. As I know, the second largest employer in Queensland. So Uniting Care is definitely a large organization and enterprise environment. And the business relationship management as a practice has multiple business relationship managers in our organization. If I would highlight just some areas which I think is working in my organization, then I would highlight that business relationship management and the managers are dedicated to service streams, and it can help to understand the business needs. And we also have a business analyst in the team to support the business relationship managers to assess the initiatives and confirm the requirements in order to proceed with the delivery. So I think the organizational background is there, and the business relationship managers are also working closely together and under the same management with the strategic partnership team. So both teams develop strong relationship to drive traction behind new ideas and initiatives that can create value to the business. And the team is also responsible for making visibility for upcoming demand and ensuring a consistent approach to deliver related activities. So if I would summarize these two things, I would say demand management, where the business relationship managers are focusing on the opportunities to support the existing and the new processes, and financial management of IT services, where the business relationship managers will confirm the cost and the pricing models for evaluating investment in new opportunities, because we know that we have to work between constraints at the moment.
Thanks for sharing, Frank. Absolutely a key one, and really to talk across both those points that you've highlighted there, and Suzanne, where you talk about the year that we've had and how our BRMs play such an important part to the work that we're doing, how we're driving in terms of service management and operational management as well. So last year, I found a case study in Suncorp where we moved across to a managed service. And an integral part to making that so successful was actually having one of our business relationship managers part of the team itself to help us to move across to that managed service. And we presented a video on that. And in actual fact, this year, likewise, has been so crucial to make certain that we continue that momentum and integration across those teams. So much so that in actual fact, our BRM who was involved last year is now ITIL 4 certified and working really closely with us from a service management perspective. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the things that haven't worked well, but one of the areas that has helped us to be successful here is really around understanding how do we do the translation between what we're working in IT and service management and the business areas, and the language that is used within business processes and their areas as well. For me, that's been really successful in making certain, you talk about obviously the integration of two, being able to speak the right language between the different teams, for me, is a really important part of having our BRMs involved. And so that has been, again, from last year, another success story that we've seen in the work that we've been doing in our space. And I just wanted to share that with you, because it's really good to see our BRMs be so involved and actually want to then understand how can we improve that further? What can we do to help integrate those processes?
Yeah, so based on my actual and earlier experience, there are some areas which are often not realized as how important they are to reach the overall goal of the business relationship management, which is maintaining a positive relationship with the customers. My top three pickups are related to the topic what you already highlighted, Vanessa, integrating functions and translating the requirements. So the first one, what I would highlight is the service portfolio management, or portfolio management based on the actual ITIL, what you applied in your environment. And the main goal here, I think, that the organization has the right mix for everything, you know, programs, project, products, services, to execute the organization's strategy. And we already mentioned the strategy in the introduction. My second one is that the BRMs are not working separately from other roles. And I would use my role as an experience, which is the service level manager. So the BRMs has to work closely together with other roles like the service level manager and make sure that the expected outcome of a service described in terms of required service functionality and service levels, the warranty question. And ideally, these requirements should be visible for the business, like a service level dashboard. And maybe a more generic for the last one, that BRMs has a critical role to make sure that the IT department as a whole not siloed. So especially in a big enterprise like Uniting Care, they have to integrate the work and make sure that each team collaborates in the value co-creation as expected. So these were my 3 pickups. What I can see that there are always room for improvement in all organizations.
And I think absolutely right. I think one of the key points here that we talked to in terms of what we've seen isn't working. Prior to the involvement that I've had in Suncorp and the program of work that we ran, I worked in different areas where we really saw those operational processes not established or in place. You talk about your SLA management, having your BRMs being very close to understanding priorities, direction, etc. If those aren't done well, it detracts the time then from an operational perspective. It means then that you're really having to spend the time in a react mode if we don't have those foundations correct. So it was another point that we talked to as a panel in saying the importance of having those established and put in place in order for us to be successful and also help us with our business relationship management. And to that also moves across into our consumer, user and customer base. If we don't have those foundations in place, that's one of the things that we're really talking to saying isn't working well. And Ferenc and Suzanne have got some examples of how have we been able to move past some of those obstacles and make certain that we're making that more successful from a BRM perspective. And I know, Ferenc, you said that you've had some work this year that's been really useful to share with the audience that can talk us through what are some of those focus areas that have helped to improve. And Catherine, that will be on the next slide as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. So Uniting Care, at Uniting Care, we are planning to establish a customer experience, user experience program to more focused on the customers and the users, and also establish business forums where the key stakeholders can share their view and new requirements. At the background, IT working on opportunities where we can optimize and automate flows and processes. And one of my area here is the service catalog management. So this is where we try to automate using the tool what we have in place at the moment.
Yeah, and I think I know Heather has some thoughts as well around this, but you know, looking at a Gartner piece, which was written from an enterprise architecture perspective, which I found quite interesting, was around actually removing the BRM from IT. And it talked about having the BRM reporting directly to the business. Reason being is that we need to know, as we mentioned earlier, we need to know what the business needs in order that we can deliver to that. But there can be a little bit of pushback around, really sitting down, defining those strategies, defining, what the actual outcomes are that are required. So the idea being that by having the BRM embedded in there, that there's going to be a bit more participation in that process, and also more buy-in to the overall kind of value creation of solutions. I think there are also, loads of other ways that BRMs can help. If we look at SIAM, for example, service integration and management, as we come, again to the multifaceted vendor environment that we're in at the moment, where what even is an end-to-end service anymore? How can we articulate that? How can we manage all of those different vendors? I think the BRMs are going to be absolutely key in that, and looking at some of the skills as well that are going to be required moving forward. OCM, again, coming back to COVID, this was a massive, massive year for OCM, for all of our users, for IT as well. Most of us have changed how we're working. So, building those skills as well to enable major transformations. Building those technical skills to really keep up to date and be able to, I think it was Ferenc earlier was mentioning about opportunity identification. So, how do we identify, as BRMs, do we understand what microservices are? Do we understand how that will impact our customers? What opportunities are there for our customers in that type of environment? And, all of the cloud stuff. It's really vast, and I think, it's really incumbent on BRMs to keep up to pace with that stuff, which can be quite difficult, especially if they're from a non-technical background and are needing to do that translation to the business. But imperative, I believe.
Yeah, so I also think that enabling our BRMs to become more cross-skilled, giving them opportunities to, if they're not technical, get into some of that technical space and maybe do a bit of training so that they are more informed, and vice versa. If they're technical BRMs, which I've also come across in the past, if we can enable them to improve on those soft skills, to be able to communicate effectively and that sort of thing, will only benefit the whole business going forward. So, and that whole OCM piece that you spoke about, Suze, having all of those skills in our BRMs just makes it so much easier for both the business and our technical teams who need to deliver upon the business need.
Yeah, absolutely. And really elevating it to strategic BRM and creating a unified common purpose and method of delivering that shared outcome as well. And I think, we are at ITSMF at the end of the day. We cannot go past ITIL 4. And I would kind of say, and I'm going to say Karen Ferris again, just because Karen is such a prolific and great writer in this space, but she has actually done a white paper based on the 9 guiding principles in ITIL, and specifically for BRM, how they relate to that discipline as well. So obviously not going to go through all that now, but it's definitely worth a read, and there's definitely more and more coming out in that space as to, how BRM and the service management side, I mean, they should be all together anyway, but there's definitely guiding principles that underlie all of that.
We have a question that's come through as well for us as a panel. So the question is, can we give an example of how BRM helps an org become more digital? And that's from Rose. Thanks, Rose.
So let me just see that. Oh, Rose Dyson. Hi, Rose. I would like to see basically the BRM being able to help the customers avail of the digital technologies and digital capabilities that IT are providing. So they should be, you know, maybe it is that embedding of a BRM with that IT experience into the business. Yeah, I think it's really understanding what the needs are, and more so outcome driven. So, you know, so often we see needs defined from a customer as, you know, I want X, Y, Z system, or I want you to do this for me, and they're defining it as opposed to an outcome. And I think the BRM can be that facilitator to go, what is your outcome? Let us work from IT to give you a digital solution to that. And, you know, like Ferenc was talking about more automation and things like that, and trying to build in some of that. I think they're the facilitator.
And I think it's also important to highlight that the BRM function is not one way. So this is not just from the business to the IT. It has to work on the other way as well, to help the business understand the IT and start collaborating together. And that's why maybe it's not critical in which side are the BRMs sitting. It's more important to do the right job with the business and the IT together.
And I think an important point, whilst you talk about ITIL 4, another area there is touching around your agile principles and the integration with service management. For me, becoming more digital and our BRMs is so important to that and integral to that. Having those iteration cycles where we're looking at how we can deliver digital into what would be our business use cases and how they're going to deliver on that. That for me becomes a really important integration point, and we're seeing a lot more of that coming through in that two-way conversation and understanding. And also with that iterative process, you're able to very quickly look at what's the digital footprint, the technology delivery, and how is that meeting the business need. So bringing that closer together, I think, is also a prime example of where we actually are very needing those BPMs to be part of that process for us as well. We have a second question that's come through as well. So let me just read this one out and see if we can help the team to answer. So you've already touched this, but can you make a bit more clear the difference between BA and BRM? So Ferenc, you mentioned obviously that you've got BAs that have been working in this space as part of the area of improvement, but can we outline what the differences are?
Yeah, so in my organization, I think the main difference that the BAs most probably focusing on the functional and non-functional requirements regarding the services, but the BRMs have to thinking strategically from the business and IT point of view. That's what I would highlight here.
No, I would agree, and it's essentially being the facilitator to make those functional and non-functional requirements a reality. Did we have any more questions from anybody else out there while we're online?
No more questions coming through at the moment, but very happy to help answer anything that comes to mind as a follow-up to our session as well. Okay, so we're running a little ahead of schedule, which is good. We were hoping that we weren't going to be running over time. So Catherine, would you like us to go ahead? Is it going into our sponsor session now?
Yeah, we can go into Q&As. Look, actually Rose says huge thanks. Yes, afternoon value co-creation could not exist without BRM. Afternoon value? I think autocorrect got to her there. I actually have a question, but it seems as a panelist I can't put it in the Q&A. So I will put one to the panel. somebody spoke earlier of technical VRMs and trying to bring more of the customer support side of things to them and the touchy-feely experience. Do you see a morphing of the role of the VA with what we just spoke of in the the non-functional and functional requirements and the customer experience and the business relationship management? Do you see them in the future morphing into a specific different kind of entity? The question to whoever wants to take it.
I think in any role where you can introduce more of those soft skills and an understanding of where the business is trying to get to and what objectives they're trying to do. So I think in any role, if you can enhance that, it would only be a bonus to being able to meet those business needs in the long term.
Yeah, and my personal view that this transition happening now, but it needs time, especially for bigger organizations like Uniting Care. And if we are speaking about the two roles, BAs and BRMs, I think the BRMs will change earlier than the BAs because the business focus and this top-down method, what we are seems applying, and this is the right way. That's my personal opinion. If BAs will change soon, most probably yes, but in which way, I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I think I'm always conscious of diluting roles as well. So, it may be that functions merge and work more closely together. But I think the role is getting as is more complicated without adding in, BA and BRM as a united role, for example. But as Heather said, those skills are going to be handy for anyone to have.
Yeah, and you also have service level management in the mix. I know traditionally, ITIL, particularly V3, said that, the service level manager and business relationship manager, service level manager worries about, the services behaving as per expected, and the business relationship manager cares about, do they do the right thing for the customer? So do you see that that's still valid? Suzanne, you were talking about not diluting roles, but how do you see them forming, I suppose, a better relationship going forward so it's not quite so siloed?
I've definitely seen it before where they are merged, and I think, are we delivering what the customer wants, and the levels to which we're doing that? I don't think you can separate. I personally don't think you should separate them. I think they are all part of the package that we are offering. It's about what we're delivering now and what we will be delivering into the future for them. Personally, I think they marry really well together.
My personal experience, because I'm in this role, I'm in the service level manager for a long time, that even if BRMs and service level managers working together, we still need somebody from the business to confirm the requirements. Susan just mentioned that it seems the BRM as a function moving from the IT to the business. So if this will happen, most probably it will be a split between the actual technology BRM's role and responsibilities. And I'm pretty sure that some of these responsibilities will move to the service level manager, who's still in the technology side, and some of the responsibilities will move to the business side with the new concept of the business relationship manager, and maybe merged with the business representative who highlighted the requirements earlier. But as I mentioned, this is a trend, and also the different organizations have their different maturity, different appetites for the organizational setup. So this is not a one fit all things. That's my personal view.
Okay, I don't think we've had any other questions come through. So I just want to say thank you very much, everybody, for sharing your experiences as part of the panel session. I hope that you all found that useful and some insights that you can share going forward. What we want to do now is to introduce one of our sponsors and a valued partner of ITSMF, Unisys, and Anthony Parsons will be presenting and taking us through how to utilize digital service management, including ITIL 4, to enable digital transformation in 2021. So you can see a lot of that consistency in questions and messaging around digital transformation. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you, Anthony.
Thank you, Suzanne. It's Tony Parsons here. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are for this unconvention. I will start sharing my screen and let's see if it copes with what I'm doing. So I'll just go into presentation mode. So as Suzanne said, I'm going to talk the next 10 minutes or so about Unisys' view on how we are utilizing digital service management and what that means, including ITIL 4, to enable digital transformation. So let's get cracking. So the key components from Unisys' perspective for digital service management is, frankly, all the honeycomb, as you can see on the screen, all the cells on the screen. And as I was putting this together last week for Catherine, when she said, I want to see a copy of your slide before we'll let you present, I was thinking we could put another slide for every single one of these behind this slide explaining it. So it does have the core ITIL 4, SIAM, ServiceNow, BMC, Helix, BMC Remedy, tools, platforms. But importantly, it has things like operations and service intelligence. It has the integration with the cloud management platform I'm going to talk about in a minute. It has important things like dashboards, analytics, the data lake, the use of discovery, the use of frameworks like IT for IT. A big point is the automation side of things, vendor management, monitoring. All of these components are in the digital service management, a very broad, very complex and increasingly important area. It still has all the good old traditional IT service management we know and love and have been working with for some time. We're seeing a new lease of life, a significant lease of life for service integration management, or SIAM. Referring to the Gartner hype cycle, we've been through the whole trough of disillusionment. We're into the slope of enlightenment and moving to the maturity of SIAM, given, I think, a new lease of life by the challenger managing cloud service providers as well as traditional service providers and having to manage that entire environment. For ITIL, I was very pleased when ITIL 4 came out that one of the things it added, we've had people, process and tools for some time, of course, as three of the pillars. ITIL 4 started referencing partners as a fourth pillar. And again, the service value system in ITIL 4, showing the integration, the joined up thinking around some of these processes. And the importance, as you'll see in the next slide, of the integration framework. So with Unisys, we have data scientists, we have analytics teams, we have the service and operations intelligence, strictly speaking, not in core service management, but we see them as close cousins in the wider group that we assimilate and use in quite a lot of operations and a lot of client situations. And a lot of focus on automation. We've heard a lot about machine learning and AI ops and analytics. That applies to service management, just like it does to service desk, just like it does to cloud and cloud operations. So just looking at some of this in action, so to speak. So a pretty typical picture I'm showing on the screen now is a classic Unisys client or multiple clients. You have the cloud environment at the bottom, so I'm going from bottom to top. You have the cloud platform, you have the lifecycle system, the orchestration, the provisioning, the automation of cloud. You have importantly, a single integration framework, works with the cloud, works with the traditional monitoring, the discovery tools. But notice you have one integration framework. You have the client's ITSM tool set, which could be ServiceNow, could be BMC. You'd have the service providers or multiple service providers, sometimes using the client's ITSM tool sets, sometimes using their own. Again, the important thing there is the integration. And notice above the integration bus, we have the data lake. On the left, we have the dashboard and reporting, and the next slide is going to show some examples of that. And on the right, you have this operational intelligence, this event management, the analytics side of things. Unisys has a team of data scientists that we're using to do a lot of predictive analytics and predictive monitoring, anomaly detection work in service management, in the event management space. It's causing some interesting challenges in service management because we're starting to get to the point where we're forecasting events. And one of our clients, we're in the training period. You spend 28 days training the predictive analytics on the typical data before you let it loose. It started predicting P1 8 hours before it came to pass because it detected anomalies. It's saying if this continues this trend, we forecast a P1 in 8 hours time. That causes an interesting conversation with the change manager on the client side saying, we need an emergency change request. What for? For something that's going to happen in 8 hours time. Not so much corrective actions, it's more evasive actions. Again, service management ITIL can handle all of that. It's just a change or shift in some of the thinking. The other thing I'd mention on this slide is if I got $1 for every time a cloud architect tells me it's all in the cloud now, it's all automated, we don't need service management anymore. I'd be a very wealthy person. We do need service management. We just need a more rigorous, integrated, automated, well-defined service management. The whole area around the cloud provisioning and orchestration. You need one catalog. You need a consistent catalog workflow. You need pre-approved change requests, standard change in ITIL 4. You need the orchestration leading out into the cloud. So you've got automated discovery. So the CMDB, the service modeling, the service mapping can happen, the automated monitoring. We know of a client, not a Unisys client, in the federal government who have over 8,000 OSIs in their public cloud. 300 of them are in production. The challenge they have is they don't know which of those 8,000 of the 300 production. So they're getting a nice big bill from AWS every month, and they're working through those 8,000 OSIs, trying to identify which are the ones that are really critical that we don't want to decommission. So we see digital service management as being all of this. And the important point there, the secret sauce, as the Americans would say, is a single consistent integration bus, an integration framework and a data lake to allow you to start doing a lot of the analytics. If we look at the sort of output we get from that analytics, we have these sort of dashboards and canvases. I'm not going to go through them in a lot of detail, but you have the ability to have real-time views into data. And in this COVID year, it's proved essential for Unisys, for our delivery operations teams, our service delivery managers, as they all have their views or lens into these activities, they've got the ability to run this on their second or third screens at home, looking at the same data, being able to analyze the data. The service delivery manager is going to be looking at it much more interested from a service level point of view. A techie is going to be looking at the cloud, looking at the cloud provisioning, looking at the backups, looking at storage, an applications team or a business service team looking at the end-to-end view. All of this is available from the dashboards and kiosks using industry standard tools like Elastic and Kibana for the canvases. Unisys also shares and uses this with our clients. The transparency is there so that the clients can use the same dashboards, the view into the same data lake. So there's one data lake, one source of truth, one view into all of these different activities. From an incident management point of view, it's been really interesting seeing the service desk using the tag clouds to start saying, well, what are the common incidents? What's the theme? Same in change management. What's the common theme on what's the most common request for changes? You've got the tag clouds, you've got that ability to drill in and move further. This is made available by having that integration framework to allow you to pull all the relevant data, whether it's business, service, operations, vendor management data, into one data lake, and then do the analytics against that environment. The sort of results we are getting from these results, and these are Australian and New Zealand customers, is some pretty good, well, we think pretty good, service operations improvements, 99% reduction in major incidents. And when you think some of the analysts will talk about a P1 costing about $50,000 to manage a P1, ignoring the reputational risk, the outage side of things, just the executive time, senior management time and cost and effort in managing a P1, communicating it and communicating when it's restored, a 99% reduction in P1s and P2s is not to be sneezed at. One of our clients, we've gone over 250 days now without a single P1, and that same client actually over 120 odd days without a P2. There's a lot of focus on the automation working in this hybrid cloud environment, reducing the amount of disruption to service. Not forgetting P3 incidents, which is the highest volume, of course. There's been a 93% reduction in P3 incidents, partially through the automation, partially through the recovery, and partially through the analytics. And you can see some of the other areas, the improvement in application, the CI completeness. That's part of the cloud activities. The workloads are being moved to the cloud. Some of that activity is a better discovery, better mapping, better automation. And an important one on the bottom right, the 82% reduction in mean time to restore. Again, hybrid cloud environments are more challenging, but with the effort in digital service management, understanding the integrations between the different processes, mapping out the value streams and deploying them, what we found with Unisys is we've been able to achieve these sort of results. And these are Australian, New Zealand results across several of our public and private sector clients. Further information, what I've just been talking about, you can see the links on the screen. And Catherine, I think, challenged me to say, I don't think you could do this in under 10 minutes. Well, I think I've done it in about 7 or maybe 8. So with that, Catherine, I will hand back to you. And I'll stop sharing first.
Sorry, just busily trying to unmute myself. Yes, you do talk fast. Actually, we might, well, considering you finished early, do you want to take some questions from the audience?
Yep.
If there's
Happy
anyone
to take questions. I wasn't sure, Catherine, whether I'd make it in 10 minutes, but I think I did 7 or 8. So if you're happy, I'm happy to take any questions.
You did. You've got a couple of minutes to spare. Why not? Yes, there's can you see the Q&A?
Oh, sorry, I would if I clicked on it and brought it up. That's a good question from Daniel Zmood on how important is it to move to more modern tools. That is important, but you have to factor in the clients can't move everything. And so you will have some legacy or traditional tools. So you need different methods of integration. What data can you get from the traditional, or for want of a better word, legacy tools, as well as using some of the more modern tools? So we tend to, like we say, hybrid cloud. To be honest, the tool set, the ITSM tool set can be a hybrid mix as well. So yes, it's better, particularly in the cloud and the automated space, to be on the modern tool sets, but you have to, the reality is you will still have to factor in some of the older traditional legacy tools.
And Rose says that thanks for mentioning how we can modernize ITSM. That's good.
I think, and I was deliberately, and Unisys deliberately picked a term. We didn't invent the term, because I'd love to say we did, but we didn't. Digital service management, to distinguish it from enterprise service management. One of my blogs covers the difference between that. I see enterprise service management, and I think some like ServiceNow, they go deeper. So they talk about finance and HR workflows and approvals. So me, that's a narrower but deeper field, covering all those aspects I've just talked about in a couple of the slides around cloud and automation and leveraging AI ops and using the analytics and using the data scientists. Any other questions? That's a good question. A lot of in Unisys's case, we have, and if you remember the second slide, I had a reference in there about advisory. So we do a lot. I wouldn't call it consulting. It's more advisory services. Unisys practice, one of the phrases, eats its own dog food. So we do the assessments of our own delivery, our own operations. One of our clients watched us do that and saw the results we achieved in the sums. Then our client said, how about you talk to us about doing the same assessment on our side of responsibilities? So I think almost like practice what you preach, show them what we're doing. Those dashboards and the dashboards I put up on canvases earlier, we stood them up for Unisys' scope of services, then made them available to the clients, and then got the clients to buy into the idea, well, let's have one data lake, and it almost becomes a dashboard as a service. Yes, it's using commercially or keep on going. We're not trying to lock them in or trap them or anything like that. It's let's just have a common view. Works very well in the SIAM environment as well. If the client's going to be their own service integrator, it gives them the ability to do the end-to-end view, but let's have an agreed common lake, common data lake. You have a common source of truth, typically the client's ITSM tool set, the monitoring tools, put them in a common data lake, establish the dashboard to let them build those views.
Okay, thanks, Tony. I think your time might be up. So yes, you've given us a lot to think about, and in just 10 minutes. So excellent. So thanks very much.
Catherine, you're welcome.
Yeah. So we're actually going to move on to our first keynote of the day now. And you will also all notice that the first poll of the day has come up. So the poll puts you in the running to win a free ticket to next year's conference. So yes, so that will be excellent. So we're just hanging in for getting, let's see, James Gander to be promoted to panelist. He'll be with us as we speak. I can see him lurking in the background as an attendee. And so just to tell you a bit about James, so I will just put my video back on. So yes, there's James. So hello, James. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. I'm just exhausted after listening to Tony. I don't think I could speak that fast.
So yes, me and James go back a long way. We haven't seen each other in many years, considering pandemics, because James lives in New Zealand. And but James has 30 odd years experience. He runs his own organisation called Gander Service Management. So he's a coach, a mentor, trainer, consultant, and a leader. So he's all about delivering value to customers and driving improvements. And so yes, so whatever you need help with, organisational, operational excellence, lean thinking, knowledge management, you name it, he does it. And he's got a great blog, which I follow. As Brendan said earlier, I don't know, James, if you were on the line when Brendan did his opening address, but yes, he said he follows your blog. And yes, well, there you go. You are noted. So we're very pleased to have you as a keynote. And so I might just let you rip away with it.
Yeah, cool.
That's all right.
Lovely. I shall just share my screen now then. Make sure I share the right bit. Right, so can you see?
Yes, we can.
Yep, cool. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Well, kia ora koutou katoa. As Catherine said, I'm presenting from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands on which we all virtually meet today and recognise their continuing connection to land, water and community. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to thank ITSMF Australia for inviting me to speak at this fantastic day. I know personally it's never easy trying to organise a physical conference, let alone a virtual one of this complexity. So I'd like to take my cap off to Catherine and the team. I think they've done a wonderful job pulling together today's agenda. And I hope you enjoy the whole day, or at least as much of it as you're able to catch. I'd also like to thank the sponsors, because all events rely on sponsors investing in the community. Without them, it wouldn't be possible for organisations like ITSM Australia to put on things like this. So do go and check them out and spend some of your hard-earned cash with them. I'm sure they'd love that. But today I'd like to take you on a journey through my mind and share with you some thoughts I had recently about principles. And everything stopped working at my end, so just bear with me. Right, so a little bit about me. As Catherine said, I've been an independent coach, consultant and trainer in service management and IT operations for about 10 years now, or just over 10 years, as well as delivering Phoenix Project and Marslander simulations from Gaming Works. And it may be hard to believe from that photo, but I did used to look young as well. There's an image for you to take away as something for today. But I've been working in IT now for about 30 years, when everything looked very different and it was used differently as well. And I've been working with ITIL since the early 1990s, and I know I couldn't possibly be that old, but I am. And I've worked my way through the ITIL version 2 manager certificate, ITIL v3 expert, and more recently the ITIL 4 managing professional certificate. And about 12 years ago, I think it was, I started to play with COBIT. I think it was version 4.1, my first exposure to it. And then COBIT 5 and now COBIT 2019. And then I started to speak with people with whom I was consulting, and some of them used Lean Six Sigma. And I started to learn a bit about what they did, how they thought and worked. So that exposed me to different ways of thinking. And then about 5 years ago, I started to get interested in DevOps, and I flew out to San Francisco for the DevOps Enterprise Summit in 2016. And that was interesting for a few reasons. Firstly, I'd never been surrounded by so many developers before. And I realized that just because they used ops in the word DevOps, it didn't actually mean they were going to talk about ops. So that was a good eye opener for me, and something where I recognized that there was a gap in the market. But it was also during the 2016 presidential election out in the States. So the day of the election, as you can probably imagine, there was a fair bit of alcohol taken that evening. Some people celebrating, some people not. I'm not going to say any more than that. And then through DevOps, I started to look at agile ways of working. Sorry, everything stopped again. Lean IT, Kanban, and Agile itself. And it was due to my interest in all these things and my own inability to remember as much nowadays as I used to, that I have to keep refreshing myself about all the different versions, frameworks, ways of thinking, etc. And that's because there's just so much to learn. If you're going to be working in a modern organization, it's highly likely that it's going to be expected that you will be across or aware of most of those approaches I've mentioned. You may not necessarily need them all of the time. And in some roles, you may not actually need them, some of them at all. But most modern organizations will have been through varying levels of digitization, and they will be using or talking about these approaches. And it's this interest in all these different ways of thinking and working which has made me realize that actually we've now reached a point where all frameworks and approaches, or whatever you want to call them, seem to have a set of principles behind them. Whether it's the don't shout me down, but the so-called dinosaurs of ITIL and COBIT, or whether it's the perceived cool kids at the party of DevOps and Lean, or the guy in the corner who's wearing the leather jacket and trying to convince people that it's cool, but actually it's nearly as old as ITIL, Agile. So what are principles? Why do we care about them? Do we really need them? Well, I'm beginning to wonder whether fundamentals isn't a better word. Because when I was first approached to speak here, I was only going to reference ITIL 4 and DevOps. But the more I've thought about it, and the more I've thought about those other frameworks and approaches which we use, sometimes we use them unknowingly. And sometimes it's because our ways of thinking and working are built on them, that I wanted to give them a mention here as well, which is why I think maybe the fundamentals word is better than principles. But what are these principles? Well, as I mentioned, I was only going to talk about ITIL and DevOps, but as DevOps pulls from lean and agile ways of thinking, it would be cruel not to discuss those here. And I also wanted to give a brief shout out to our friend, but certainly my friend and probably yours as well, COBIT. But if we start with ITIL first, it's probably the one that most people here are probably aware of the most. ITIL 4, as you've heard discussed already, it was released last year, and it introduced the 7 guiding principles, which is 2 down from the 9 that was introduced in the practitioner book. And that was a great introduction for people when that came out. But if we look at these 7 guiding principles, you know, the first one in the list is to focus on value. Because as we know, everything that we do within service management, every service that we provide to an organization should be delivering value. If we and the service aren't delivering value, then we'd have to be questioning, why are we doing it? And then if we're going to start driving improvements, we need to start where we are. So we can no longer carry on working in the way that several years ago we may have done, where a consulting company would come in and tell you that you need to throw out everything you're already doing and let's start again. Well, let's not do that. Let's look at, if we're going to drive an improvement, I don't know, let's pick change management as an example, because that's always the one that people seem to be driving improvements in the most. Start where we are. Let's understand where are we not getting the value from at the moment and start there. And then as we move forward, we make iterative improvements, but we seek feedback from all the stakeholders. And excuse me while I have a quick drink. I don't know what the weather's like where everybody else is, but it's very humid in Auckland today, so my throat is drying up a little bit. But we seek feedback from our stakeholders, whether that's the customer that we are co-creating value with, or whether it's the other teams within our organization. And we collaborate with them. And we promote visibility so everybody knows, what are we going to be doing? Where are we at? What are we working on? What's next to be worked on? What have we completed? What's currently blocking progress? And then we think and work holistically. So I always struggle here because I keep thinking of Dirk Gently and his holistic detective agency, but it's more than that. It's not just detective work. It's about thinking of the whole organization. If we make a change in one area, what impact is that going to have on the rest of the team, the rest of the department, the rest of the company, our customers? Think big picture, think end to end. And importantly, keep it simple and practical. If we over-engineer things, then it's going to make it harder to make iterative improvements. So keep it simple, keep it practical, and then optimize it in an ongoing process. And then once we've finished optimization, if we can, and if it's going to deliver value, look at automating it. Now that doesn't mean automate people out of a job. It could be something simple like using your service management tool to have the new user request form as an option through the portal, so that your users don't have to go to SharePoint and download a document which they have to fill in and get a physical signature on. That might sound ridiculous to some of you, but I can guarantee there are still organizations out there that do that. So maybe your simple automation could be something like that. But those ITIL 4 principles are a great way to get started with ITIL 4. And then we've got COBIT 2019. Now COBIT has basically stuck to its guns, and it's made a few minor tweaks from COBIT 5, but fundamentally it's the same as it has been for a number of years. And many of these principles link in with those that have been mentioned within ITIL 4, and some of them are also reflective to the DevOps principles, which we'll come on to shortly. So we have to make sure that we are creating and providing stakeholder value. Stakeholders can be a variety of people. It can be customers, it can be other people within your organization, it can be shareholders. But we need to be identifying and providing value to those people. We once again need to be taking that holistic approach to everything that we do. We need to be having a dynamic governance system. So not just this is the only way we do it, but changing it, keeping up with what's going on. Having a clear distinction between governance and management as well. Making sure that everything that we are doing and thinking is tailored to our organization's needs, that we aren't just taking a book and saying that's how we do it, but also having that end-to-end governance system. So if we've got governance of IT, and that is helping us to understand what our vision and goals are for IT and what our priorities are, well, they need to link up with the organization's governance. We shouldn't be doing things in isolation. So these are very formal but clear principles. Deliver value, think end to end, focus on a dynamic governance system, and make sure that we've split management and governance out. Very clear and very simple to follow. Now, Agile, which has its roots back in the early 1990s with approaches like RAD, came out in 91, and UP, or Unified Process, and DSDM in 1994, as well as Scrum, which was actually developed around about 95, is mostly used in the development world. But we've also got Agile project management, we've got Agile managing, and Agile parenting now, courtesy of Rob England and Teal Unicorn. And there are a variety of other ways of being Agile in the workplace. But you can see their principles here. And they are fundamentally about making sure you've got satisfied customers, that you have a culture which welcomes change, where you work together face to face as well, talking to people, that you are delivering work frequently at a constant pace, that you are motivated as a team and self-organizing, and you're constantly reflecting and adjusting as you're working. So these principles here are not that dissimilar to some of the ones that we've already discussed with ITIL 4. And these have been around on and off in different guises since the 1990s, certainly. And one of the other areas that I spoke about earlier is Kanban. Now, Kanban really is the old man of the group. That came about during the 1940s or 50s. It was Toyota in Japan which came up with it after looking at way some of the supermarkets in the US were working. But the intention was to reduce stockpiles of material and to limit production to demand. And the 5 key principles that they came up with, or have now come up with certainly, is to limit your work in progress. So focus your efforts on fewer things at a time to ensure, fewer things at a time to ensure that you are delivering a faster flow of work. You can't work on a lot of things at the same time, so don't try. It's just not possible. Make process policies explicit. So build your standards into the way that you do your work rather than burying them in documents. Make doing the right thing obvious and easy. The kind of things that you would do as a parent. Use that in your workplace. Visualize the workflow. So understand how your work is flowing. Visualize that and make sure that your up-to-date work and the workflow is visible to your team and stakeholders at all times. Improve collaboratively, so work together to improve continuously with a focus on results as a team rather than individuals. So that goes back to one of the areas that COBIT also talks about. And Agile, it's about making sure you've got that holistic approach, that you're working end to end, and manage the flow. So use that visualization board and the data that is generating to identify and iteratively remove blockers to work so that work flows smoothly through the system. And this works not only in car factories or development teams, but in every area, including at home. So this might sound really geeky, but for a while now, we've had a kitchen Kanban at home because being immigrants, we have people coming, or we used to have people coming over to stay with us for weeks at a time, generally parents. And those of you who have parents coming to stay will understand that your idea of tidy and maybe your mother's idea of tidy are not necessarily the same. So you take it up a level. And we used to have this to-do list. And one of those items on the to-do list would be for the children to tidy their bedrooms. And then you would go in several hours later and they'd just be sat there, nothing had changed because they didn't know where to start. So we produced the kitchen Kanban board and we broke out tidy bedroom into its component parts. So it would be pick up floor drobe, tidy clothes away, tidy books away, vacuum the floor, all the simple things. But then the youngest one couldn't understand why she couldn't move all of the post-it notes in one go into her in progress column. And we had to explain that it wasn't physically possible for her to pick up clothes, put away books, and vacuum the floor at the same time. She could only do one at a time. And that would then highlight to her that she had to maybe pick up the clothes first, then tidy away the books. So after she'd done one, she'd move that to done. And then maybe she couldn't move vacuum the floor into her in progress column until I'd finished vacuuming the lounge because we'd only got the one vacuum cleaner. So we could see where work was holding up others, and then we could see how the work flowed. And it sounds really geeky, but it does work. So a Kanban approach to work in all areas of life actually works really well. Now, DevOps has the 5 principles of CALMS. Some people only talk about the 4 of CAMS, but I like to throw Lean in there as well because it's actually quite important. But these are all things that I think you should be able to get a Girl Guides or a Scouts badge in. And to be honest, I think they should possibly be taught in schools as well. But let's not get ahead of ourselves because I don't have the remit to make those decisions yet. But the C in CALMS is about culture. And getting the culture right is hard. Most people here at this Unconvention, I'm going to guess, are within the IT operations sphere of an IT department. And IT operations people generally, or historically, haven't liked change. They like to keep things steady. They like to keep the lights on. And that's what we've learned over 5, 10, 20 years of IT operations work. If things are changing, it's likely going to be you that gets called out at 2 a.m. and has to fix the network or the server or the application or whatever it might be. So ops people have historically become risk averse. So you need to get the right culture in place where there is an environment where they feel safe to experiment with new ways of doing things. And if you can get that safe environment going, then they're going to realize that they're not going to be blamed for everything. Because too often, and I still see this occasionally, CIOs will blame IT operations as a team, or even individuals, which is even worse, when something fails. And if that happens, then you're never going to get people who want to try new things or better ways of doing things. You've got to get that culture of no blame established within your organization, or at the very minimum, within your IT department. It's not easy, but it needs to happen. And then we have automation being the A of CALMS. And if you go to a DevOps conference or a presentation, or you read articles about DevOps, 80 to 90% of the time it's going to be talking about tools, because DevOps people love tools. And if you're an IT operations team keen to use the DevOps principles to improve the way that you're working, you need to understand that it doesn't need to be a massive spending spree. Now, obviously, if you want to automate the deployment of software updates into the production environment, and it's the IT operations team's role to do that, then yes, you might need to invest significant money in the right kind of tool that's going to enable that to happen. But you're also going to need to invest in testing automation maybe, so that work really can flow through more effectively. But it could just be about monitoring everything that you can. And there are some great free tools out there and some great cheap tools which will help you get started. It's hard to believe maybe, but there are organizations out there who still don't monitor servers or networks or applications. But by doing that, you can learn what's happening, and then you can get the alerting to be happening when it's sensible to alert. But that takes fine tuning. But if you don't know what's happening, then you can't improve it. So I worked with a client a few years ago now, and it was a small IT team of 4 people. And they were looking after an organisation of about 1,000 people. So large-ish in New Zealand terms, not large in most other countries' terms. And the end users were mostly out and about in vans and trucks, but they all used some sort of IT in their job. And all of this work was handled through a mailbox. So nobody knew what was going on, what issues were happening until the phone rang or somebody looked at the next email. So we were going through sorting out their service management tool, but then we also downloaded a 30-day eval version of a monitoring solution. And it took us about 2 hours maybe to install and configure. Then we left it overnight to scan the network, and we found all the servers, I'd say, and network devices and printers and anything attached to the network, really. And the next day, when we looked at the dashboard, the IT guys nearly fell off the chairs because there was so much red and orange. So we made a few tweaks to thresholds, but what they saw was how close key servers were to capacity, how many issues there were with RAM and processing. And it explained some of the calls that they were getting constantly, and where some of the other devices that they weren't looking at were alerting to potentially big issues. So they called the CFO in to see this, and he just told them they'd got whatever money they needed to put all this right. Because he could see how this was adding value and how them being constantly busy fighting fires wasn't adding value. So straight away they were getting what they wanted. And a lot of these tools enable you to script auto actions. So it identifies an alert, it runs some scripts maybe, and then it might alert you if those scripts haven't fixed the issue. But also, if you're performing the same task day in, day out, well, could you write a script for that? If you can't do it, maybe you could get a contractor to come in for a couple of weeks to do it for you. Work out what you need doing, then get the contractor to write some scripts to enable it to happen. And that would save you weeks or months of work redoing tasks or reacting to alerts. Now, the lean aspect of DevOps, the L in CALMS, has its own set of principles. And these are about identifying value. So again, there's a common theme that's happening there. Mapping the value stream. So if we thought of a value stream as, say, onboarding new users, then map that out, understand who's involved in it, what tasks have to be undertaken. Create the flow of work. So where does, as part of the mapping of the value stream, where does the work start? Who else is involved in it? And then set in place a process of pulling work. So rather than work always being pushed to a team, it goes into their backlog and they pull it when they are ready. So that goes back to what we were talking about limiting your work in progress as part of Kanban. Because you can't do too many things at the same time, if you limit that and you pull the work when you're ready for it, you actually get work done quicker. And then seek perfection. Now, perfection is primarily to ensure that in your work stream or your value stream, you're not passing errors onto others in the flow, because that creates rework and is waste. And lean is all about reducing waste. So don't do the stuff that doesn't need doing. So if we imagine a new member of staff is being onboarded, the new person will be adding value to the organization, identify value. And the value stream will list all the teams involved in onboarding that new person, their tasks and how much effort they need to put in. Therefore, the flow of work is understood. And maybe HR make a simple spelling mistake in the individual's last name. They got the I and the E the wrong way around. It's easily done when humans are involved. We do make mistakes. So this new person goes to get their ID badge from Building Services, but the name's spelt wrong. No biggie. Building Services just sorts out their spelling, prints out a new badge, and off they trot. Then they sit down at their desk. They've got their laptop or desktop, and they realise that their AD account is wrong because IT spelt the surname wrong, because they've been given the wrong spelling. Again, no biggie, but IT have to change that and their email address. Then payroll asks the person to fill in some online forms now that they're logged in. Well, guess what? They've got the wrong spelling in their name. So the bank wouldn't recognise the person, so payroll will have to make a quick change to do that, but that's all rework. None of it may be big, but it all adds up. So over the course of this person's first day, maybe they've had to waste up to an hour of their time while all this stuff is happening. 3 different teams have had to spend maybe only 5 minutes each, but then there's the stopping of what they were doing, make the small change, and then get back up to speed on what they were doing again to crack on. So you've got all that waste going on, which if you can get it right first time with Seek Perfection, you don't have to do all that rework. And then the measurement, the M in CALMS, it's what we do in service management. Baseline where you are. If you can speed up, or if you think you can speed up the time it takes to provision a new server, you need to understand how long it takes now. And then how often does the requester come back with, that's very nice, thanks, but I haven't got access to this, or this isn't installed, or we requested a new user to be set up with a laptop, but they haven't got the right software installed or access to the right groups. Measure all this as a baseline and then try to improve it. What are the new measurements? Have things improved? Whether it's time to deploy or perceived satisfaction. Then you will know whether you're improving or not. And if you're not, why not? Can you improve on it further? Should you undo what you've just done as an improvement because actually those improvements aren't making any difference, and then try something else? So you need to measure what you're doing to understand how things can be improved. Now, another key tenet of DevOps is the S in CALMS, which is about sharing of knowledge, information, and capabilities. So share knowledge of systems with colleagues to reduce the risk to the business if you're not there. Give yourself a break from being the one that's called out during the night or when you're on holiday. Because heroes are not the ones who get woken up at 2 a.m. to fix an issue that nobody else knows about. Heroes are the ones who share their knowledge and skills so that they don't get called up on holiday. And that is part of the change in culture that needs to be embedded as well. Share capabilities with others. If you're fed up of getting calls passed through to you for simple tasks, well, see if you can show the service desk how to do it. If they don't have permissions, script it so they don't need those permissions. But in all likelihood, you've got 3 happy people if you can share that with them. You're going to be happy because you're not being distracted by unnecessary calls in your queue. The service desk are likely going to be happy because A, they're doing something different. Even if it seems simple to you, it's new, therefore interesting to them. But also they're happier because they can help the user and the user goes away happy. But also your user is happy because they've had it fixed on the phone. And then that leads into shifting work left as part of sharing. So if you've shown the service desk how to do something, and then they can document it so the users know how to do it through the knowledge base, or even better, it can be scripted so the users just click a button on the portal and it happens, then perfect, you've shifted that work left down the flow. Remember the flow that we designed earlier? Well, shifting the work left on that flow back to the beginning, which is where your customer is great. The further you can shift it left, the quicker work gets done. And that can happen in change management as well. Maybe if you're always having to go back and ask people, have you done this, have you done that, in your role as a change manager or change coordinator, let them know what you're looking for and make it a tick box. And then if that is ticked, once you've proved that nobody's lying through checking it a few times, maybe you can automate the implementation or the approval process. If you are a sysadmin and you're always getting asked to come along and approve a project going live and you know nothing about it, or they haven't taken into consideration your non-functional requirements, well, tell the project office what your non-functional requirements are so they can be built into the design. But you won't lose your job if you share knowledge with the right people, but you might if you don't. If you can share everything that you know and do, the chances are you're going to get more opportunities in more exciting areas. If you don't share it, then you might lose your job, but best case scenario, you're going to end up doing the same boring things day after day. So we've got all those different approaches and ways of working, but I think we can extract the following 6 key shared principles to help us on a day-to-day basis. We should be looking to identify and deliver value, because that gives us satisfied customers or stakeholders. We need to understand how work flows and collaborate with customers and colleagues within that workflow. We need to keep improving how we work so that we don't stagnate. And we do that through aiming for perfection in the flow of work and optimizing and continually reviewing. We need to build and maintain a culture which welcomes change, collaboration, and the sharing of knowledge, skills, and information. One which embraces no blame. Yeah, don't get that wrong. One that embraces no blame and experimentation. And we need to think end to end, get rid of silo thinking. And most importantly, keep it simple. Because if we don't keep it simple, it's going to be too difficult. So some takeaways, there are many different frameworks and approaches and ways of working out there, all of which have been designed to help us work smarter. Excuse me, but bear with me. And I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't learn them. Certainly do learn them. And if there's value to you in your job in learning them and getting certified, then do so. But get out there, read books, do courses, whether they're classroom courses or online courses. Become certified if it's going to add value. But only if you need to. If you just want to understand how you can work a little bit smarter, then maybe these 6 key things are all you need to remember to work effectively and efficiently in most roles. These. So now I'd like to thank you for your time. And if there's time, ask questions. But if not, then ka kite anō and have a great break, because I think after 2020, most of us in the world have had a pretty appalling 2020. But Australia, you did really well by starting off with a huge fires and then going straight into COVID. So you all deserve a break, possibly more than most of the people in the world. So I'm open to questions now. And I'm just going to try and find them.
Yes, there's, okay, I can read it to you. Well, there's a comment, great presentation, James, which is lovely, and I concur. Question from David Lowe.
No, not doing that, David. Yeah, bear with me.
He wants the 6 things back up on the screen, please.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and work out how I can do that and look at the Q&A.
Okay, that was the guiding principles, weren't they? The 6 things? No? Yep. Okay. And what is your view of communicating the overarching principles to everyone, similar to a vision statement? That's a question.
Bear with me, sorry, I'm just struggling with Zoom.
That's okay. This material will be available, by the way, people. So this is all being recorded and the slide decks will be shared. So you've all got
for some reason I'm struggling that when I click on share, it's not giving me the option to share. So I will make sure those are all available anyway. This is a breakdown in my technical ability at the moment, I'm afraid.
That's okay. One thing I will say, I will say that the name change and the misspelling your name, it happens to me all the time because my Catherine is not one of the usual spellings.
Yeah.
And it's not 1 hour, James. It's days. You keep finding things that people have misspelt. Yes. And
I have the same
the
problem. Look at my it couldn't possibly, it must be Gardner.
And the other thing is the vacuuminology. I love it. I'm sure every parent's going to use a Kanban board on their children now.
It works really well.
So, okay, so any more questions? Okay, yes, there's another one from Amy Williams. Thank you for an informative session. We are currently looking at process value creation and reducing waste. We are inhibited by tools that impede this, which are approved by head office. Oh, any advice you may be able to offer? So yeah, they're impeded by the head office tools.
I think the simplest way to address that is to, excuse me, identify where the waste is appearing. So if you can pull together your value stream and show where things are breaking down, so map the value stream by who's doing what, how long does it take to do that, what tools are in use to deliver all these different pieces. So if, for example, we'll use onboarding as an example. If you said that we've got HR, building services, IT, finance, and fleet all involved in onboarding, and we've got these tools being used by each of the different teams to do their piece, and HR has to use this system, finance uses this system, fleet uses this system, and this one is really holding up the whole process because they have to do these things manually, everybody else can automate things. Then you can highlight that to head office that these particular systems are slowing us down. We're actually having to do a lot of rework as part of this system. So either can we replace it, or can we get the upgrade, or can we put in place something else that's got a good API that will enable us to do our work and feed into the system that we're not allowed to replace. So I think value stream mapping is a valuable approach to that. And if you're not able to do it, I'm more than happy to help.
Yeah, we might need to cut it there because we need to move on to the next section. But
Look, I appreciate
thank you so
everybody's time.
much. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, talk
Cheers.
again soon. Okay,
Bye-bye.
Bye, James. Okay, so now I am going to hand to Richard from New South Wales. Let me just share my screen, or try to. So, yep, and I'll give you the slide. Share. There you go. You should be able to see Richard's slide, I hope.
Yes, thanks, Catherine.
And can we? Great.
So, hi, everyone.
Go for it.
I'm Richard Whitten-Smith, the New South Wales State Branch Chair. Yeah, so look, this year has indeed been really an unprecedented one. And like all states, you know, in Australia, New South Wales has had to convert to running our virtual events throughout the year, or moving to virtual events. Next year, of course, we're hoping to return to a much more face-to-face environment. As you know, we really do pride ourselves in connecting and networking, you know, with our members directly. So perhaps a hybrid model will cover all bases, allowing us to meet in Sydney in person whilst broadcasting to others online at the same time. So please just keep a lookout on social media for our ITSMF events in Sydney in 2021. And we'll also be introducing new masterclass sessions where we'll do a deep dive with industry experts into specific areas of interest across all things service management. If you have any questions, please, you can find me on LinkedIn, Richard Whitten-Smith, or just contact our ITSMF office if you have any questions about joining our events next year. So now to introduce one of our ITSMF partners today, LogMeIn. First of all, I'd just like to thank LogMeIn for generously sponsoring our event and for continuing to, of course, be a valued partner to ITSMF. So in this session, we're going to hear from Dinesh Bedi. He serves as a solution consulting manager with LogMeIn APAC and is responsible for leading pre-sales initiatives for the region. He has 17 years experience in SaaS organizations across ANZ and Asia Pacific regions, most recently with 8x8 as head of pre-sales APAC, and was instrumental in building up the ANZ business from just 2 people in the region to over 30 staff are now driving the region with more than 20% year-on-year growth. Prior to this, Dinesh has worked with well-reputed organizations such as Video, Polycom, and Tech Mahindra. So finally, as we kick off this session, which by the way will be a recording from Dinesh, just a quick reminder, we have 7 polls running today. Each poll is a multiple choice quiz question. The attendee with the most correct answers wins a ticket to the 2021 conference. So thanks and enjoy. Over to you, Catherine, if you could commence Dinesh's video.
Okay, shall do.
The world of technical support is changing. With the growing demand for immediate support and immediate solutions, a bad first impression could be your last and only impression. Studies show 82% of customers will leave a brand following a single bad experience. Every single customer service touchpoint matters a lot. That's why Rescue makes a superior customer experience the norm, not the exception. We understand that customer support is never a one-size-fits-all proposition. Different customers have different needs and expectations. That's why we designed Rescue to support the widest range of customer support issues and requests possible. No matter the device, you can solve every problem seamlessly and securely with remote support for PC, Mac, iOS, Android, and more. Rescue lets you connect in seconds, helping to increase customer satisfaction and decrease support costs. And even remotely supporting things which aren't connected can be achieved with Rescue's innovative video support feature, Rescue Lens. Easy and intuitive, Rescue seamlessly integrates into any workflow. Support can be initiated through your website, through chat, email, text messages, or even in your own ticketing solution, creating a superior customer experience by connecting with users wherever they happen to be. Rescue also gives your company the ability to route requests to specific technician groups to properly align any problem with the appropriate expert, essentially cutting support time from days to a matter of minutes. To optimize your resources, Rescue aggregates session and resolution data in real time so you can monitor and manage your support teams more effectively. While Rescue gives you all the tools to address, help, and support your customers' needs and problems, we also know that putting your company's stamp on the customer experience is just as important. That's why all of Rescue's tools can be customized with your company logo, icon, and color schemes. With Rescue, you can feel confident knowing that every impression you make is a great one. Rescue, from LogMeIn.
17 years back, when I started my professional career as an engineer, it took me more than 36 hours to set up that first video call over an ISDN connection. And today, especially in post-COVID era, most of the business and personal meetings have video to drive that engagement. It's quite interesting to see how technology has evolved over the years. On that note, good morning, and I would welcome you all for this presentation. See, support, and solve. Remote customer engagement has been a very interesting topic for me personally. And let's see whether video is really ready to scale from closed business meetings to open field engagements. We know that remote support tools such as Rescue Live Lens solves a pain point where customer can actually show you what they want to describe. But now we are seeing that COVID has really accelerated that need for implementing a live sharing solution that solves for a net new need. And as we go through the next two slides, we would like to highlight two scenarios, in fact, two pain areas for most of the business. The first pain area, or the first scenario, is all about reinventing your customer experience. How to operate without that physical office, or how we can operate when we can't visit to our customer's place and when we can't go to their locations. And while we have these issues, how we can maintain that same level of customer experience and engagement under these new guidelines. So as we mentioned about that remote customer experience, how we can reinvent that remote customer experience, the other biggest challenge for all the business is how to keep their employee engaged, how to improve that employee engagement. And while we are trying to improve that employee engagement, business is also trying to understand that how we can also improve that leadership experience as we try to improve that employee engagement. And we have seen a lot of scenarios where knowledge workers are working remotely. Companies are still struggling to meet the expectations of their employees. So let me walk you through those two key scenarios to share what we have understood from our customers and also from the industry. So the first scenario is all about reinventing your customer experience. And these are some of the pain areas which we have highlighted on the slides. And these are like normal day-to-day pain areas which we have seen from different environments. So right now, customer interactions with companies have shifted from in-person to 100% digital. So there is no more social interactions. It's 100% digital. Now, there can be another side to this by which we can say, you know what? Yes, the remote customer contact center has been digital. People have been trying to reach their contact center over phones, and they have been getting all that support from them. But the key point here is that even that contact center is also now 100% digital, 100% remote. So it's nowhere that agent is sitting next to his subject matter expert for that support. They're all remote, and all this interaction is 100% digital. And with all these limitations, we are still seeing that customers still expect that greatest level of experience and services from the companies they wanted to engage. With more people staying at home and they are expecting that great level of customer experience, there has been another challenge. Even when the restrictions have been eased, people are still not comfortable to meet strangers. And the last factor to this is when you need to get a technician to a site, it's very important for business to make sure that how they're keeping not only their customers, but also their employees safe. And there are some examples which is shared in this slide as well, manufacturing equipment, troubleshooting in those hot zones. So I can't send my I can't send my employee, but I need to make sure that he is able to support that critical requirements. And it's all about safety and then reinventing my customer experience. The next scenario or the next pain area is reinventing the employee experience, the employee engagement, or my leadership experience. So we'll give you this example. Over the past few months, we as LogMeIn has seen a transition from a global business with 30 offices into 4,000 offices, because everyone is working from home, and that's an office for us. And the workforce is predicted to shift remote even when the restrictions are lifted. So we have done these surveys, and we have seen that less than 5% of employees are comfortable to work full-time from offices. And today, we are facing challenge within our employees community around the use of home offices, personal devices, connecting to networks, accessing those applications from their home offices. And this will be the case as we transition into normality. So that was the second scenario or pain experience we want to highlight. And based on our discussion with business leaders and IT leaders, these are the 4 key drivers for any investment around driving employee and customer experience. So when business are trying to understand that how they can uplift their customer experience, these are the 4 key drivers. The first one is around omnichannel. And when we say omnichannel, it's not just voice, video, chat, SMS. It's all about how we can connect any device from anywhere on any network. And this is becoming an important critical requirement as more and more people are working remotely or they're working in a hybrid scenario. The second and important key driver is security. So we have seen these 3 waves after COVID. The first wave was all about remote, making sure that your employees are working remotely. The second wave was all around communications. So when your employees are working remotely, how you can provide them those tools so that they can collaborate effectively. And the third wave is all around security. When you have all your employees working and they're interacting with your customers, again, remotely, it's all 100% digital, how you will ensure that all those engagements are safe and private. The third important factor which has been raised from our customer communities is all about seamless adoption. I can deploy those kind of tools, but then how easy it's for my customer to adapt to that tools, how technical or how easy for my customer is to adopt those tools so that we can provide that engagement to them. The third important factor is around efficiency. And we have actually heard about this word around first call resolution. The one thing which I would like to highlight from this efficiency is all about fast call resolution. How quickly we can resolve our customer issues when we are actually not at their place. So when it's all about field engagement, when we are not able to travel on-site to our customer places, how quick we can resolve those issues, it's all around fast call resolution, and that will drive the efficiency. And we also need to be mindful of the fact when our customers are engaged with us remotely, this fast call resolutions plays an important and a critical role so that our customers are not getting frustrated by the time or by the delay in terms of resolving those issues. So let me give you a quick overview on LogMeIn. So LogMeIn as a brand has a very diversified product offering around unified customer engagement, collaboration and communication tools, identity and access management solutions. And all of these products do complement each other. Since the outbreak, we have seen an uncharted demand and usage from organizations of all kinds. Usage of our video conferencing solutions and meeting solutions like GoToMeeting and GoToWebinar have spiked as much as 10x over pre-COVID norms. Usage of our remote and access solution, such as Rescue, have jumped as much as 400%. And we are still seeing that spike as like 50% increase over week. Cloud telephony solution and unified communication solutions from LogMeIn have seen a 93% increase in voice calls, with almost 20% increase day over day. So these stats prove that there is a huge demand for remote engagement, remote communication, remote collaboration. And that's where I would like to introduce our Rescue by LogMeIn product offering, which is all about remote support tools that are widely used across different functions, internally or externally by IT, by consultants or customer support, to access and provide assistance to those end user machines. These tools provide the subject matter expert the ability to resolve the issue without the need of travel, both from agent or from customer. And these are the three key drivers for Rescue by LogMeIn, which are very much aligned by those four drivers we have highlighted in that slide. The first one is speed. Connect to any device, anywhere, any network, and the speed by which it connects. So we can connect into a session within less than 20 seconds without a need of any download. The second key driver for Rescue is all around intelligence. And this intelligence comes with the security. How intelligent is the solution to transmit that useful information between agent and employee, or agent and the customer? That's where it matters most for Rescue as one of the second driver. And the third one is simplicity. How simple is this solution so that it can be adopted by not only by your agents, but also by your customers? So let's have a quick look in the core feature sets of Rescue by LogMeIn. The first one, which I like most, is that it's a multi-platform remote support solution, which can again work on any devices. It can work pretty much support all the operating systems. It comes with that interactive video supports, but also have another option of co-browsing where your agent can actually guide your customers in those kind of scenarios where they need some kind of field engagement. The third and the important factor, which we have shared in previous slides as well, is security. And then we believe that the solution would be very effective that when it comes with those APIs, when it can integrate into your existing workflows. And the fourth and the important key factor is all about driving that experience of leadership team or the business team when we can share them all those analytics and reports. And again, the important factor is, as we are trying to bring that workflow integration, can we also provide some external customization, and that can provide some kind of branding. The idea is we don't want to develop a new applications to enhance that field engagement. Rather, business should have an ability where they can embed a Rescue solution within their core applications. Before we highlight the use cases of our video engagement solutions, especially in field services environment, we just wanted to present this slide where we have some stats which clearly highlights that video engagement drives better engagement and emotions. We have a report from Forrester where they have clearly highlighted that the customer trust, the customer experience, and customer satisfaction has seen an increase of on average 50%. And it has been seen in some of the use cases where video engagement is successful in driving both selling and field servicing. And there are some other stats which are very attractive for business. We have seen that when customers are fully engaged, they tend to bring 37% more revenue. And that had been facilitated through video engagements. And with all those new millennial customers, custom apps, IoTs, and mobility devices, we have seen that video engagement is very much a need for that fast resolution. These are the key use cases we would like to highlight for video engagement solution. The first one is all around field services. You know, how quick we can provide that remote support, especially in this COVID scenario, how quickly we can access to that subject matter expert. So when agent is actually engaged with this customer over a remote connection, how quickly he can access a subject matter expert so that he can provide that extra assistance required for that customer. Again, fast resolution to incidents, that's where video plays an important role for the field services. And then those key critical use cases of manufacturing equipments, which are in hot zones, you can't have your employees travel to those locations. Video engagement in those kind of field services use cases plays a very important role. The second use case is all around telehealth. We have seen from our governments that they're ready to invest a lot in telehealth. The idea is how effectively we can provide that remote consultation and care so that we can have that reduction in admissions and emergency cases. And all these use cases can be very effective when we have that video engagement. Not only that, video engagement and all this offering from Rescue should have some kind of back-end workflow integrations. So how seamlessly that video engagement solutions can provision those kind of back-end workflow integration. And the third and the new use cases we are seeing is all around financial services, which is around high value customer acquisition, access to your personal advisor when you can't travel to an on-site, or when you can't have your advisor coming to your location. So how we can drive those kind of use cases around video banking. And the last is around insurance claims. So we have seen this issue with insurance claims, especially in the post-COVID scenario, where they have a lot of revenue which is not being recognized because they can't send their evaluator to the site, or they can't send their own employees to actual customer location for the assessment and recognition of revenues or processing of claims. With that, we would like to share some thoughts, some success measures around visual engagement. We have some stats which are presented on this slide from banks like Barclays, who have seen that NPS was double as compared to audio. There were shorter calls on video than audio. This has increased that fast and the fast call resolution. And there has been almost like 23% reduction in average call handling. But the idea is the whole customer experience, the whole customer engagement, that cross-selling, all that has improved by 50%. And this has been proven by one of the insurance company, BACRA, that 72% incidents were resolved via video with no agent on site. With that thought in mind, I would again like to thank you all for your time, and it was a pleasure to present you all with this presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, I'd like to hand over to Victoria and Brad Schimmel. I believe you're on the line.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful.
Go for it.
And can you hear my colleague, Peter? Hello, how are we?
Peter, loud and clear.
Good, thank you very much. Excellent. So I shall now share my screen. Just one moment, please, whilst we go through this. Whilst we're sharing our screen, are we having a great unconvention?
Yay! Sorry, you can't hear any of the attendees. They're all on mute. But I'm sure they are.
It's okay.
The comments in the chats have been going really well.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. Now, as I go to present this, it might go to a different screen. So, oh no, brilliant. So, have we all got? Can you see the front screen there, Catherine? Okay.
Yes, all under control. Yep, lovely.
Marvelous. Well, what a year, 2020. Something Tassie would have actually have thought it was a year that they might have actually have got an AFL team up and running. But there you go. That's Victoria and Tasmania. We are the branch for Victoria and Tasmania, and we aspire for Tasmania to get back up and running and have a branch again in the future. My name is Brad Schimmel, and I'm joined here by my colleague Peter Tonkin. I'm the State Branch Chair for VicTas, and today's presentation, we're delighted to be here to give you the results of the COVID-19 retro that we did back in November the 24th. We're going to talk about what we're going to talk about here. So that's we'll formally introduce ourselves in the next slide, and we'll also talk about why we decided to do this. And particularly, I felt that we in the committee here in Victoria felt that we, given that we have had this experience in Victoria more so than other areas of Australia, not to belittle the experience in Australia, around Australia, but particularly in Victoria due to our second lockdown and prolonged lockdown. We felt that this was something that we were impacted more about this than anybody else. We'll also talk about the workshops that we did on November the 24th. We've used the Blue Ocean Strategy grid. If anyone here is familiar with Blue Ocean Strategy, we've used that to summarize the workshop outcomes. And we have an appendix of suggested action. So we're not going to go through those line by line, but for every point that's been put up on the various workshops, we did the sailboat retro and the starfish. For every one of those, we've got a following line of a practical action that we might be able to take going forward. So who we are, Pete.
Yeah, so I'm at the moment an independent consultant. I'm part of the ITSF Victoria TAS committee member and ex-chair. I'm over 35 years experience in the industry, including GM roles and CTO roles within Senetax. My current role is actually quite interesting. I'm helping small businesses navigate their way through this digital world to try and improve their resilience of their infrastructure, to fix up their cybersecurity, and also automate business processes. So helping them trying to get through this now with being all online to make sure they have a safe, reliable service.
Brad. Thank you. And as I've introduced myself, my name's Brad. So I'm with Dialogue Information Technology. I also have a very interesting role within DHHS Victoria with a group called Family Safety Victoria. And that is on the production support manager, where we lead the service management and operations management within a wider DevOps program. And you've got my details below there. And Peter, if anyone wants to reach out to you, you're happy for them to ping you on LinkedIn?
Yep, not a problem. If you want to contact me, I've got my LinkedIn, you click up my LinkedIn profile and send me a message.
Excellent. All right. So why do we do this?
So as Brad alluded to before, in Victoria, we had a more extended time in the lockdown. So we thought it would be a good opportunity to do that. There's obviously economic uncertainty and family members vulnerable given the current situation we're in. The retro allowed us to see what changes we want actually to take into 2021. Everyone knows that we did lots of implementations of really good work within 2020 to support the businesses to make sure that they can continue, and our staff at home so that they can continue to operate. So it was a very rapid deployment and very effective deployment. And so in 2021, we want to actually lead the change in the COVID normal world. So keep the things which are great, and obviously the things which are not so great, make sure that we focus on those two so that we add the value going forward and continue that momentum.
What you see here on the right of the slide is an actual picture of Bourke Street Mall, empty, and I think that was taken one morning during the height of the second lockdown. In Melbourne Metropolitan, we weren't allowed to go anything more than 5 kilometres away from our home, and you needed work permits in order to leave your home for work, and you needed a further permit if you needed to be more than 5 kilometres away from home. I was in the city just on Sunday, and it is wonderful to see that mall is now full of people again, and it's something to see how retail particularly has changed, because it's definitely different to how it was this time last year. So retail is one area that has needed to significantly change down here in Victoria. So what do we need to lead for change in service management and ops management next year? The retro, let's talk about this, which happened on the 24th of November. It was open to all Australian ITSMF members. And we had about 20 people turn up, and everybody, I was really, really pleased. Everyone made a very enthusiastic contribution. It was led by my colleague, Taz. Taz is an enterprise architect and strategic consultant. Everyone felt that the way that he structured the workshops and led them and put them back together was a job done very, very well. If you wanted to contact has, there his LinkedIn, that's his LinkedIn link. I also wanted to mention that we broke the group into 2 groups, each with leaders. So it's one of the great functionalities of Zoom is that you can have breakout rooms. We had everyone who registered for the event, we asked them to register for Miro, M-I-R-O, which I've learned is a brilliant collaboration tool where everyone can add, change, delete, modify a whiteboard, no matter where you are. And we had a Miro tab for both of the teams. Each one team used the Starfish form and the other team used the Sailboat Retro. So Pete, talk to us about the Starfish workshop and why what the Starfish is and how it differs to the Sailboat.
So the Starfish Retro is very much from your team's self expression. So it's a personal type retro, and it's obviously you see the different sectors there. What do we want to do more of? We want to increase. What do we want to start doing, which is create? What do we want to keep going and doing, which is maintain? Obviously, we want to eliminate certain activities and not take them forward. And then the last one is the decrease. So as Brad said, everyone latched onto Miro very quickly, and they put their post-it notes around the actual board so that people could then read what each other had put up. And actually the conversation in the retro was quite active around what people were putting in those different areas and why they were putting those areas. And their individual experiences were actually good to hear out on the call about how they, in their particular situation, in their particular organisation, were experiencing this COVID-19 environment. And as you see, there's quite a good lot of conversation and actual post-it notes up on the actual board there. As I said, everyone adapted to this medium very, very quickly. And it was very, very effective in order to communicate those ideas in both the written form and also the conversation behind it and context behind it was actually very valuable to understand their individual circumstances. And as I said before, the Starfish is very much reflection of impact on the team or self in its approach. So we actually got very similar, but sometimes different between the 2 retros, and they were independently conducted. So at the end of it, we brought them together in order to actually draw out the key themes and experiences that the teams had as part of this particular exercise. So it was extremely well received by the teams who were involved, and everyone enjoyed the experience. And as I said, the medium was actually very, very effective.
I personally love the fact that people are adding post-it notes on the screens of ideas which I was quite familiar with, but I wouldn't have come up with myself. But now that they were surfaced, I thought, actually, that is really, really important. Now, concept about the team, ideas about how, well, if we started the year off with all these grads, how are we expecting these grads to develop and learn when the expectation was that they were going to follow around the senior guys for most of the year before we actually let them loose? How are we going to make use of that time? And as that was discussed, it was actually that was a concept that was felt through most of the representatives on the call. This one here is the Sailboat Retro. It's a classic agile sailboat retro. Many of you will have seen this before. And oh, by the way, one of our main recommendations from Pete and I is that you run this with the team. You actually do these workshop retros with your own teams, and this is really just giving you a heads up. Sorry, it's giving you a head start. A very useful tool in any of this is something called YouTube. So if you want to search how to give a sailboat retro or how to facilitate a starfish retro, just put that in. You'll see a multitude of 5-minute videos and ideas as to how you can run this with your team. The sailboat retro is much more of an expansive way of thinking, more than what the starfish was. It's more strategic and goal-oriented rather than just the impact on me and my team. I won't go through this line by line, but you can imagine that the actual sailboat is our ITSM team. You've got the wings of assistance, the things that are keeping you going, versus those things that are resisting you. Also against you are the anchors and the risks, which are in the rocks. And your destination, of course, is your beautiful tropical island. I'd like to make a small observation here that you might see all the way on the right here. Can you see my cursor? I'm not sure if you can see that. All the way on the right under assist is the comment that says, it wasn't all terrible. So whilst this was a challenge to us, I think it was a bigger challenge to people outside service management who aren't professionally as resilient as we are. And as what we'll show in the next slide, in the next few slides, this was really our turn to shine. And we made a bad thing actually quite good. Good for our clients, good for our customers, and we came out looking like the enablers. For those of you who aren't familiar with Blue Ocean Strategy, they have a Blue Ocean Strategy, which, by the way, I recommend that you do also YouTube, and have a look at some of their grids. When we do service improvement initiatives, a lot of us feel that the outcome is that we always have to raise and create and do more. But actually, what Blue Ocean Strategy shows us classically is that a lot of the work that we're doing isn't necessarily valued by our clients, by our customers. If we introduce concepts of lean, we're over processing and over producing. So Blue Ocean Strategy reminds us that it's not always about doing more. It's what can we reduce and what can we eliminate. On the eliminate side, you'll see that there's a number of things which, using lean terminology, of over processing and over producing. Red tape, micromanagement of team members, meetings. These are things which we believe that this COVID experience has taught us that we can eliminate as much as possible. I actually personally made the point about micromanagement of team members. I have a small team. I can tell you that the management that I and overseeing that I give to my team is now far more at a macro level, because I simply can't know everything that my team is doing. Not that I was ever a micromanager, but now I'm truly feeling quite satisfied in knowing that my team will deliver the outcome without me knowing necessarily how many tickets they may have resolved or problems they may have found the root cause for. It's not about micromanagement anymore. It wasn't all that serious in the call, although some people did, they felt comfortable enough to say, hey, something that we've really got to knock out is chewing on the phone, that they took great offence to. And we thought of ways that we could stop people from making chewing sounds on the phone. Pete, talk to us about the what's in the blue side.
Yeah, so important learning out of the whole COVID experience was now the service management professionals, we've actually elevated our role as an enabler of change, which probably wasn't as prominent as it was as part of this actual period. So it's important that we actually, you know, keep that gap going to keep reminding the organisation of our role in that, and then to continue that change program into the future. The second most important thing was actually we've gained a high level of trust now. We say what we do and we do what we say. So we're actually getting the job done, and we're very much more trusted within the organisation as being able to deliver things and deliver them very quickly too, within very, very compressed timelines. So again, it's really important to maintain that level of trust and that communication across the organisation to ensure that remains going forward. Flexi work life. So we now want to continue that momentum too, to actually have that integration of work and your personal life, to actually make sure that we can take that further forward and we don't lose that as part of, you know, we don't want to go backwards to, you know, 2019 world again. We need to continue that on to allow people to work when they need to work and deliver to outcomes to the organisation. And a really important one is no longer just a cost centre. You know, you're not spending all this money, you're not delivering. We're now actually delivering things, you know, very quickly through this process. So it's important to keep that reminder that as an enabler, there's a value we add, and that's just not a sheer cost to the organisation. So it's a continualised to maintain and raise that going forward. The other one to recreate is the frequent informal communication. So this is around the, you know, water cooler or the coffee shop. We've got to make sure that we have that frequent informal communication channel opened up when we all come back to the COVID normal world. And everyone's said, well, we need a better home office. If we're always going to be sitting in our home, we need to make sure we've got the right ergonomic chairs and seating and lighting and all the other equipment that's necessary to actually make that a truly effective workplace going forward. So that's got to be one of the priorities. So observation, well, what's next? So this is some key things that we want to, as messages we want to convey to the group. So keep the conversation going, right? So we can share and what we learn. So this is a continual cycle to make sure that we keep on reiterating the message so that people understand what we've done and what we continue to do, driving change as service management professionals. This was our finest hours to shine, and it was. It got lots of good feedback from senior management when I was working in the shared services Cenetex. We actually had ministers who actually understood what we do and what value were provided. And we're able to enable a business that didn't have a lot of BCP. We actually had to do it on the fly to actually support the organisation, and it was very much appreciated, the actual work that everyone did and how they all worked together in order to make that happen. So again, it's a very important message to get through. Which don't let it go, right? Reinforce the positives. We got lots of positives that we got out of the experience. So we're just going to make sure we continue to reinforce that. Like you said, Brad said, do the workshop with your own teams. It's a great valuable exercise, and get their particular inputs and how they felt about the whole experience. Run the retros and use that even to help drive some of the priorities on your action plans to go forward. And as Brad said, we've got some guidance as part of our appendix that you can look into later, which may help that, but you may have different experiences, which we found in this exercise than we've probably captured. So it's important, again, to understand your particular team's requirements and how they actually felt through the experience.
And do you think, Peter, is your experience of CTO and general manager of Cenetex, if you got your staff to participate in these workshops, do you think it's more likely that they would own the outcomes?
Yes, they would, Brad, yes, exactly. Because once they brought up their particular concerns, and also it helps them prioritise in their minds on what ones are most important, knowing we all can't do everything at once. So it actually helps them frame that, and also the solutions. They're typically the ones that have the actual solutions to the problems, and it can help drive those out. So again, it's really critical you take the team along for the journey to make sure you get that ownership. So the other one was keep the current trajectory. We don't want to go back to 2019, the way we used to do things. As I said, we need to take all those good things forward. Just drop a few things that we don't like lots of meetings. But we need to actually be very, very focused and make sure, again, we prioritise those things for both ends of the spectrum, the things we want to keep and the things we want to eliminate.
So this next point here, it says this was most about people and not about process, but we're process-oriented people. I mean, people, process, technology, and partners. So were you surprised that most of the outcome here was about people?
Well, given the experiences we're all having, I think that was actually one of the most critical things that we should take away from this, if you can, is our people are the most important commodity that we need to support and foster, because they actually drive all the other things around to actually deliver the outcomes. So I found, and we did this on a number of occasions, if you remember the picture of me with the dog next to me, that was our weekly catch up as a group to have drinks. And that was really, really important for people's, basically to get a bit of steam off, to actually connect in a non-work related environment in order to have that connection with the people, because that was actually what kept the organisation going a lot, given we couldn't physically meet each other. But we all, put our glasses together and had a nice, relaxing time, which wasn't a work meeting. So it was all about, people having jokes. We had, a few trivia days where people actually get on the actual call and we had run a trivia session. We even had people doing, I suppose, desk yoga, and some of the things that people came up with. And it's also to reach out to individuals within your team and have that, although you can't go to the coffee shop, you could actually call them up and say, I just want to have a quick 15-minute chat, a cup of coffee, how's your day going, and take it away from the work.
Yeah.
So the appendix, as I said at the bottom, has got some suggestions, and we will reiterate the best way to do this is bring the team together, run. Hopefully we're coming out of this and you might be actually get into a room and be able to do it now. But it's really important to reconnect at that level. I actually like going to work, because I had a work permit, actually to see the 3D people as opposed to the 2D people. And so they would actually say, oh, you're a 3D image today, not a 2D image, because it was a way of getting out of my home into a different environment. And that's all it was, getting a different environment with people. So we are people. So yes, we need to actually connect at that level.
Yeah. What we have next for appendices, appendicitis, appendix. Okay. So if you might recall on the Blue Ocean strategy grid, we've got the box to eliminate, the box to raise, maintain, reduce, and create. So we're not going to go through these line by line, but we do want to leave you with some ideas that you can take back to the office tomorrow. And we really want to encourage you guys, again, is to run your own team retro. You'll have this material after the unconvention. Take some tips of what we've done. Get your guys, get your team involved and get them to own the outcomes. As Peter has said, the solutions to most of this actually comes from within our own teams. We don't need to get permission from the GM or the CIO or the CEO. So there are some real actions here. I would love to, both Peter and I would love to have your feedback to see how you ran this with your teams, the points that you guys made and the actions that you've taken. If you don't mind, I'd like the opportunity just to highlight one or two things. Something we have here called COVID burnout. Well, so few of us have actually taken any leave. In fact, my team, because we do a lot of after hours and weekend work, we haven't taken leave, and we've also built up a fair bit of time off in lieu. So for me, it's encouraged my staff to take that time off. The bottom one there is the 30-minute Zoom calls replacing 1-minute corridor meetings. Actually make it a team objective to have 1 to 3 minute chats on Zoom or Teams or whatever you've got, and reward the team members who actually do it. And I think to have more of the frequent informal communication, as David Marquette writes in Turn This Boat Around, I think that can reduce some of the COVID burnout. Because who wants to look at their day tomorrow and realise you've got another 7.5 hours of Zoom meetings? It just saps your energy out. This is ideas for raising and maintaining, particularly around our new role, and that's what Peter and I call it. It's our new elevated role, the level of trust that we've been able to develop to reduce bureaucracy and red tape. I can't put in a real action for you. That would be an engagement that we do with you, but give us some thought as to, if you've been able to run your projects with less red tape this year, then what is the benefit of adding that red tape back next year? You could take a very lean methodology and approach to that. In fact, what you've done is that you have shown the value of removing that red tape permanently. And creating more infrequent communication and a better home office work environment. All right. Well, I think that's us.
Yeah.
Pete, what do you think?
I think we're all done.
1:47. I think we went 1 minute over. Is that right, Catherine?
No, you had till, I'm just looking now.
1:50. Oh,
yeah, 1:50. So you've got time for questions.
Oh,
Okay,
wonderful.
we look at the question bar. I've got some questions.
Oh, somebody did say they're having a great unconvention, so that's good.
That's excellent.
Thank you, Daniel, for your enthusiastic comment there. Andrew, good to hear that you're all good. Daniel, how's it been working with school-aged children at home? Well, Daniel, what is it? Valium, Scotch, gin, meditation. Meditation's been a good one. I don't know if anyone from outside Melbourne Metro can understand quite what we've gone through, because we've had the kids study at home because the schools have been shut. And you know, I had my daughter and my wife sharing the same table, and my daughter was yelling out to her teacher that she wasn't ready to go to the next slide because she hadn't read it. And my wife saying, "You can't yell at your teacher," and it became a yelling match. It has been really, really tough. And Daniel, I'm sure you would concur with me. We just hope we never have to go through that again. Rose, Peter, do you want to look at what Rose has written there?
Yes, Rose, it's true. Actually, I think they are valuing people much more with the profit these days. Because, as I said, we went through this exercise, and I was there when the bids went up and said we need to do this. It was like, well, you've sold the benefit statement, and it helps the people. We even went as far as sending chairs and screens home to people to work from home to support them out there, because we knew not a lot of them had office equipment. Also, the government actually decreed that you got, in the first month of the lockdown, you got $100.
Yeah.
To help kit you out, and then you got $20 thereon, basically a week to actually kit out anything you needed in order to work safely. So your ergo chairs were even shipped because of the people had special needs from ergonomics. So we actually pinpointed their chairs and sent them to them.
Yeah.
So yes, people were very much in people's minds as part of this exercise. So, and it wasn't about the profit. There was no question whatsoever. We wanted to send that equipment out. Well, just make it happen. It wasn't a how much or it's going to cost me a lot. It's like you just do the best way you can to get the best outcome for our people, and it worked extremely well to support them in that environment. So it very was much about valuing the people and understanding what they were going through and giving as much support as we possibly could from an organisational level.
Yeah, nice. It's been great to see companies actually get really creative in how they surprise their staff and the support that they provided. You know, sending out hamper packs, for example. I know my wife got a $20 gift voucher to Dan Murphy's, and like neither my wife nor I drink much. So it's like, what are we going to do with this? It didn't matter. It was just a very nice. It was a very nice gesture. Yeah.
Okay, I think we need to move on. So Brad, are you going to introduce our next partner?
Yes, I will. And give me a moment whilst I remove the screen share. Stop share. Bear with me, guys. I know the BMC guys are they're chomping at the bit. They're ready to go, and they're going.
Ah, and they're both in the same room.
Oh God. Okay, so I do have a very, very quick blurb. BMC have been wonderful supporters of the forum for many, many years now, and we've only got 10 minutes for them. So, and I've got a very quick blurb to read. Welcome to this BMC session, 10-minute session on how to be future ready, reinventing service and operations management with AISM and AIOps. Please join me in welcoming Christine McNamara and Kenny Lissel from BMC. Both Christine and Kenny have oodles of years of experience within our industry and working within our niche of IT service management and operations. Christine's a product account manager and Kenny is a product account manager. Both very impressive in the love for and passion that they have for the work and the value that they bring. So ladies and gentlemen, here is BMC.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Brad, for the lovely introduction.
So we've got 10 minutes to teach you all about what we know in reinventing service management and service operations. So today what we're going to share with you is a real focus on AI service management, which is where we're going in the future. Well, we'd like to be. Next slide. Newsflash for us in the last few weeks is that we have expanded our global alliance and we are now hosting Helix in Australia on AWS. It's not just Australia, we're global. So we wanted to share with you some of those locations and exactly how that's playing out for us. So we're now global and growing. Last year when I presented without Kenny, and I'm so pleased he's joined me this year at BMC, is what does AI really mean? And I'm a bit of a stickler for definition. So AI is a whole series and a whole lot of thinking, and our area of interest is around robotics, speech recognition, NLP, machine learning, and we're going to dive into some of those topics and how they've played out over the last 12 months.
Yeah, thanks, Christine. I think it's fair to say that the technology has been having a significant disruption in all businesses. And it's interesting statistics from IDC that reckon sort of by 2025, 2/3 of companies will be deploying software daily. 90% of all their applications are going to be cloud-based, and interesting statistic, more than 50% more developers in each organization. And that's really about, you know, companies working really hard to be more agile and deliver a great customer experience. I think, you know, companies got to be ready to embrace that change. Now, at BMC, we believe this pace of technology change is only going to continue. And ultimately, all companies are going to be technology-driven companies like, Uber, like Netflix, and like Amazon. And there's going to be three sort of key areas we believe that successful companies will all have, which is agility and being able to be really responsive to your market. That they're going to be, every decision is going to be based around the customer, and that business decisions are going to be based on accurate data and delivering actionable insights. And that's what BMC are calling the autonomous digital enterprise. And AI is going to play a real big part in the autonomous digital enterprise. And a recent study by McKinsey on the state of AI in 2020 showing that AI was actually most pervasive in service operations and actually optimizing service operations. So as Christine, I remember 12 months ago, I was sitting in the presentation at Brisbane, and Christine was introducing AI in service management and operations management. We thought it'd be a good idea this time to say, how is technology actually presenting itself through the technology platforms? So in the next 10 minutes or maybe 8 minutes now, we're just going to run you through a few examples and a few key points of where the AI is coming through and adding real value to the customer experience and service operations. So some of the stuff, the usual legal notice, some of the stuff will be futures, but we'll bounce right on. The first example we'd like to talk about is the sort of virtual digital assistant. Now, it's interesting that a lot of studies have shown that employees in many cases are not adding, a lot of the tasks they do are not adding value to the business. I think probably everyone would agree with that. And in some studies, 42% of employees are spending more than an hour a day just in scheduling and rescheduling meetings. And I think probably COVID, probably COVID has a bit to do with that as well. But if you look at the consumer world, we get things like Alexa and Siri. And they're really helping us. What's my playlist, and what's the traffic like on the road to work today? And that's at the back end, really all your sort of AI, natural language processing, machine learning, all working together, and with robotics to give you a great experience. Although it has to be said, I don't think Siri's quite worked out how to translate Glaswegian yet, but. This is also making its way now into the enterprise, and the sort of idea of a virtual digital assistant. So as you can see in this sort of diagram here, you as an employee, how can you be more productive? How can you have a view of all the important things that you've got to do today that are important to your role? How can you have one place you go from maybe from a conversational chatbot point of view? Can you say, what are all the tasks that I've got to do today? How many emails has Christine sent me today, which is usually a lot, or what's my calendar look like, or even, hey, I want to book a meeting with Tanya in Toronto and Damien in Canada, at the earliest available opportunity. And behind the scenes, there'll be robots running all over the place, actually automating and executing on those tasks and giving you a great customer experience, but really helping you be more productive. And that's an area we see AI beginning to really add huge value into the customer experience. So move on to Christina, I'll run you through a few more examples.
Sign me up for an RPA bot. Me and an RPA bot. So thinking ahead about real-time incidents, how do we pull that all together into clusters, and how do we create that incident command center experience? So we now have access to AI service management and machine learning, and how does that play out? So you're thinking about algorithms, being able to go through all of the data that's available to you now, either on-premise or in the cloud, in your service management and service operations solution, and actually have it present back to you the information that you need in the way that you can consume it. Really classic example, imagine with Service Desk that you want them to be able to rapidly register anything that's coming through as an incident that's a duplicate on a touch of a button. And think about your self-service experience. What you really want is your customers to be able to go, I'm just a +1. I don't need to fill out a form. I don't need to do anything else. I'm just +1 on that particular type of incident. And this is where we're going with machine learning. And certainly in February next year, this is the type of capability that we're rolling out. Now think about problem management. Over the years, all these years, in fact, around proactive problem management, What I wanted was a system that would go through all of my data across all of my service management processes, and in particular, looking at incidents, apply natural language processing and produce me a heat map. Where should I be focusing my time? Where am I getting matches and things which look like they're reoccurring incidents? Where do I need to start doing root cause analysis? What can I drill down on and have a look at those? Problem investigation will be kicked off once I've identified and prioritized things. This is where we're going with the future.
Yeah, thanks, Christine. One particular passion of mine is the sort of AI-based operations, and it's just interesting to think back of, we think of a traditional 3-tier application that we used to manage, database server, application server, web front end. You compare that now to cloud applications. Cloud applications, you've literally got hundreds, if not thousands, of little pieces or microservices that are interconnected and are making up that application. It's almost impossible for operations teams to keep pace with that and manage that without the help of intelligent platforms. What we are seeing within enterprise organizations, they may have 10, maybe 20 different monitoring technologies all across the service stack. Backup, maybe storage monitoring systems, network monitoring systems, something for Azure or something from AWS. But what we're looking to do now is how can we get all that information around our service into one place? And the reason for that is if we do, we can get AI, machine learning models being run across that data to give us a holistic view of the service. And if we have that holistic view of the service, then the system can actually start to learn about that service and application and say, what is normal? What's normal behavior for that? So for example, if you have a backup running on a particular application at 2:30 on a Friday night, you may slow things down for a couple of hours. So what? That's okay. That's known. What the real problem is, if things are the same speed at that time, then you've got a problem because that backup's not working. But having that sort of predictive insight is really, really key. Now, if you can sort of combine that information all around that service with a real-time view of that topology, top to bottom, and all the data points within that being there, you can really, operations teams really start to get that insight and predictive insight of any issues that may be service affecting, and get to the smoke before it becomes a fire. Or if there are issues out there, because you've got everything in one place, it makes it really easy to get to that mean time to identification much, much quicker.
Yeah.
So the final one from me today, before I pass it back to Christine, is around, again, this is a really interesting area, especially in dynamic cloud environments, is around capacity management.
Yeah, you need to wrap up, guys.
Okay. So within capacity management, so one of the key areas there is around predictive modeling. So with predictive modeling, we've got, if you just imagine you've got the situation where you can look at your online website and say, hey, what happens if I get 30% more traffic on my website? What would be great is to be able to systems to sort of to say, I know exactly what capacity, what service level that you've got behind that to ensure that your service is maintained. So that's really one area, and another area that AI is giving you that view.
And lastly, just wrapping it up in AI insights, wouldn't it be great to have a dashboard that not only gives you those insights automatically, but it allows you to produce your PowerPoint pack for your executive briefing, circulate that, get further insights and actions, and then publish that automatically.
So look, that's our 10 minutes, and we've tried to talk as fast as we can, but just to let you know, this is all available now on AWS in Australia, which is great. If you want any more details, you want to chat around any of these topics today, chat to Christine and I, and we will be happy to answer any questions. Thanks so much, everybody, for listening, and have a great conference. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys. Okay, we do need to move on. So yes, we are moving next to, where are we moving to? ACT, Andrew Ritchie. I think we are.
Thanks, Catherine. It's Andrew Ritchie here. How are you? And Sue Lamont with me as well. Okay, someone's still sharing the other screen. I need to get that control back, please.
Good.
Thank you. Let me just get them up.
Oops, hang on, sorry. Just a bit of it. In fact, can you see that screen? Oh no, it's the wrong spot, sorry. Wrong beginning. Try that. Can you see that now, Catherine?
No, I'm just seeing
hang
the
on.
name.
Sorry, I must have hit the wrong button. My screen share's gone walkabout on me. Hang on. Oops. Back. Okay, share screen. That's what I want. Okay, excellent.
Yes.
You all see that now? Fantastic. Okay,
Yes.
sorry for the delay, folks. Yeah, so thanks very much for your time today. I'm presenting today with Sue Lamont from Fujitsu. She'll be coming on just shortly. And I'm from Splunk, as you can see on the front of the slide screen there. So basically today we'll be talking about work challenges, enabling our customers to work from home, answering these challenges and potentially preparing for similar events in the future. And as the other guy said earlier, they think this problem may not happen again. I have great fears that we actually will. So if we're prepared now, we'll be ready for next time. We're going to look at a few solutions that are both technical and non-technical. So you get a bit of a blend of different ideas through the presentation. Okay, and as per everyone else, if you've got any questions at all during the session, please throw them into the Q&A section. Sue and I will pick them up if we can. If we don't get time, we can always catch up later on with the presentation pack. Okay, so the first area we want to talk about today was around technology challenges. Okay, so one of the first things we noticed here in Canberra was we had a lot of customers who didn't actually have the technology capacity to actually have all staff working from home. Very interesting to watch, but people did hustle very well, I must say. They got a lot of equipment up and running very quickly. The external network traffic now was far beyond any expectations, basically because everyone's coming in through the front door and not coming in through internal networks anymore. Okay, many of those organisations, as I said, didn't have enough IT equipment for people to work from home. So there was a lot of beg, borrowing and stealing happening across our little environment. Okay, in terms of some technology solutions, one of the things we did notice was there was a lot of issues around people with home routers that weren't secured effectively and efficiently. So a lot of work went into people creating processes and procedures where they actually fixed up those routers and made sure they were secure. Classic one there is if people are interested is go and have a look at your password and your logon credentials for your router. A lot of older ones will be admin. Okay, we had a lot of agencies around town, or customers around town, I should say, who were working on improving their external networks because a lot of that internal traffic was now going out through the front door and through the gateways. A lot of work done. People hustled very quickly to get a lot of things working in a very short time frame. As everyone's mentioned today, instant messaging has become the new norm, as much as we love it or hate it either way, but it is the new norm. We had a lot of people with BYO devices that could have been their own personal laptops, new laptops by the agency or tablets or whatever, and they were all repurposed to work devices, which also led to some other interesting issues. Okay, now I hope everyone gets the humour in this this slide. If you do, that's really good. If you don't, you will. Okay, so on to the next section. So as we all know, and everyone's mentioned previously, we can have limited face-to-face meetings. And as the guys were saying earlier, I find that really challenging personally. I think you get a lot more out of those meetings face-to-face, but we have to move with the times and what's available. Another key area which no longer works is that patching of infrastructure by the actual customers. So you as the end user become a lot more responsible for making sure things are patched. As I mentioned earlier, instant messaging has become the new norm. Love it or hate it, it is what we are going to have to use going forwards. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of issues around routers being secured. Also, the other thing was operating system patches. Because people have to take care of their own equipment, it's one of those things a lot of people don't do at home as regularly as they should, and backups into that same category too. We now have 1 million different online meetings available. So I've used Zoom, WebEx, Teams. There's a Google version as well. So everything's out there that's available to people to use. Another key area we noticed was around monitoring application behaviour, not just inside the current customer environment, but from the outside as well, because it would now no longer have the ability to say, oh, it's definitely an internal issue or definitely a piece of infrastructure we can control. It may not be. So you need external access as well. Now, other key area for us that we noticed around town a lot of was that security risk issue. So some security controls were, let's call it unintentionally bypassed or made light to allow staff to work from home, or things were done in a manner where it was a lot more inefficient to work from home. Again, home equipment was not secured. Again, no one's fault particularly. No one saw COVID coming and no one was prepared for it. Again, we have to move very fast. And that's one thing I did notice around town, which is really good to see, is everyone hustled to solve those security risks as fast as physically possible without compromising security at its core. So what we saw was a lot of work that went into getting those routers secured. So people were given scripts, processes and procedures to follow, made it as easy as possible. Still there was challenges, but again, there was a really good attempt to try and secure those routers. Another example is there's a large rollout of two-factor authentication devices, or again, there was always that potential where the security risk could be accepted by the customer if they needed to. Okay, now I'm just curious from everyone, does everyone have 4,000 different IM solutions now? Is it reminding anyone of email by chance in terms of how much traffic you're now generating? I've now been across half a dozen different IM tools, and each one of them I get flogged like we do with emails previously. But my email traffic's dropped, which is really good. Now, the other one I wanted to check with everyone, did everyone notice, for the older people in the crowd, including myself, does anyone notice this from the 70s? The Brady Bunch were ahead of their time. They knew Zoom was coming and they knew it was going to be popular in 2020. Okay, with that, I'll hand over to Sue to talk about the next section.
Good afternoon and hello. My first part of the presentation, I'd like to talk a little bit about the chaos that ensued. And I remember at the time we were still dealing with the fatigue of the bushfires and I think the overall sadness that generated with all the loss of the creatures and just the loss of properties and the terror of where it was going to go. We also had normal BAU things happening. So, you know, I remember in one particular customer site, there were blocked toilets and we had to relocate the staff who were still on site to other areas. And so all of these things were going and were happening, and all of a sudden they've said, everyone go and work from home. So of course there was a lot of chaos. And, you know, wherever chaos happens and wherever you have massive business change, who are the first people, who is it that all the users call? Who is the first point of contact that the users call? And it's usually the IT service desk, because they're the ones who help. And so we were getting all sorts of questions in our customer sites around, you know, obviously around their IT, but also, you know, can I take my desk, my monitor? Can I take my chair? What are my WHS challenges? How do I get those dealt with? All sorts of things. And we also had a lot of confusion around what to do and what not to do. And in Canberra, as you can imagine, we have a number of government agencies where security is paramount. And so, you know, at first we're like, oh, use Zoom, everyone, it's easy, it's quick. And then, you know, 2 days later, don't use Zoom, it's not secure. So a lot of that happening. And in addition to the confusion, as we've already mentioned, some things just no longer worked. So, you know, tapping a colleague on the shoulder, and which we tended to, as a culture, as a behaviour, just adopt. It was easier just to ask someone, hey, do you know this? The resolution for some things no longer worked. We had a workaround when a person was in the office that you could ignore a certain security issue message because we knew that the patches would maybe get to them at night. But at home, getting that 5 days in a row, that workaround was no longer valid and actually promoted a lot of vulnerability. So, and you know, that wasn't checked. That sort of stuff wasn't checked. Obviously, face-to-face meetings were no longer working at all. And just bringing on new staff, starting new people and exiting staff, you know, it was very challenging in this new environment where we were all working from home. And so before I go on to how we would solve that, I'm just curious to see if anyone can guess which ITIL practice that we would be focusing on in order to answer to some of these challenges before I jump into it. Anyone? No? Well, I'll just move in then, shall I? I'll move on. So the answer is knowledge management. It's often one of those core heart of service management, and it's always often overlooked. And we make so many mistakes with this. So really, when you're talking about just this basic core knowledge, you're talking user facing, and you're providing information to your end users to help them self-diagnose and resolve. And remember, we've got to make it easy for them to use it, easy for them to find things, and we've got to make it trusted. Because if they can go there to get their questions answered, then it saves everyone for them having to call in and then take potentially longer, and for them to be affected for a lot longer. And the other aspect of knowledge, and whilst knowledge is across the organisation and across the life cycle of everything, you know, we're talking here about minimising the impact to the end user. So the service desk is your next area that you would need to focus on and make sure that there's solid knowledge. And remember, and we've had this with other presenters have reinforced this message, is that they're our front door. The service desk is the front door for IT users. For users in the business, and it's our first best opportunity to present a great face and to give them a good service. And so in order to do that, we need to make sure that they have the right knowledge. The service desk has the knowledge in order to resolve their issues, and if not to resolve them, to move it on to where it can be resolved. Just also remember that good points regarding knowledge is that ensure that the SDAs capture in the tool, so feedback that knowledge is or isn't good, or it's present or it's not present, or, you know, so that culture of feedback on knowledge as well is really important. One of the challenges I've had in many customer sites is that everyone thinks the knowledge is service desk owned and should be generated, created and managed by service desk. And that is in fact actually not true in many ways. In fact, probably 10% of knowledge should be created by service desk. The rest of it needs to be generated, created and managed by both the business and IT. Ensure, a good point is to ensure you can actually create, review, approve and publish in your service management tool, not in Word or SharePoint or elsewhere, but put it in the tool, because then the tool can use it to manage incidents. It's easy to find, it's relevant, and it ties into everything else. So I just quickly wanted to go through a few points to show you what might happen, some symptoms if you haven't got good solid knowledge capability. That would be when the service desk owned the bulk of the knowledge. That's not great, because again, don't forget, you may not have had business approval for that knowledge. It may be wrong. It's just not appropriate. I've seen it many ways where information is passed to and from the service desk via emails, and that's, yeah, it's just wasted time for everyone. If there's issues between the service desk and resolver teams, often you will find it's due to knowledge. It's due to a lack of or poor quality of knowledge. And big business or IT changes will create chaos in any environment for months and months if you don't have good knowledge. And metric-wise, there's a low fixed on first or an excessive average time to resolve as a result of poor knowledge. So I'll quickly keep going, as I know we've time for this one, but basically these are some of the things of benefits of a mature knowledge. And again, if we have another COVID or if something like that happens again, we can adapt and adopt a lot more quickly with a solid knowledge management capability. Staff don't need to rely on what their colleagues know. And we do reduce average time to resolve and increase our fixed on first, which as many other presenters have already said, that's really one of the keys. We need to get that issue resolved at that first point of contact. And that is, and just a few other little points there. Sorry to rush through that last part. And now I'll hand back over to Andrew for the next part. Thanks.
Thanks, Sue. There was one slide, which is that one, which I do love. So hopefully, again, if you're a bit of a movie buff, you get the reference there. It is all about having that single source of truth. There was one question in the messages or the Q&A section about someone asked about getting massages at work and that whole making people feel more comfortable. Had that at one of my previous companies. Fantastic, best idea ever. Trying to get it at home, but that could be a bit of a challenge. But okay, so now we'll just move on very quickly to the next section. So what I wanted to talk about in this next section is around if we have people working remotely, how are we knowing that they're successful? So this comes back to that whole, we have to gather data to understand if things are going well. We need to know what they're working on, and if they're having problems working on something, why is it they're having those problems? And this is where I believe we have, with good volumetrics or monitoring, you can actually see issues as they're starting to arise rather than when they've all hit and there's a giant flood of issues. So the question becomes is, what do we want to monitor? How can we monitor those things? What benefits do we get from proactive monitoring versus reactive monitoring? And who wants to do the monitoring? Now, what I've got in the next few slides is just a few areas where we've seen a lot of analysis being done just to understand what's happening across those virtual private networks and understand, what kind of failures people have been having, what applications that they're using. So again, if you've got those high value applications that generally get used a lot, you want to make sure they are still getting used, even though it may not be as efficient because they're being worked on remotely. And where are people working from, which is another good one too. So what I've got here, just a quick screen snap showing some that kind of information. Again, it can all be gathered. You can look at those key areas around how many VPN sessions are going. And again, if those numbers are low, it means something may be going wrong with your gateway into your agency or into your company. How many Zoom meetings are happening, or whatever your choice of video conferencing is. What's your most popular application today? And again, it could be an SAP, it could be Salesforce, could be whatever. Just it's interesting to keep an eye on those kind of things. Again, and the other key bit is around, we want to monitor failure and success, because if you don't know what's failing, you're never going to have a full picture of what's happening in your environment. Down the very bottom of that screen, you'll see again, you can map everything to physical latitude, longitude coordinates if you have a global presence and you need to know where your people are working and where they're coming in from. Okay, so the next one, it's around, again, it's down to that whole, what is your granularity you need? Do you need to know cities? Do you need to know countries? And where are those failures happening? Because if you're running a global enterprise, for example, you may have people coming in from half a dozen different countries or even higher. Again, depending if it's a internet-facing sales type company or if it's a it's a customer relations type company. Again, you need to know those facts and figures. So you might want to break it down by city, because you might have heard that, oh, this certain city's having some kind of major telco issue, and you're getting less and less activity from there. So it matches in what you're seeing as well. Again, you may want to also monitor. So where are those people coming in from? And let's see it over time. And again, you might need real time. You might need batch information up to whatever the customer needs. Again, and then even deeper if you need to drill down to have a look at things like, well, what are those failures and why did they fail? So again, when something's happening rather than just something just crashed and burned. So again, having a 92% success rate is good, but can we get it higher? Are we doing something? Are we missing some obvious things? What do we want to do? And again, those failures to authenticate are key. That's always a very interesting one to watch. Okay, so the last section of this area is around online meetings. Again, given the fact that we've moved to those online meetings, it's how used are they? So again, you might want to know about how many active meetings, how many people are in it, length of meeting, how long the average is, shortest meetings, whatever it is you're interested in knowing. Are they scheduled meetings? Are they instant messages, instant meetings? What are they? Where are they coming from? So it could be phone, or it could be from desktops, could be whatever. Okay, and by the way, yes, you may want that on a mobile device, because people these days, they want to know everything on the move. So again, you're not going to be sitting at your desk looking at things all the time. If you can get all that information on a mobile phone, fantastic, all power to you. Okay, and with that, I'll hand back to Sue for the last section.
So the other challenge that we had with COVID was that was highlighted by COVID was at a more high level, a more strategic level, and that was our service contracts. So often we go away and I'm just trying to move this on. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry. So we're in service contracts. Does it deal with COVID? And it doesn't. So massive changes to the business and what it needs doesn't really get enabled in service contracts. And so I know in a number of cases we had gone to the customer and said, okay, you know, let's almost treat us like a body shop, if you like, so we can move where you need us to. But then the customer would still come back and say, hey, how come you haven't, you know, how come we've got overdue or SLAs that are being failed around incident management. We had increasingly huge volumes on the service desk, but didn't resource appropriately because our mechanisms for looking at volumes and answering to it from a demand point of view weren't really in place to enable that sort of quick turnaround. You know, our contracts are outdated, and when I look at some of the things that are happening now, and especially with ITIL V4 where it's value focused, our old way of creating service contracts does not work. We had a number of customers that went from being massive organisations to being lights on only. If you can imagine, hospitality and travel industries were severely affected, and so, you know, how did we then respond? How did we work with those people to help with what we were meant to be delivering? We also then at a more micro level had the challenge of, well, we have a group of staff and some who may be doing, you know, they may be doing problem management. It's probably not a good example, but we needed more people in other areas like answering phones and triaging and service desk, as opposed to doing other roles. So how did we quickly move them from one to the other? The businesses also, you shut down a lot of projects and had staff sitting there doing nothing while other staff were being way overworked and way overwhelmed. And COVID also brought about a change in, I guess, let's say business patterns or work hours. So we had contracts that said basically business hours 9 to 5, whereas staff were now working from home and may start at 7 or 8 and may work until 9 or 10. So support hours even had to be relooked at. So the solution of that is, let's get to the value focus. Let's get to what all these methodologies tell us we should be looking at, and let's align our contracts to that. Let's start talking about SLAs that answer to value and not to a call pickup time, for example. Yesterday, it was all about stability, and today it's massive change. And as we've seen, tomorrow it's going to be about automation, IA, and innovation. So we need to ensure our service contracts are aligned and enable that to happen with the business and us as partners. And as mentioned, have SLAs measure value, not the old standard SLA metrics. And that is all from me. I'll just hand over to Andrew. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks everyone. That's basically Sue and my area completed. We had just a few questions in line. If you have any more, please feel free to put them in there. We'll answer them as we can. And if not, we can always respond to anyone. As I said, Sue works for Fujitsu, so reach out to her, or I'm at Splunk, so again, feel free to reach out to us. Cool, and with that, Catherine, did you want me to do the introduction to the guys at Avanti now, or did you have something else?
Well, you've still got a couple of minutes if you want to use them for question and answer.
Yeah, so if anyone has any other questions, I'm just having a look at them now.
Yeah, have a look at the Q&A, see if there's something in there.
Okay, so Peter asked a question about measuring value. Do you want to respond to that, Sue?
That's really complex. And Peter, I'd love to maybe have a chat with you offline. Yeah, there's a few ways you can have some standard, like obvious ones, reduce risk, increase user satisfaction. And then, you know, there can be some standard metrics that you apply to that through the reporting and monitoring and things like that. But very complex. Can I answer it in a more formed way and send that off in our pack? Is that okay? Yeah.
Just trying to think.
Yes, he said sure.
Yeah, okay, Peter asked a question about Microsoft received a lot of flack about their employee surveillance metrics, masquerading as... yeah, that is you do need to apply those metric gathering to I said again, for me, it's about doing it at a technical level rather than doing it to actually measure people performance. I mean, if you're going to be doing people performance, then sure, measure people performance, but don't try and cover it up as metrics around other IT solutions. So that's again, for me, it's just you need to be more clear and concise about what you actually want to measure and why you're measuring it. Again, measure things for a productive reason or for a business reason, not because you want to be just watching your people work. And that was part of my joke in the comedy thing there earlier, was about, you know, watch the cloud, not the cloud going past what the real cloud's doing. And your boss watching your emails, again, that's not the kind of metrics I'm talking about. It's more about the system is performing as per expectations. If that makes sense. I think that's all the questions.
Okay, well, if you want to move on to introducing our next partner, which is Ivanti. Yes.
I will indeed.
They're all online.
Excellent. I'll just bring my slideshow back up. Oops. Yeah, right, share slide, share screen. Oh, someone else has taken it over. He's already there. Okay, so that's good. So what I'd like to do today, ladies and gentlemen, is thank Ivanti for their much appreciated support. We couldn't do these kind of sessions without you guys, so we really do appreciate it. Today, the guys will be talking about next generation service management shift all the way left and beyond level 0. Today's presenters are Gary Wong, who's a senior sales engineer, and Brandon Edney, who is a territory sales manager. And with that, I'll hand over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, and a good afternoon to everybody. So my name is Brandon Edney, and as was mentioned, I'm the Territory Sales Manager for Ivanti, based out of sunny Melbourne today. And I have Gary Wang with me, who is our subject matter expert for service management. Gary, you'd like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, good afternoon all. Name's Gary Wang. I've been with Ivanti for just over 21 years now. But like Brandon said, you know, pretty passionate about service management. I'm also part of the ITSM committee in New South Wales.
Thanks, Gary. So just what we're going to talk about today is the shifting left beyond level 0, the next generation service management. And we're going to start with a quick introduction to Ivanti for those people who don't know us and where have you been. And then we're going to talk a bit about shifting left. And then Gary's going to just run through some scenarios and showcases of our solution. So, do you like to forward the slide, Gary?
Yep.
So again, Ivanti. So Ivanti's DNA basically began in 1985, and that's through the Landesk side of our business. Ivanti was formed with the merger of Landesk and Heat Software about 4 or 5 years ago now. We're still privately owned. We're headquartered in Salt Lake City in Utah. We did have 10 acquisitions up until a couple of days ago. Now we've got 12 with the exciting news of the acquisitions of Mobile Iron and Pulse Secure, which are integrated into the business as of 2 days ago. We're 27,500 customers worldwide, managing a hell of a lot of endpoints, 47 million endpoints. 1,700 employees, which has grown again, obviously, and over 1,500 partners worldwide. So what do we do? What does Ivanti stand for? Well, our strategy is around unified IT. And what that means is we have our enterprise service management suite of solutions, which we'll talk a bit about today, which is the hub of which everything else rotates around. But we also provide not only the service management piece, but also the ability to take action through our endpoint management solutions, our workspace solutions, and our patch and security solutions. So not only do we fix, we can actually make the fixes to your endpoint devices and provide that whole 360-degree view of your IT infrastructure through our discovery solution and our reporting capabilities. And I suppose our greatest asset we've acquired over the last few years is our ability to automate. And we'll talk a lot about our automation capabilities today. Some exciting news from Ivanti for those people who subscribe to the Gartner Magic Quadrant. This is the 2019 quadrant you see on the left. In 2020, Ivanti were moved into the leader quadrant, one of the 3 IT service management vendors that are now in the leader quadrant, and that's really based on the work we've done on our service management solutions over the last 2 or 3 years, which really elevated us into that leader quadrant. The other part about that is on the critical capability side of things, Ivanti were the only vendor to be listed in the top 3 of all the key critical capabilities by Gartner, which again is just really underlines our service management capabilities. The other good bit of news we got just a couple of weeks ago was we are one of the only two vendors who are ITIL Force verified by the Pink Verify for the 11 practices that were available at the time. So we're one of the 2 vendors who made it on that list. So what are we going to talk about today? We're going to talk a bit about the shifting left. Now, for all the people on the call today, we've all talked about shifting left for a number of years now. It's one of the goals of IT was to try to move the service delivery and service support to level 1 or even beyond level 1 back to the employee to try to reduce the cost of providing service and also to make better use of our key resources in level 3, level 4, and level 2. And this was accelerated this year through COVID. We found with our customers that tapping level 2 or level 3 on the shoulder became very, very difficult because, hey, they're not sitting next to you anymore. They're sitting somewhere else in Australia, in the world, at home. So it was very, very difficult to try to escalate issues to level 2 and level 3. So customers were trying to find ways to shift left quickly. And as the slide shows, it's reduce costs, maximize resources, and increase efficiency. But with COVID, it became, because there was no other way to do it, we had to keep providing that level of service with resources basically distributed all over the place. So our customers just had to move very, very quickly here. The common strategies, obviously, for shifting left that we've seen, obviously self-service is the key one here. Allowing end users to be able to log their own issues, search knowledge, to resolve their issues before they got to the service desk was a key strategy. We just heard about knowledge management, and obviously, yes, knowledge management, providing the knowledge to our customers, also to the service desk analysts, so they can resolve issues and automate. Automate everything you can automate. Don't be doing password resets manually. Don't be distributing software manually. Try to take as much out of the hands of people and put it in the hands of machines. It was a key strategy. Now, all those are fine if you've started the process before COVID hit. But if COVID hit and you hadn't done some of that stuff, you were feeling a lot of pain. So what's the Ivanti strategy? Ivanti basically helped our customers in 2 key areas here. One is providing superpowers to the analyst. what does that mean? It just means service desk analysts, giving them the tools they need at their disposal, so they can try to assist and rectify issues from their customers at first level before it needs to be escalated. So just remove all that noise from level 2 and level 3. The other strategy we've promoted is self-healing. And this is something our customers have taken advantage of, especially during COVID. And self-healing means that before it actually becomes an issue, before the customer recognizes they've got a problem, or before the service is degraded to a level where someone reports a problem, proactively detecting and monitoring key infrastructure, diagnosing, and then providing auto remediation of those issues before they are escalated to the service desk. So just removing the amount of calls that actually get to the service desk.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Brandon. This is something, we've seen in different shapes or forms over the decade and all, but yeah, it absolutely is something that is very real today. And yeah, something that I'll talk about in the next few slides.
Excellent.
Yeah, so just want to drill down into the superpowers for analysts. And I think that's a very good description of it, because with the analyst, there's a lot of things that they can't do at the service desk. And a lot of times that means when they start escalating to the level 2s and level 3s, that means more time, loss of productivity to the end users, and a lot of frustration to the end users. So a lot of things that we hear from the analyst is, give me real-time information about the endpoint, about the device, to be able to perform, execute stuff on the actual device itself, access the event logs, perform password reset, change the user's AD information, or even software installation as well. So a lot of these things previously was something that only a level 2 or level 3 could do. They need admin credentials and admin privileges, but now we've actually made it possible for the service desk to perform these tasks. And that's through our Neurons workspace. So as you know, like Brandon mentioned before, we've got our service management tool, the asset management tool as well. But the Neurons workspace, that's the one that's actually going to provide you that 360 view of devices real time. So this is using IoT technology to give you that information real time, not stale data that's a day old or even a week old, but to get that information real time so you can actually solve those issues right there and then. So for example, looking at a workspace out of the box, obviously we want you to have a lot of these functions as quickly as possible so you can get up and running with it. So if you look at the left, these are the things that we can do with Workspace. So we can give you the full device view, aggregate the inventory data, and as I said, real time. That is key to all of this, right? And performing these actions like execute scripts, detecting outages, identifying all these different issues on the endpoint itself, so we can actually remediate it, okay, with these superpowers. So a good example is this. So I've just drilled down into one of the workstations here, and from here, I can use the Edge Intelligence queries to actually perform these queries real time. So this is the analyst view at their desktop and just running these queries. So I can choose whatever category I want and perform these queries. So in this case, I'm looking at the event logs, but I can also look at things like blue screen crashes. And also you'll see down the track, I'll do one for the logon performance. Okay, so the other thing that we can do is, as I mentioned, perform actions. So on the right side of the screen, which is all configurable, by the way. So some of the options I've got here is where you can do things like password reset, resets, unlock the account, add them to different groups, remove them from different groups. So things that before, as I said, this is something that you would have had to escalate to a level 2 or level 3.
I suppose, Gary, where our customers got the real advantage from that is that this could be done, doesn't matter where they were sitting. They could be sitting in a cafe in outback Queensland. As long as they've got an internet connection, we can manage it. We can help them with their issues.
Yeah, that is so true. Yeah, that's one of the huge benefits that our customer got. Like, you don't have to be on the corporate network. You don't have to be connected to a VPN, like you said, just having that internet connection. That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There's customers who are looking at having to increase their VPN connections by 300% in some cases to get all their users connecting to back to base, but they didn't have to do it, which was saved them a hell of a lot of money and also helped them move exceedingly quickly to get people out of the office.
Yep, sure. Yeah, but this is something that we're excited about, going beyond level 0, because everyone's talking about being able to get customers to help themselves at level 0. But now we're actually going beyond that. This is where Hughlink comes in, because what we offer is, as it describes over here, an army of automation bots to be able to detect, diagnose, and remediate these issues. And it could be anything from compliance issues, performance issues, or even security issues. So if you're not patched up and all, we can actually detect that and actually deploy the patches automatically. But just to walk you through a typical scenario where user's application has crashed, and then they'll have to reach out to the service desk or go through the online portal, if there's one, and then they'll try to do some troubleshooting to get to the bottom of the issue, and if they can't resolve it, it gets escalated. Again, that's more frustration to the user, more remote control sessions, and eventually they get to the resolution. So something like that, could take hours, days, or even weeks before you get a resolution. And in today's world, that's not acceptable. So, with real-time detection, we can work out what these issues are. We can identify if these are common issues, and we know exactly what actions to take to remediate these issues. So by performing these automated resolutions, we also want to raise a ticket, obviously, with ITIL, want to log the incident and even a request, but in this case, you log the incident and even notify the user as well. So again, out of the box, we provide a whole bunch of different capabilities to detect application crashes, low disk space, disk performance, blue screen crashes. Even the battery health is running really low. That's a really good use case, and I'll talk about that. And yeah, so all these are available out of the box. And so the way it works is we use those bots, and then we have a schedule that goes every day, every week, or however often you want, and perform these remediation tasks. And if there's any issues that were resolved, we make a note of that by updating the CI, and also creating a ticket in your service management tool, and of course notifying the end user as well. Okay, so just really quickly, this is the problem that we currently face. The user has an issue with the battery life of the laptop, and then eventually decides that, okay, it is an issue and needs to be replaced. Reach out to the service desk, then finally, they get in contact with the manufacturer, try to get a battery replacement, and finally it arrives and they get it replaced. Unfortunately, that also means the time to resolve goes up, cost goes up, more service management resources are taken up, and productivity of the end user goes low, and the perception of IT goes low. But with the bots that we have in place, we can actually see that the user is having an issue with the battery health, because all that is detected by the bots. And if we detect that, then what we can do is automatically raise a ticket within your service management tool. And from there, raise a purchase order, or even if it's under warranty, get a replacement from the manufacturer. And of course, then the battery is shipped out and the user gets the battery replaced without even having to raise that issue to the service desk. So proactively doing all this, that's what we're getting to, okay? So that's a simple example. And of course, the perception of IT is, wow, this is awesome. You guys are ahead of the game, right? But let's take it into the next level. Okay, so this is something which I know a lot of people have issues with, login performances, unless you're using a Mac. So with login performances, sometimes it takes up to 10 minutes to get onto your workstation. And of course, that's the classic case where someone logs on and goes off and makes a coffee and then comes back and it's still going. So they eventually had enough and reaches out to the service desk and raises a ticket. And of course, then service desk can't resolve the issue. Then it gets passed along to second level, third level to actually perform diagnostic tests and get to the bottom of the issue. So again, the same sort of business outcomes. But with Neurons, the bot can actually detect where we've got a terrible logon experience, and these are thresholds that you can define. So in this case, we're saying over a minute, but it could be over 10 minutes, and being able to then probe the device to understand exactly what's causing those issues. So a lot of times it could be drive mappings, failure of drive mappings, or even roaming profiles, especially with everyone using Teams and streaming lots of videos. So it escalates, and you have gigs of data that you have to download each time. So instead, by detecting these issues, and again by identifying these issues, we know what sort of fixes to apply to those workstations, and we can actually do that automatically in the back end without the user even raising that as a concern. So
and this was one of the really common ones used by our customers, because when they sent their workforce home, one of the things they couldn't control was internet speeds. Everybody had different internet speeds, right? But what they could control was how those logons worked and how and fix them. So we have plenty of customers who when they try and log back into base, it's taken them a lot longer than it did when they were sitting at their desk.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, so just before we end the session, I just want to wrap up with this quick short video. This is where we get into Edge Intelligence, and from here you can just perform, like a natural language search. So show me all the login performances for a specific area if you want. And so in this case, I'm drilling down to all those devices that has a terrible logon performance, and drilling down into one of these sessions. I can then drill down into, let's go pick out one device here. So in that logon session, as you can see, it's all over 1 minute in this case. That's bad for me, but you can see on the right side, the roaming profile size, it's huge. So with that, we know exactly what issues we have to remediate. And if there's drive mapping issues as well, again, that's something that we can fix. So I'm actually going to take you to the next step, which is where I'll show you how we actually construct these bots, okay? So this is one for user productivity. I'm just going to search for login performance. So this is the bot for login performances. So it's very much like a workflow. So there are 3 different types of scenarios where if we encounter bad login performances where the disk is full, that could be one of the causes. Then we have a remediation for that. The drive mappings have failed. Again, I can raise a ticket with your service management tool. And if the login profile has a roaming size over X amount, then we can take the actions to clear it out. And of course, as part of that, we need to log the machine and reboot the machine, which is everything that you can do. But from a user's experience, this is all they see, right? They just see, oh, there's some task that's been performed on my workstation. So cleanup in progress, cleanup's completed, and then it performs all the other tasks. So they don't even know that all these self-heal things are actually happening in the back end. And as you can see over here, it's raised a ticket in our service management tool as well. Okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that was a quick run through of what I want to show you today.
So thanks, Gary. So that's it from Ivanti. I want to thank you all for participating today, and thank you to the ITSMF for inviting us to this. Ivanti have had a long relationship with ITSMF Australia. Gary and I have been doing these conferences for, we're giving away our age here, Gary, but I think I've missed one in 17 years. I think Gary's done them all. So thank you again for allowing us to be here, and we can't wait to see you guys in person next year.
Yeah, thanks guys. It was great to see you again, actually.
Yes, it is very good to see you, Catherine. Hey.
So yeah, so hopefully we can see each other in person again sometime soon in the new year, maybe.
Absolutely. It's a glass of wine with my name written all over it.
That's right. So it's a great overview. Thank you very much. I really love the term neurons for healing. I really like that. That's cool.
Thanks, Catherine.
Awesome. Cheers, all.
Okay, thank you. So we probably now need to move. Okay, so in the true sense of the moving time zones and follow the sun, we're actually moving now to the Northern Territory. So I'm going to hand you over to Karina Bourne from Northern Territory. She's the chair of that branch. Take it away.
Hi everybody. The NT committee has started talking to Katrina McDermott back in 2019 to bring her up to Northern Territory to present on bringing together ITIL 4 and the human-centred design. We was all set for Q1 when travel became a dream, so I'm so excited to see her speech today at the Young Convention after a lot of conversations. A little bit more about Kat. She's an ITIL master and not only an ITIL 4 trainer, but she also coaches IT operational professionals to affect change. Previously a co-chair shared with Qatar Airlines of an airlines operation board representing over 300 airlines. She is an author and contributed to the official revised version of ITIL 4 and multiple white papers. Katrina and Lisa are going to take us through how to utilise the portal and infuse human-centred design to deliver ITIL 4 to an amazing effect, and I can't wait to see it. I'll pass you over to Katrina McDermott.
Hi, Karina. How are you going? Thank you for that lovely introduction. Can I just confirm, Karina, you can hear me?
I can hear you and I can see your slides, but I can see.
Wonderful. That's the most important thing. You can see my slides. Hi, everyone, and a very big welcome. As Karina said, I'm here to present ITIL and what I've been doing since COVID first hit, actually. So I'll kick off because we do have some time constraints. I'd love to be able to speak all day to you all. So on that note, a very big welcome and thank you to ITSMF for the opportunity to speak today and to discuss my approach to create the best ITIL training in the world. So my name's Katrina McDermott, as Karina said, also known as Kat. As Karina said, I'm an ITIL 4 trainer, ITIL 4 master, and a global ambassador. And I'm also an author of ITIL 4, a contributing author to the official publications. Along with me today is my business associate, Lisa. Lisa is going to present the portal to me and we'll hear more about her in a moment. But essentially, Lisa was the head of capability for APAC at Google, a founder of a learning technology company and an award-winning entrepreneur. These are some of our clients that we've had the opportunity to either train and or coach in ITIL 4 and human-centered design. So why did I do this? Most of you may know me or may not. I can't see who's on the call, but just very briefly, my background was in the aviation industry, and because of COVID, like most people, my job was impacted. So I had to do something different. So essentially, I wanted to follow my passion, and my passion is service management, ITIL. And also I wanted to find a unique way of passing my knowledge on of ITIL. And hence, that's why I created the best training in the world. On today's presentation, we're going to talk about ITIL learning, the good and not so good. Even though I'm an ambassador for ITIL, I still have some thoughts about where we could improve it. We're going to just briefly discuss what human-centered design is, just to ensure we all have an understanding, and learning about human-centered design through the portal. When I was creating my portal with Lisa, we had the following guide rails. It had to be fun, interactive, applicable, community-based, and global. And ITIL espouses it's about outcomes, not outputs. So for those attendees that have done an ITIL 4 course, hopefully you remember that ITIL 4 really is about outcomes. But in our research of looking at other training organisations, what we found was it really was about outputs for the most part. Training organisations, spoke very widely about their pass rates, etc. To me, learning ITIL is not just about a pass rate. To me, that is an output. And it's about learning and understanding and applying it, creating a community. And I quite like this analogy. You may pass the exam, but really you will walk out of there and you're like, well, now what? I've done it. I don't understand what I'm meant to do. And I hear that comment very frequently when I'm doing consulting in organizations, that they've done the training and the exam, passed, but now what? And that was a very big catalyst for me to ensure that it's not just about passing an exam. It's about an experience of learning ITIL and service management. And it's about you as my customers, real world skills that drive meaningful business impact. And I know that's words on a screen, but it's very, very important to me and Lisa in the design of our portal. And for those attendees that have seen me present before, I quite often ask this question, and this is the answers I get. Karina, I'll put you on the spot. Can you guess what the question I ask is?
I have absolutely no idea.
Go on. So the question I ask an audience is, what do you think the business thinks of IT? Does that make sense now, Karina?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And no matter where I am in the world, because before COVID I had the opportunity to present around the world, no matter what company I'm in, this is the sort of answers I get. And this is truthful. And to me, we need to do things differently in IT. And what I am passionate about is including human-centered design in the design of our practices and how we design our services. Because the answer's in front of us. We don't do things very well. The business don't value us. They think we're slow, we're complicated, we're expensive. And I want to be in a world where next time I ask this question, we get positive results. So just before Lisa gives us a demo of the portal, as I said, I just wanted to spend some moments discussing what human-centered design is. And excuse me for those that do know, but I just wanted to make sure that we're all aware of what it is and why I believe we need to include it in ITIL. And again, I've used this example many times that in ITIL, we typically make the erroneous assumption that all end users are the same. And by that, we create these processes to say the end user contacts the service desk. The end user does that. One, I don't like the word end user. I think they're our customers, but anyway. And so what we need to do is start thinking about the people we're designing the services for, not grab best practice from a book and implement that. And in a lot of the times, I actually say, best practice dictates, for example, that we call the end user 3 times before a ticket gets resolved. Well, closed, I should say. I actually don't agree with that. I mean, why? So we have to start questioning, and that's what human-centered design does. It actually questions what we think is the norm. And that's another presentation I could do. And I won't read this word for word, but it's really about empathy. It's not about us thinking, oh, I've already told the end user that, they don't get it, or they're not reading the knowledge articles. It's about really understanding them and then designing the solutions. And similar to what James was saying earlier, we do it in small steps, we build and test, and we put solutions out into the world to improve the customer experience. And all of this is my foundations for creating the portal, thinking about the people that are learning the ITIL portal and creating business outcomes. And as Karina mentioned too, I'm an ITIL master. What that means is that it's the highest certification awarded by Axelos in the certification scheme of ITIL. There's only 3 of us in Australia. But when I started to learn about human-centered design, I found that there was a lot of synergies. ITIL in the early versions had a phase in the life cycle called service design. And they both essentially want the same thing. So again, it just gave me more fuel to go, why don't we use human-centered design more in IT? And so I was saying earlier that, ITIL makes the assumption about end users. And so here's an example. We've got 2 customers. I won't read that word for it, but they sound very similar. So again, we have end users that call the service desk. But we have end users that want something or need to ask a question. Again, we've just got this one type of end user. But in fact, as we can see, our end users may seem the same, but in fact, they're very different. And again, designing services and designing learning experiences for the different type of people. And I'm really going to skip over this slide because hopefully everybody on this conference knows what ITIL is. So again, ensuring we understood all our customers, our approach included customer experience testing from around the globe. And it's not user testing, it's not functional testing, it's not requirement testing, it was customer experience testing. And that's, again, something I was passionate about. I wanted to find out, how did people feel when they were using our product? Did they have fun? Could they relate to it? And the response, I'm not sure if anybody saw my post on LinkedIn, but the response was absolutely phenomenal for requests to volunteer for our customer experience testing. The view went, got trending status that had over 30,000 views, and we had nearly 300 testers from around the world that applied for it. And this is what they said, and it was just absolutely terrific. And just to be, show a personal side of me that, when you go out on the scale such as we did globally, you have to start being thick-skinned, and I'm not very thick-skinned, but to get feedback like this was just simply the best feeling. The hard work that Lisa and I have put in the last 6 months just made it all worth it. We didn't get any negative feedback whatsoever. There was some obviously, which Lisa will explain, some areas where we've improved, or a lot of areas actually, based on feedback from around the globe. So we had operational people testing, we had CIOs testing, we had non-IT people testing, and we wanted to make sure that we are catering for all types of people, not IT people that are very process-driven, because that's typically our persona. We like to do a Visio map and follow process, and there's nothing wrong with that, but typically that's our personas in IT. But there's all different personas out there also. Again, if you've seen my post or been to any of my conferences, you may have met Tilly. Now, Tilly is a character I've created, and no guesses for what Tilly is an acronym of. And so why I created Tilly is I wanted your experience when learning ITIL, for Tilly to be there with you, to be guiding you, so you're not just feeling yourself alone when you're learning it. Tilly's there every step of the way. We've got very smart analytics in the background, which Lisa will also explain, and we're a very unique training company that does that. We understand your journey of how you've learnt, and we can adopt that. And Tilly is there for you all the way. And so we call Tilly your ITIL 4 coach. And we created an airline. I'm from the aviation industry, as I mentioned earlier, and it just made sense. Most people have travelled or have some experience with an airline. And so again, we wanted the training to be applicable. And so we based it on an airline called Fly First, and Tilly works at Fly First. And based on that, we're now ready to do the demo. So Lisa, I'm going to hand over to you.
Hi. Yeah, thanks, Kat. Kia ora from New Zealand. I'm actually dialing in from New Zealand where I live. As Kat mentioned earlier, my name is Lisa Parnas and I'm her technology partner and have been helping Kat bring her incredible vision to build the world's best ITIL training to life. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you Tilly and our portal. I'm also watching the Q&As, so we can also answer any of your questions at any time. And for the next kind of 6 to 7 minutes, I'm going to take you through our portal and then also how our wonderful customers helped us improve it and make it even better. Just clarifying, Kat, that you guys can see our portal.
Technology is great when it works. Perfect.
I just rather check. So this is our Fly First ITIL training portal. And Kat mentioned that we put human-centered design at the heart of everything and storytelling. So when you first enter our portal, you meet the main characters that will be helping you in your journey. So you meet Kat, the ITIL master, you meet Tilly, who's your coach, and then you meet the passengers, vendors, and staff of Fly First Airlines, which is the story or the business that Kat uses based on her experience in the airline industry to teach us about service management at Fly First and really bring each story to life. Now, Tilly has a really big role. She not only helps you navigate the course, but she also helps you get exam ready. She is both your cheerleader and your challenger. Next, I'm going to show you where you learn. So you navigate learning through this learning section here, and I'm just going to briefly introduce you to Tilly.
Hello, Tilly here, your ITIL 4 coach. We are now ready to depart on your ITIL 4 journey. Before we take off, to comply with our strict learning requirements, please listen to the following important announcement. Your learning comprises of all the gates you can see on your screen. The gates are aligned to the ITIL 4 learning syllabus and are
I'll take over from there. Thanks, Tilly. So as you heard, Tilly is a Canadian. We've got all countries from, or many countries from all over the world, just like our customers represented in our portal. So just like every single one of you is unique and you all like to learn in unique ways, no two people are the same. And so to keep your fabulous brains engaged, we've got a variety of different module design. And actually in our user testing, we asked people, we created 2 different types of modules. We created a module like this, which basically focuses on teaching through interaction, but also through slide decks, which does give us a comfort level. And in these slide decks, it actually talks to us. So if I was to show you this.
In this next part of the course, we are going to discuss a relatively new concept in relation to consumers. As defined by ITIL 4, a service consumer is a generic role that is used to simplify the definition and description of the structure of service relationships. Let's now look at this in greater detail.
Now, it may have been a long time since any of us have heard that noise of fasten your seatbelts, but we use the theme of the airline through everything. So we did find that a lot of people still love to have some traditional slides where they're coached through and talked to in order to learn. And so you can see that that's an example of a module that we have here. And then a second example of a module that we got feedback on was one where you get to investigate. So we can deeply engage your curiosity, which we know will really help you learn more deeply. And by engaging that, here's an example. So we still talk to you and explain things throughout the module. You still have Kat, and we've also got Dean and Lewis, who are from Fly First and are ITIL experts. But then we know that with service management principles and with IT principles, being able to investigate is really important. So as we're learning about the service value chain here, we can learn about opportunity and demand. We can still hear audio and we can see key messages at the same time, go back and forth as much as we want to, and yeah, actually investigate in the way that your curiosity piques. Now, we were thinking that we would get feedback that people either appreciated one or the other type of module, that they would either appreciate more traditional slides or decks, or that they would appreciate this type of free-flowing investigation. But actually, what feedback came back was that most people appreciated both equally, and they loved the idea of having variety of learning to help keep them engaged. Next, I'm going to show you a way that we have to revise. So I'm not sure if you guys find this when you're learning new things, but you'll forget 80% of new things that you've learnt within the first 4 days if you don't revisit it or apply it. And actually revisiting information very soon after you've actually heard it for the first time is really important. So I'm just going to hand over to Tilly, and she's going to talk to you about how we help you revise.
Attention iTool 4 passengers. I would like to make a brief announcement to help you in your iTool 4 learning journey. Here at Fly First, we have developed flashcards. Simply select any gate and we will prompt you to recall definitions, practices, purposes, key messages. Wow, almost everything about iTool 4 will be in the cards. And very importantly, if you are experiencing turbulence in your learning journey, you can access the cards anytime to help you get back on course. And Tilly's last tip, just before you sit your iTool 4 exam, go through each gate again. Thank you, and you may now resume study. Tilly.
The flashcards is something we've had users give us such wonderful feedback about. We've had them telling us that they have used them and tried them in team meetings, that they've used them from their phones when they're waiting for coffee, just doing a minute of revision here and there, and when they're on the go, because all of our content and the whole portal is accessible and really easy to engage with and navigate across all different devices, whatever your device or preference is. Next is testing. And we know testing is really important, especially with something like iTool 4 where you have an exam to sit. Now we've got 3 different types of tests. At the end of each module, you complete 7 to 10 questions, and we'll let you know whether you pass them or not as you go. Then we've got mock exams. Now this is where we simulate a mock exam environment. So the question format is exactly the way that the format is in your exam, with our little addition of an airline related countdown at the top here, which will count down to the 60 minutes that you have to answer your 40 questions. We also have Tilly questions. So I mentioned earlier that Tilly is your cheerleader and she's also your challenger. So Tilly is going to she's going to ask us 6 questions about the key concepts of service management. As we're selecting our answers, these ones are just multiple choice. If we get an answer wrong, then Tilly will give us, well, sometimes a little bit of a judgy face. I'm not going to lie about that one, but she'll also give us the right answer. So it's also another way to teach us as we go. I'll just move through these so I can show you that we're actually going to, at the end of each of the different types of questions that we ask, we give you the opportunity to learn from your rationale. And here is going to be one of the first, I guess, examples of user feedback that I wanted to share with you. So one of our wonderful users, experienced testers from Belgium, I believe, an American living in Belgium, he gave us the feedback that what his team really loved was they loved this, here's exactly what you got wrong and here's what you got right, so that they could learn from it. But he asked if we could just make this downloadable as a PDF, because they like to have the PDFs open next to revisiting their course materials in order to make it easier for them to learn. And so when we had to think about this, we asked a couple more questions. We asked, well, is there anything specific that they loved about it being a PDF, or what was their priority? And it was essentially, they just wanted to know what they needed to study. So what we did was we went back, and with their feedback, you'll actually see we created this section here. So once you have completed 80 key concepts just before, once you have completed a module, any answers or questions that you got incorrect appear here. So as you go back and revisit your module, you can see exactly what questions you got wrong and what you answered. We don't give you the right answer because it's important for your learning, for you to be able to find that yourself. But you can use this to help you make sure that you're able to find your answers correctly again the next time. Now, next I want to show you that we have some different, I mentioned that we had 3 different ways of testing you. So the next type of questions we have are not just multiple choice. So we've got lots of different types of questions to help keep you engaged. So we've got drag and drop questions where Tilly gives you feedback about what you're getting right and what you're getting wrong. We've got slider answers that work really well from mobile devices, or you can just select the answers here. We've got multiple choice. Ashel loves multiple choice questions. We've got slider questions. You get the drift. We've got about 8 different question types to help keep you engaged. And again, at the end of them, you know exactly what you got right or wrong. Next, I'd love to show you how we help you progress. And I'm going to hand it back to Tilly to share how we've crafted this.
Hello, and we hope you are enjoying your ITIL 4 journey. We have created a special page where you can see the progress of your ITIL 4 learning. Pretty cool, huh? I'll explain each classification you see on my left. Not boarded, you have not yet commenced the module. In flight indicates that you have and are progressing through the module. However, you have not completed the required testing before we can clear you for landing. If you see turbulence, this indicates you have completed the module. Great, but unfortunately the test you completed did not meet our minimal requirement score. Please remain seated and resume study. And finally, landed safely. Yay! You have successfully passed and complied with our strict learning requirements. You may now disembark.
So one of the pieces of feedback that we got from students who had done Kat's previous courses was even the students that realised they knew their content really well, there was still that bit of tension or nervousness about whether they were exam ready. So we take that nervousness away and we tell you exactly when you're exam ready, you will have landed every module safely, and Tilly will actually appear here with a badge and a reminder letting you know that you're ready. There's a couple of last key features. The next is storytelling. Now, these journey map is something that's really, really important. We partner with our clients and customers to learn about the stories that exist within their business. What is the real life that happens? And for example, in this Fly First journey, we met Vicky on our intro page. And Vicky here, well, unfortunately, guys, Vicky has a bit of a travel emergency. And so we partnered with one of our clients to understand exactly what kind of travel emergencies happen and what the flow through their business was with a booking emergency that Vicky was having there. And so this really kind of helps you understand not just what the situation is, but how ITIL applies to it and all the different stories and challenges that we talk about. And then lastly, Kat brings you experts in service management from all around the world to teach you their best practice. So you not only learn from an ITIL master like Kat, but you learn from wonderful humans like Jeffrey, who's an expert in configuration management, or Chris Dolphin on service industry excellence, and really learn from all of those really, really practical examples. And then I guess lastly, where to next for us is, as Kat mentioned, we had over 300 wonderful humans complete our user testing, our user experience testing. We've implemented 25 small and big changes based on their feedback, and we've got a few more to do from now. Back to you, Kat.
Great, thanks, Lisa. That was a fantastic demo. I always love seeing it. I'm going to reshare my screen. So just with the last 5 minutes of my presentation, I'm just going to talk briefly more about what my company does and the services that we do. So we just don't do ITIL 4 training. We're also developing human-centered design training in using the same format. Again, we're the only training organisation that has adopted this approach using ITIL and human-centered design in our learning. So we're also developing a course called ITIL and human-centered design, ITIL 4 for non-IT folk. I won't read them all, but one of my favourites, because that's what I actually did my master's on, was on service level agreements. For ITIL 4. As one of the speakers said earlier, ITIL 4 is all about value now, so we have to redefine how we write service levels, and we're developing a course on that also. So if anybody's interested in doing any of these courses, please do reach out. And I guess going back to what I was saying initially, that I think, in my humble opinion, the way we approach improvements in IT needs to be updated to include human-centered design, because we keep doing these improvements and we still don't get great perception of the business that we're a valued partner. And I'll just give you an example of what else my company also does, is that after I do the training, I'm often asked, what's next, Kat? I've done the training, what's next? And that's very true. And so I've created a framework on how to implement ITIL 4. And it's a very different approach. And again, using human-centered design and ITIL, define the value streams and implement the practice. So basically, and I'm mindful of time, so I'm going to go through this very quickly. But basically, traditionally, we implement a process such as incident management, problem management, change management. I don't agree with that. You should not implement a process or practice in isolation. You should implement a value stream, because a practice does not just work in isolation. So I wouldn't implement incident management. I would implement a value stream, or chain, I should say, called issue to resolve. And bear with me. So this is an example of issue to resolve, not incident management, it's issue to resolve. And I would break it down. And you can see there, I've broken it down into what we call value streams. And the value streams are level 1, level 2, and level 3. And in my experience, I've been around a long time in IT, we don't really break it down like that. We try and do incident management as a whole. You know, I say, why don't we just focus on level 2, for example, as the scope? And what I was saying earlier about not implementing just the process in isolation, if I go back to this diagram, the practices that support value stream 1, level 1, for example, knowledge management, if we t-shirt size it, would be extra large. But risk management would not be. It would probably be extra small. But when we hit level 3, risk management would probably be a medium size. So for those, again, that have done ITIL, the idea is that we access the practices like a toolbox for what the value stream we're implementing. And again, I keep saying the word scope. And again, James, you mentioned this if you're online. Don't try and do everything at once. I scope it and say, okay, as part of my consulting gig, I'm only going to do, for example, 1 and 2. And then we can start measuring it practically. And that's just an example of when I work with clients and the output that we agree on what the value stream is and the practices that we're going to implement and the size of them. And that's basically, we're pretty much bang on time. So thank you. Again, I just thank you for sharing my presentation, and a huge thank you to you, Karina, for the amazing opportunity to represent Northern Territory. I'm very honoured, and I'm speaking on behalf of Lisa as well, really from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you. Catherine, as always, I said this many years ago, Catherine, I don't know if you remember that you are the rock and the glue that keeps us all together. So thank you for your amazing efforts, and all the show and everybody in ITSMF for your amazing efforts in not just this event, but throughout the years.
Oh, geez, thank you. I don't think I've been called a rock and glue before.
Yeah. You take it. You're very welcome and well deserved. So thank you very much. So I'll stop sharing.
There are a couple of questions on there. One of them is, how do people sign up?
Yes, I must have slipped that slide. Sorry. Yes, good question. I might go back and share my screen. I have got it. Where is it? So through, you can email me, so it's a bit slow. Contact information, there you go, it was the last slide. Through my email address, so it's kat@katrinamcdermott.com, or my website, which is called katrinamcdermott.com. There's a contact me as well. But yeah, please, I'd love to hear from you. Obviously, I'd love you to do my course. That would be fantastic, and be part of, you know, we're still piloting, and be part of that group and get your feedback also. So that's my contact information.
Thank you so much for that. What we're going to do next, unfortunately, we don't have enough time to answer all the questions, but I am going to introduce the next section. So up next on the agenda, we have Top Desk presenting Top Workout with Jets. So Top Desk have one simple goal: to help organisations create spectacular customer experiences. At Top Desk, they say it's their people that add the extra zing, and today they're going to add some zing to the unconvention. They're going to get us up and moving. So please, whilst you're doing your moving around, don't forget to answer your poll and go onto social media and Instagram and hashtag Top Workouts and tag Top Workouts and Jets. But right now, I'm going to hand you over to Bart and let him do his thing.
Hello there, Timo. Lovely to be here. And this is a really wonderful thing to kind of stick my head into. We've also been hit by the events of the last 12 months, and seeing our whole entire industry sort of come together and share knowledge and network and bring something quite unconventional is a wonderful thing to see. Team, welcome to your Top Desk Top Workout. My name is Bart. I'm the training gym head coach here at Jets Australia, and we've collaborated with Top Desk to bring you something a bit fun. All right. What we're trying to do here is not make you an athlete. We're just trying to get your blood moving a little bit, have a little bit of fun, get a bit of movement in your household. Because the fact of the matter is, when we think about fitness, look, you can put calorie burning and muscle building aside. The fact of the matter is, a regular fitness routine will make you smarter. It'll make you happier. It'll make you function in just about every other aspect of your life even better. So if you're looking at this screen, committed to sitting there and watching me exercise, I'm going to encourage you to do even a little bit of movement. Even if that means stand up, I'm going to be a pretty happy boy, all right? And one thing I really love to see as well is people engage with this on social media. So if you're keen, if you're getting involved, take a photo of your screen, try and get me in the most obscure screenshot that you can, and post it to social media, post it in your story. Don't forget to tag topdesk_AU and tag Jets Australia, all right? For your workout today, you're going to need a chair, which I presume you already have. You're also going to need your body, which I presume you already have. Tick and tick. If you've never done exercise before, do not stress. This is a very, very introductory session to exercise. That being said, if you are a fitness fanatic, get involved, up the intensity a little bit, try and match my pace, and we'll see where you're at. We're going to start with a bit of movement, then we're going to finish with a bit of stretching and a bit of breathing. So if you're in, if you do yoga, if you do meditation, you're going to enjoy the second half of this session. All right, Timo, on your feet. I want you to find a bit of space. I want you to be able to have a bit of space that you can lie down in. Also want you to be able to have a bit of space that you can move in, all right? So there's a coffee table, move it out of the way. There's a dog, maybe get it outside for a little bit. Exercising with dogs is always a contentious choice, all right? Your workout today is pretty simple. We're going to do 3 movements. We're going to work for 20 seconds work and 20 seconds rest 4 times. The catch is, on the last time around, we're taking the rest out. Don't worry about that for the moment. Your movements, I'm going to go through with you now. We're going to go through a warm-up. I'm going to press go on that timer, and then we are off for our top desk top workout, all right? Movement number 1, I'm going to encourage you to do this with me. It's called a box squat. In fact, you do this movement every day, multiple times. We're simply sitting down to our chair and standing up. So on your feet, do this with me. On your feet, shoulder width apart. Screw your feet into the ground like you're trying to spread the floor apart. Keep your chest nice and tall, hands out for balance, shoot your hips back, and drop them to your seat. When you're at the bottom of your squat, when you make sure your legs are still engaged, your midline is still engaged, simply come up to standing. Slow and steady on the way down, push on up to standing. You have 5 of these just to practice. We're going to come back to this movement and the other 2 in a little bit. For now, just get used to the motion and start to feel the blood pumping already. Exercise number 2, we're going to turn around. Now, if your chair is a bit obscure, feel free to use your desk, feel free to use your couch, feel free to use a counter. We're going to do an incline push-up. I want hands on your surface, feet stepping back. The farther out your feet are, the harder it's going to be. Midline nice and tight, screw your hands into the seat, and then lower yourself until you feel yourself lose a bit of control, and then push back up. So don't need you to go all the way down today. If you can, good on you. But all I need is a little bit of control, a little bit of tension through the front of those shoulders, then extend back up. You have 5 of these to practice for me. If this is a bit difficult for you, bring those feet in. Same motion, just use those legs a little bit, use the whole body to get behind that push-up. Make sure you've done 5 of those. The last movement, we're going to take a step back. We're going to place our hands on the floor. We're going to kick our feet back into a prone position. We're going to step our feet back up into a standing position. Hands on the floor, kick it back, kick it up, and stand. You want to take it a step further, kick out, kick it up, and stand. You got 5 of those for me. Step it back. I found over my time in the fitness industry, if I don't call it a burpee, people won't have a negative connotation with it. Step it out, step it up. Kick it back, 5 repetitions here. So your workout in essence is pretty simple. 3 movements, 20 seconds work, 10 seconds rest. I'll guide you through this one, all right? Your warm-up, I need you on the floor. Tilt your screen down so you can still see me and hear me. Give me the attention. When you're on your back. Now these first 2 movements are going to help those who have a sore lower back or a tight lower back and also get tight neck when they sit down all day. All I want you to do is hands on the sides. I want you to make sure your shoulder blades are tucked into your back pocket. I then want you to press through your heels to bring your hips up as high as you can. Just hold that position for me. I want you to make sure you feel a nice little stretch across the front of your hips. I want you to make sure you're squeezing your cheeks like you're about to break a walnut between them. Great visual. Control on the way down, touch and push on the way up. This is called a glute bridge. When it comes to lower back tightness, it's often a weakness in the glutes and a weakness in the core that makes that lower back even tighter and even sorer. Doing this 2 or 3 times in your day will be an absolute elixir, all right? Do it consistently, and then thank me by taking Jet to Australia. What I want you to do is walk those feet out till they're nice and flat on the floor. I want you to peel your shoulders off the floor so your shoulders are nice and high, so your lower back's doing anything on the floor. Reach, and then bring your feet up into tabletop. What we're trying to do here is create tension in our midline. My shoulders are as high off the floor as I can get them. To make this harder, I point my legs and drop them low into a hollow position. Feel that core kick on. Think belly button to spine, lower back nice and flat on the floor, and we hold. Legends. To make this harder, bring it up above your head. If you're struggling, bring one knee in and hold that hollow position. If you're really struggling, hold that tabletop and stay with me, all right? This is the second component for protecting your lower back engaging your midline. Glutes and midline protect that lower back. On your feet. Feet shoulder width apart. We're just going to practice our squats before we jump on those box squats. Again, screw those feet into the floor, midline tight, send those hips back. Just give me 5 nice and deep squats. If you only get to here today, hey, that's okay. Just keep the weight on the heels, keep the weight on the middle of your foot, and keep your chest up nice and tall, nice and steady, nice and slowly. Go 3 more for me. 3, oh yeah, 2, and 1. Timo, to reiterate, we start with our box squats on the seat. We move into our push-up on the seat. We then move into our up-down on the floor. It's no burpee, I swear. We then repeat that 4 times. Listen to the sultry sound of my voice. I'm going to use some tips as we go along. But let's make sure that the back end of this unconvention, you remember every single fact, all right? And the way we do that, getting the blood flowing, get the endorphins pumping. 5 seconds, find your space. 2, 1, let's go. So 20 seconds, but I want you to move nice and controlled through this movement. This isn't about how high we can get the heart rate. This is simply making sure we're engaging the right muscles that can help us for the rest of the day. If you want to move a bit faster, please do. If you can, slow it down. Think strong rather than calories, and breathe. I've been easy on you today, team. A 1-to-1 work to rest ratio. So this means if we get to the second round and you're not sweating yet, a little bit of sweat's pretty good today, right? Then you can up your pace, okay? So don't be afraid to move a bit faster in that second round. Here we go, 5 seconds. Find your chair push-up position. And find that push. So remember, I want you to think, try and get the shoulders away from the ears. When you try to engage your upper back, as you find this push position, I want you to keep your belly button and your midline as tight as you can, just to the depth that you can control. Nice and controlled, well done. 2 down. Up, down next. So remember on this one, hands on the floor, step back, and stand. Your blood pressure will change because you're horizontal to vertical. So take your time to start off with. Second round, you can put the hammer down. 2, 1, let's go. Step it out, step it up, and stand. For those that do want to take this a step further, add a push-up in, and then add a jump at the top. For those that are just with me, step it back, step it up, and stand. Step it back, step it up, and stand. Nicely done. 1 round done. You got 3 to go. Your IT specialists, I hope your maths are looking pretty good today. So get ready for that box squat. Now, if you're pretty proficient at this movement, take a step forward. Look for a bit more depth in that squat. Try and drop those hips a little bit lower to engage those glutes. Here we go. Let's move, take, screw the feet in, midline tight, find that position. Now, you've had a bit of practice at this movement now. The grooves are greased. The joints are feeling a bit warmer. You're feeling pretty good. If I say it, it's true. This means we can move a bit faster. 3, 2, 1, breathe, push up next, shake it out, deep breaths. Remember, when it comes to fitness teams, especially interval work, your rest is just as important as your work. Make sure you're taking big, deep belly breaths to bring your heart rate down. Here we go, 5 seconds, position up. Midline tight, walk those feet back to make it challenging. Here we go, find your push, and push that chair away. Midline tight, push that chair away. Midline tight, push that chair away. Again, tuck the shoulder blades into your back pocket. Keep your core as tight as you can. Push down to control. Push back up to fully extended arms. Well done. Up, down next. Deep belly breaths. Bring the heart rate down. It's the variance of heart rate that we want, all right? Spike it a bit in the work. Bring it back down in the rest. Here we go, team, 5 seconds. We're going to move a bit faster for this one. Try and keep up. 2, 1, let's go. Oh yeah, baby. Find that position, kick it back up. Take your time. When you think of this as a hip opening and hip closing exercise. We snap the hips down, we're snapping back up to stand. And when you come back up to standing, press through those heels. 2 down. 2 to go. Remember on the last one, we take the rests out. This will be your last standard round before we up the intensity a little bit, all right? 8 seconds, team, you're doing well so far. All right, give me a thumbs up if you're doing all right. I'll take that as a positive. Here we go. Find your box squat. I'm bringing a bit more pepper now. I'm bringing a bit more energy. I've come around to this very strange man on my screen. I'm actually feeling half decent. So now I move a bit faster through my movement. I still keep my chest high. I keep the weight on my heels. And I move like butter on toast. Well done. Push up next. Now, notorious, upper body strength, bit of struggle for some. Just go to your own capacity. Even if it's just a little bend of the elbows, I'll take that today. Hold that prone position. Here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1, let's move. Find that position, find that push up. I want you to think, pop the beach ball between your elbows. Bring your elbows closer together to create tension through your shoulders. Tension, tension, tension. Tight body to move through the motion. Find that position, hold. Well done. Up, down, next, and we're on to our last round. We string everything together. Shake out the legs, say a little prayer, 10 seconds. So remember, feel free to use both legs on the way down. Feel free to step it out with me. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Hands on the floor. Come on up. Make sure we're standing fully at the top. Fully extend those hips. To the floor. To the up. To the floor. To the up. Midline tight when we're prone. Legs tight when we're prone as well. Support the entire body. 2, 1, and breathe. Last round. Take out the rests. We go box squat, push up, down, dusted. Commit to 1 minute of movement, team. Here we go. Be ready. Deep breaths into the belly. This is your swan song. This is when we take things home. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. So if you're looking to really bring a bit of energy into the back end of today, let's move with a bit of pepper. Keep the tempo, keep the technique. Make sure we're moving with intention, with purpose. Bring the heart rate up. Remember, straight into your push-up. 3, 2, 1. Turn it around, straight into that push position. Let's go. No rest for the wicked. Move it down, push it up. It'll give you a different perspective of your office chair at home, that's for sure. Gym is everywhere. Find that tempo, team. Give you whatever reps you've got to finish off this set. Remember, straight into your up, down. Let's go. Turn it around. Find your position. Last 20 seconds of your workout. Find those last few reps. Step it out if you need to. Step it up if you can. 8 seconds. Eyes on now. Let's go. I can see. Show me the pepper. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Breathe. Oh. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. Timo. I can't see you, but I can still feel you. Oh, representing. I want some fist bumps, virtual fist bumps. I can feel the knuckles. Yeah. Now we're talking. Timo, take a seat on the floor. We've got 4 minutes to stretch you down. On the floor, have a little breather. In fact, let's lie on our back, legs bent, and breathe. Now, one other thing that's very good for office workers is using the unconditional support from the floor beneath you. So I want you to think, screw your shoulder blades into the floor, and then flatten your lower back. Those with tight lower backs, this is going to be pretty hard, but practice this, and I can tell you, it will help a lot. Team up the glute bridges and the hollow hold, and you got yourself a nice recipe, a nice little program to save that lower back. Deep breaths. Now what we're going to do is simply just grab one leg, we're going to pull it into our hips, and then we're going to straighten my other leg. Pull the knee into the chest, straighten that leg, and breathe. Feel that lower back just flatten out on the floor. Now we're going to hold this for about 20 seconds. Now I want you to think every out breath, relax into the floor beneath you. Every out breath, relax. I was talking about heart rate variance before. Heart rate is up. I'm certainly a bit sweaty on my end. Now I bring it back down, back into rest and digest, back into recovery. When you're ready, straighten that leg, pull that other leg in, pull it to the chest and breathe. 30 seconds here. Every out breath, relax into the floor beneath you. Just feel that release. It only takes a couple of deep breaths. There's a beautiful Japanese study, and they said that it takes an average of 12 subjectively deep breaths to bring you into rest and digest and to bring you into recovery. So if you're ever stressed at work, 12 deep breaths, and you'll feel a lot better. When you're ready, sit up nice and tall, legs out in front. When you pop your hands on your sides, and when you stick your chest up as high as you can, now I want you to creep your fingertips forward on your legs without rounding your shoulders. Chest up nice and tall until you reach your end range. Your end range might be here, it might be here, it might be here. As long as your chest is up tall, I don't mind. Grab your legs at that end range and then actively pull your chest into your thighs. We're not rounding the shoulders, we're simply sticking the chest up, pulling ourselves into the thighs and feeling a stretch through that lower back and through that hamstring. So you often see this one butchered in the gym team. I don't want you rounding your shoulders. I want you to think, stretch the lower back by sticking that chest up tall and then pulling yourself into your knees or into your thighs. And same thing here, team. Every out breath, sink yourself into that stretch. Tell the body the work is done. Now's the time to recover. Deep breaths and sink. Deep breaths and sink a bit lower. Nicely done today, team. So you've learned a couple of things today. One, how to help your lower back, glute bridges, hollow hold, and that stretch. You've gotten your heart rate up a little bit, which is wonderful. You've got 3 movements that you can do on your chair. So you now officially have no excuse to skip exercise every day, all right? Team, on behalf of Top Desk, on behalf of Jets Australia, thank you for bringing me into your home. Look, I really live for this sort of stuff, and I'm really pleased to have collaborated with Top Desk to hopefully get you just that little bit fitter and that little bit healthier. I'll hand back to you, Karina. Thanks for your time, guys.
I think Karina's clocked off, so you've got me. So thanks, Bart.
Catherine.
Yes. So yeah, you're incredibly fit. You're making me feel inadequate. So thanks, Top Desk, for that. Getting us all up and moving. I think that was a really good thing. So all cool. So now we need to move on to our next segment. So thanks, Bart. So yeah, so if we can bring back Brendan from Adelaide.
Hello, can you hear me, Catherine?
I can. Hi. So yeah, so just some housekeeping just in general. I hope you've all been participating in the polls during the day. So there are 7 of them in total. So the winner of the prize for that, for the person who's both got the most right and participated in the most polls, gets to win a ticket to next year's conference. So that's pretty exciting stuff. There's another poll just come up. And I think we're having a mighty fine day by the look of it. I'm learning lots, I'll tell you that. And it's been a diverse mix of things that we've been doing. Anyway, so what we need to do in this section here is we're going to talk about the Volunteer of the Year Award. So I might hand to Brendan to talk about that, except I can't see him. I can see an empty room in Adelaide. Here he is.
I'm exhausted.
Hello.
Absolutely exhausted.
You're exhausted.
Wait till you see the pictures on social media later on of Adelaide doing the Top Desk workout.
Oh, brilliant.
All right, so yeah, so unfortunately our awards director is not available to join us today, so he's stuck with me again. As I mentioned earlier on in my chair's address, that we're holding over most of the awards to 2021 to include the last 24 months worth of exciting projects and service management initiatives, etc. But the board and the awards committee really wanted to acknowledge the fact that volunteers have really stepped up this year. We talked about the member value program before, where members have stepped up. Even on the national board, we've had 4 new board members join this year, which was really good and added a bit of refreshment to the national board. Faisar's here. Thanks, Faisar. And we've got Wilma, Murali, and Brian have also joined the board. So it's great to see those guys. And not only the board and the member value program, but a lot of the state branch committees have really stepped up as well, having to go from physical events to these virtual events in a very short period of time. So steep learning curve. So anyway, so I'll cut to the chase, will I? The awards committee have deliberated and after receiving a few nominations, have shortlisted 2 finalists. So these 2 finalists are individuals that, in the opinion of the awards committee, the staff in the national office, the national board, and their state branch chairs have gone above and beyond in volunteering their time and skills to ITSMF Australia in 2020. So the first finalist is, I'll read this. So 2020 has been the most challenging year, especially for metropolitan Melbourne, being impacted with significant business restrictions and social isolation. Despite the challenges, the Victorian Tasmania branch successfully ran quarterly events and additional huddles on Zoom, reaching out to hundreds of members and guests across the country. Sam Mackenzie's outstanding initiative has assisted not just in organising and making 4 quarterly events succeed, but also led the new service delivery management huddle and major contributions to the member value program, where he's organised fellow volunteers forward a framework. Sam has consistently been the driving force behind our branch's ideas, organisation and execution of events. In 2020, he stepped up to add further events to the national calendar, as well as provide a valuable contribution to the member value program. So finalist number 1 is Sam Mackenzie from Victoria. Finalist number 2, Tracy Horrocks joined us in late 2017 and arrived with a burst of enthusiasm that doesn't seem to have left yet. She is one of those always bubbly personalities, making everyone feel welcome and happy. She has shown great willingness to go the extra mile and come up with new and innovative ideas, willing to play just about any role at an event. Door person, caterer's assistant, woman at the registration desk, technical assistant, speaker, singer. We have another chorus, Tracy. And of course, chief photographer. She took that job from me. Still not happy. When she does miss an event or committee meeting, she always lets you know in advance, sometimes even sending holiday snaps. Wish I was there, but sitting on a beach right now. Here's my view. Tracy is also providing valuable insights on the member value program, where she is leading one of the subgroups. Okay, so the winner is, I feel like an X Factor host. We'll be back after the break. The winners are, we haven't been able to separate them. So the winners are Sam and Tracy. So congratulations. I don't know, is Sam on the call? Hi, Sam. And Tracy, would you like to come up? So I think that's on. So don't have the prizes with me right now, but you will be receiving inscribed trophy, which will be posted out to you and you, Sam. And also you'll each receive a conference ticket for 2021 and recognition in all the ITSMF publications. So well done.
Congratulations.
It's not normal, but I'm a little bit speechless, actually. I literally don't know what to say. Yeah, wow, just Thank you. I love being involved, and it's such a positive organisation. So yeah, keep on keeping on.
Sam?
Yeah, I don't think I can talk. Hey, can I? Oh, I can.
There you are.
Oh, very good. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much. I'm very excited. Yeah, to be joint with Tracy. So, touche, Tracy. Well done. And yeah, thanks all. I really appreciate it. And yeah, well, it surely encourage me to try harder next year so I can win it for myself. Yeah, so just to wrap up, thanks for everyone who's attended the events, and yeah, I'm really excited about the SDM Huddle. We only got one organised this year, but we were trying to get in another one, and it's a bit of a call out for people across the country to join us, because we don't want it just to be a Victorian event. So we'd love SDMs, so service delivery managers, for those not sure what it means, to join us for those events. And not just those people, but people aspiring past ones as well. So a bit of a plug there for that sort of new group forming or subgroup as well. So yeah, so thanks all who voted for Tracy and I. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Sam. Well deserved.
Okay, thanks Sam and Tracy. Actually, Brendan, did you want to say anything more before we move on?
No, just congratulations again. And yeah, I think we can move on.
Okay, so so we're moving on to our next keynote. So, and this is the point of the day where we move into our most diverse time zone. I actually just put my face on the screen, so I am a real person. So yes, we're moving into the time zone of Central European time. So we have Simone Moore as our next keynote. So Simone, I've known Simone. She's been my friend for many years now. It's been quite some time. I'm not quite sure how many years. She can probably tell me. But anyway, she is recognised as in the top 25 industry thought leaders. She's the editorial director of the Era of Humanising IT docu-series. She's a contributing author to Verism Unwrapped and Applied, and also ITIL 4 High Velocity IT, which is pretty awesome. She's apparently a mixologist, which to me is something that mixes cocktails, someone who mixes cocktails. But this is probably appropriate because what she does is blending business and technology approaches and frameworks. So, and helping people on their digital journeys, you know, through organisations and as individuals. And she's very much in the face of humanising IT today. So, and that's actually what her keynote's about. It's called Humanising the Next Normal, I believe. And I might now switch over to say hello to Simone and get her to take it away.
Well, good morning, Catherine. I know it's your afternoon, but it's certainly still quite early and dark here in the southwest of France. Now, you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Excellent. I'm just going to share my screen and make sure that that's come up for you okay. How's that?
Yes,
good?
That's fine. Looks good. Yes.
Excellent. Wonderful. It's always good when technology works the way you expect it to, isn't it?
Yes, well, you'd like people to confirm that they can see.
Exactly. Wow. Yes, it's early, it's dark, it's here in the southwest of France, but I can tell you just by looking at the front slide I've got here, this little Aussie is definitely dreaming of when summer comes again. And what's really interesting for me is that not very far from here, we have quite a lot of fields of sunflowers, and I'm looking forward to seeing them come along. Talk about follow the sun. It's part of the reason why I've actually chosen to quote Paolo here, that let's face it, we can't really go back. We only have to worry about the best way of moving forward. It's really about the foundation of our future, I guess. What are we building right now? Where are we taking this? I think the standards to which we call something normal don't quite fit anymore. It's really about just not so much the new as well. It's really about the next. I think if we can stop calling something new all the time, there are new things, but new for some people can be uncomfortable. Rather, if we say, okay, what's the next thing? That's really the premise around thinking about how do we bring the human back into it a little more. Just for myself, Catherine mentioned, I've known you guys for ITS Math for quite a long time. I think the original meeting might have been back somewhere in 2005, perhaps, maybe a little bit earlier, not quite sure. But really, one of the wonderful things about what the organisation does and what we're able to do with each other in member groups is really explore what we're doing together. I wouldn't say that I'm particularly clever, but definitely very curious. That's what's kept me going this whole time through my career. And what am I doing next? What is the next thing that we can work on? And part of that, though, are very core principles on which I always work. And that's around our people. How do we connect people? And in doing so, we're able to then share our knowledge and how we're going to go about doing that. And through the sharing of our knowledge, we're able to discover all the different possibilities. This is the thing, what is actually possible? And once we understand that, then we can work towards realizing our potential. Really actually enjoyed watching Bart doing his exercises there and thinking, no, it's still too early. But it's really good for us to, what is our potential? How far can we move? Under what time frame might this happen? So that's part of what I like to do in terms of focusing on my principles. And talk about a journey. Wow, I really began my love affair with technology a very long time ago, and it did actually start with learning to type on a manual typewriter. And moving into the military, I then moved into communications. So started to work on the telex machines and satellites, etc., and so on. Murray code and Morse code and all sorts of interesting things. The way in which we can connect and the way in which we can share our knowledge that way. Harnessing what technology was possible. So moving into other organizations, especially telecommunications, being able to explore that further, the way communications came together with the computing in a very deep way. Finally moving out onto my own, as you can see the feet here, as long as I had somewhere to plug in, I was okay. Even now with the way we work, we don't necessarily have to be physically plugged in. As long as we have our battery power, I can sit anywhere and work from anywhere. And from that point and moving onwards, working with all these different organizations in different states of their journey, I am even more fascinated by what I now call machine humanity or humanizing IT. It's a very fascinating area. And even more fascinating, I guess, is the fact how far have humans come along with the technology, or is the technology gone ahead of us, or how are we actually starting to think about where we are? And I think at this moment, we're starting to rediscover our humanity. So just a little bit on our journey today, just going to put a little bit of context around where this information sits and looking at how we're going to shift that dynamic and become more resilient, I think. And certainly there'll be time for Q&A, I'm sure. So the other thing too is no matter how far I roam, I still call Australia home. That is my pantry. So I think that we have things that no matter where we go, there are things that make us feel comfortable and the things that we like to have to remind us of who we are and where we are and what that means to us. And I'm so glad that I have enough to last me for some time because it's a bit hard to get some care packages at the moment. All right, so into the context of how we're rediscovering our humanity and what's happening with technology. I think the immediacy of change at the moment, the velocity at which it occurs can kind of leave us reeling. There are things that appear abruptly, they can be quite unexpected and leave slightly out of kilter, I think. For some, it completely overwhelms them. And this year, the context in which we're sitting now has certainly accelerated the need for organisations to let's say, be further along the path than what they originally planned, or even for those that weren't expecting to do it for another 2 or 3 years, they've had to be thrown into the maelstrom of it straight away. So we know that there are definitely new business models, new engagement models. People are looking to exploit the technology so that they can get further ahead, and certainly the speed to market for the products and services, but it's been very much more about how they've gotten their capability together at this point. Certainly accelerating the digital age has definitely come about. There's this, what is this promise of what it's going to do for us and how that's going to do it? We still have a lot of complications in place. We still have the silos. There are still competing interests within an organization itself. There are so many different management approaches, and certainly too, there has been, in some cases, I still see it, a lack of organization agility. If we want successful digital transformation, we have to remember it's not so much technology-driven endeavor. We've definitely got to look at how are we using this to help us make decisions. First and foremost, it's definitely a cultural and organization transformation. And look, what we're doing is bringing math and the computational side of things. It's very messy, but all of this stuff is value laden by human stuff. It's not always objective, and let's face it, human affairs are quite a complex thing at times. And that's actually invading the technology algorithms that we're working towards. So that's another reason then why it's important to look at blending our frameworks. And we want to understand, I guess, what is going to be the experience that we're going to have. Something that's really come to the fore, and this is just something normal. If something has a really big impact, we pay attention to it. So there's been a lot of things that we have been ignoring until that the context of what we're in has forced us to look at it very hard and very fast. And only then have a lot of organisations given the commitment that's needed, or I should say the depth of commitment to improving what's happening. So remember what we call that outcome economy. People have come more back to, well, what's the experience that I'm having around this? There are some things that haven't changed. The difficulty, as I said, is that this particular conversation you see coming up on the screen is still happening. Now, there's a number of reasons. If we have a really resilient organization, that doesn't mean that they don't do testing. That doesn't mean that they're not focused on the right things and how they go about doing the work. But if we're to actually put in place anytime, anywhere, any space, any place, then we need to make sure that we've built that into the way in which we're working, so that if and when those issues occur, that we're actually able to recover in the right way, that we're still sustainable, that we're still able to provide our people with the right things. That includes not just the customer itself, but those that are also supporting those products and services. So if you were to do a quick snapshot on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your organisation over these 4 areas? Now, this is part of the digital readiness framework, definitely worth having a look at from the Institute for Digital Transformation. Now, this is just the 4 key areas that they look at, but just have a high-level look at the questions. Are you operating from a stable base? Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you're cast in stone. Your foundation can still be very fluid. The key is, what are you operating from? How sustainable is that? How quickly then can your organization react to change? From a strategic level, how well does your organization anticipate change? Now, that may seem like a strange question given what we've been through this year. We cannot anticipate every kind of change, but given the way we can react to change, those things come in combination as well. So even if we only see something come around the corner very fast, how agile are we in being able to maneuver? That's definitely a key thing. So, and also to how receptive an organization is to implementing a change. This is very, very much based on the digital technology is our catalyst. It is not necessarily the specific reason just because we have the technology available to us now that we might not have had a week ago. Does that mean that we need to use it or should be using it? We still have that strategy question to ask. So think about having a look at the readiness framework and really understanding, what are you working from? What's our capability? There's blending the perfect balance. Yes, I am a bit of a mixologist. I really miss the traveling because everywhere I went, it's an opportunity to catch up with our colleagues and be able to chat with things. I really do miss being able to do that. But one of the things I was always looking for is the perfect margarita. It's a very simple drink. There's very few ingredients, but it can be very easily, let's say, not to the flavor or to the texture that you might expect. And the reason is even with simple ingredients, what can happen for us is that it could be too much leaning in one particular area and not enough in another. We can be, again, out of balance, out of kilter. And so as we're trying to sip something, it can be, oh, okay, wasn't quite expecting it to be that way. Or we could actually sit back and relax into it. And so if I was to show you, and this isn't even all of them, these frameworks that are on the screen right now, they are not all IT service management frameworks. There are some HR ones in here, there's some finance ones in here. But if you were to look at some of these, how many of these exist within your organization right now? If you were to talk to your colleagues in the other areas of the organization, sales and marketing, what approaches are they using? What are the techniques and methods that they have in their toolbox? And have a look at how many of them do interact with each other, how many of them might actually be similar, or where is the gap between those particular frameworks. There's very much a lot of the guiding principles are common across all of them. And you will find that although the wording might be different, that they do support each other. And you're also going to find whether you are making it too difficult because you've got extra effort, extra work, extra focus going on here. It will really help you know exactly the sort of methods and techniques that is already existing, and making sure then that you can start creating what is the unique cocktail that works for your organization. How are all these things going to work together? Very much important to think about blending those management practices. But underlying all of that takes relationship agility. If we want to have that management commitment, if we want to get that reinforcement and sponsorship and investment that we need, if we want to make a cultural change, if there are structural changes to occur, we already know tooling and automation that can be quite expensive. The emerging technology market. If we want to ensure that we've got trust and collaboration, then we have to focus on our relationships. And when we take that then through what people are going to experience, what is that journey that you're going to take me through? We're looking at conversational UI, we're talking at conversational AI. How are we going to communicate with each other? Through what? How many channels are going to be open to us? What kind of things do I need to learn? Are there different skill sets? Is this easy? Is it not? So just from the basic human need to communicate is a very strong focus for that very front up relationship that we're going to be having. But underneath that, there's got to be the knowledge. How are you going to capture, structure, and reuse that knowledge? And that knowledge comes about the humans as much as it does about the technology. This is where, too, that we're starting to look at things rather than just knowledge as knowledge articles that we need, the how-tos. The knowledge goes further. It's getting built into the business as a strategy, that the knowledge practices are something that goes across the whole organization. Service desk is not the only place we need knowledge. IT is not the only place we need and use knowledge. There are many things that are known in other areas that we need. And then building that into our day-to-day workflow, it's not in addition to what we do. It actually becomes the way in which we work. In fact, we already use the knowledge. We already practice the knowledge. It's just finding the better way of doing it so it becomes part of what we do on a day-to-day basis. Only then, only when we can understand what we're doing and how we're doing it as part of the workflow, can we start to look at how that's integrated and automated. We already know that automating a bad process just makes us do the wrong thing faster. So if we get that wrong, how are we going to teach AI? How are we going to have the artificial intelligence know what it's doing? What are those algorithms I was talking about earlier? How is it going to keep improving? How are we going to ensure that those things take place? That means understanding what our rates of change are, understanding how complex something is, or what's the meaning and the purpose behind something. If we're unclear about the present, how are we going to move further into the future? So very important that we start understanding how much do we know about a situation and how well are we able to predict what's going to come out of that. There are lots of things stored in our algorithms that are drawing dynamic conclusions about what's going on. So we want to define exactly what's happening. We need to understand the triggers that activate and what are the consequences as a result of going through the actions. We need to consider what systems we're going to automate and what systems we keep human. I think that's really critical because we could automate lots of things, but do we want to? Do we need to? How are we going to keep those interactions happening? So get very clear about how the business works internally and across the whole enterprise and how one change actually impacts another. In terms of the complexity, as AI gets more human-like, what are the disorders that are going to creep in? What are the decision-making processes? Who decides the human level? In the complexity, we need to simplify as much as possible. The thing is that there are things that are complex, and we need to understand what things can we reuse, what things can we are multi-purpose, instead of just designing everything to work on one thing. We need to understand how those interactions are going to occur and test them, play with them, and figure it out. And as we use all the different approaches that we have there, take that into being able to clarify what's happening. So when we get in a design approach, we want it to amplify the best of the automation and the best of the humanity that exists with it. We want to get clear about the meaning behind what we're doing. I think that's really important. And to do that, it means that we've got to communicate. That hasn't changed. There are certain parts of the human side of us that, well, that's just who we are. One of my favorite people, being a longtime mentor and friend, Ivor Macfarlane, has a wonderful saying: innovation starts with disobedience. We haven't always engendered this sense of, I guess, disobedience within our people, but really it means if I asked you to build me a sandcastle, most people would imagine this. I guess, especially for us beachgoers, it was always fun. We can always just get the bucket and pail, throw the sand in, and there we go. But who said it had to look like that? there was a trip I did a long time ago to Bora Bora. And I was watching this 5-year-old boy on the beach, and this is what he made. Now, this is where things start to become contextual. He's French. This is actually what he built. This was his idea of a sandcastle or a ruined fort, if you like. Then as technology and as bits and pieces come along, look, we can add things. We've got, with our sticks and shells. What are those additional pieces that, well, I can actually make something else now because I've got something available to me. And who said a sandcastle had to look like a castle that we might imagine from medieval times? Who's to say I can't modernize it and build something better or just different and make something stronger? So when you think about what you're doing, are we doing things in new ways or are we doing new things? Everyone wants quicker, faster, cheaper, greener, easier. That will always be there. But are we doing the old things differently? Are we doing things we couldn't manage before because we've now got new things? Or are you starting to move into doing things that you hadn't been able to imagine before? That's pretty interesting stuff. So you were building your sandcastle. If you could build your sandcastle, what would it look like? How are you going to go about doing that? And that means balancing the interactions as we do it. Systems make it possible, but people make it happen. So if we're going to have healthy, meaningful relationships with those around us, if we're going to explore all these pathways, then we need to understand that there's 3 core interactions that we have to balance. People's interactions with technology, people's interactions with process, and the interactions of people to people. And this is how we wish it is. This is what we see in a lot of the diagrams. This is what we see in a lot of the models that are given to us in the business models. We need culture, we need trust, we need collaboration, and we need fast feedback loops. There are a lot of things packed into those circles, and there's supposed to be this nice, even flow. Well, it is wishful thinking. The reality of the experience is that never in the history of Calm Down has anyone calmed down by being told to calm down. The reality of our experience is that we are always hitting, first of all, our energy levels. We're either in low or high energy, and we're in positive or negative emotions. So when we go in for our work day, really what happens from the morning, we can start off high, but then I'm moving on to the other side because where's my coffee? Then I could be saying, oh, I'm a bit low on energy, I need some lunch, but so on and so forth. And since we are towards the end of your incredible day, you'll find that the top right hand corner, wish it was actually in the same room, but you will end up having your sessions with your mates at the end of the day. So this is the reality of our experience. We're constantly moving in and out of how we're thinking and feeling, and that impacts our interactions on a huge level. The human nervous system is our information highway. So what we actually have here in our central nervous system and peripheral nervous system is a communication system that's going on. Every time we feel something different, we look at something, we're impacted by something, our brain decides, well, I'm going to release a few different chemicals here to respond in the way that you're reacting. For all our tech heads in the room, your brain is your server room, there's your WAN, and there's your LAN. So the human has around 60,000 thoughts in a day. That's a lot of thinking. 95% of that is repetitive, and around 80% of that is negative. And there's a very good reason for it. It's an evolutionary hangover, all right? We still have our fight, flight, freeze response. We still have our crocodile brain to deal with. And then we have our emotional brain and then the thinking brain. So if you look up the triune brain, it'll give you an idea, but that is the process through which we walk ourselves. And for quite good reason. We have a safety factor. That's what's happening. We have a trigger. that helps us understand what's going on. So what's happening is our brain is constantly checking in, constantly sending signals to us to say, oh, how are you feeling at the moment? Is everything okay? And a lot of this, of course, is sub-programming, but we're still responding in a particular way. We need to make sense of those sensations, and you can have a similar sensation with the person that you're having conversation, but completely different meanings because we're still coming at them from our own context. So something that is being pegged more closely now, and you'll find that it's talked about a lot in the C-level magazines as well, is tapping into what we call flow science. Energy flows where attention goes. Part of flow science is really understanding how well we can perform the productivity levels that we have. Getting into a flow state is really about being completely immersed in the experience that we're having. It's about being right in the zone. We would have heard that term before, in the zone with what's going on. And if you want to look at more details around flow science, you can hook into the Flow Genome Project and look into that a little bit deeper. It's really interesting stuff. But how do you get into your zone? When you're out, when you're not quite there, how are you going to move into it? But a really important factor is that we can't live in the zone full time. We have what we call a cycle of wear and tear and rest and repair. As we're wearing and moving into that, we've got that struggle that we're getting into. We release what we've got and we flow into that zone. But it's also important too that we don't live there, because that's sometimes if you're operating at that level all the time and it's going and going, you will crash and burn if we don't release afterwards. We get tired, we have to recharge, we've got to recover. So really think about that, it makes a difference. And if you look at the experience level metrics, you would have heard talk about what is the experience of the customer, the experience of the employees, how are we going to measure that? And you can look at companies like Happy Signals that help you understand how to measure that. There's a happiness level and a productivity level. And where is the balance? Where are we weighted? How does that work together so that we can make sure that we have the best experience possible? So understanding what that flow is from our base through to the intensity level of it, what we're really actually wanting to move through as we go through those cycles is to get to that feeling, that afterglow effect, that feeling of trust, that desire, I guess, is for that social bonding. This is where we build and cement that relationship with our customer when they have that experience, and our relationships with our colleagues and the relationship we have with our suppliers, that feeling of fulfillment that we've got there. So as we move through that cycle and in the flow, you will sense all these different things, become more consciously aware of them. And that's where we come into shifting the dynamic. Once we've understood the context of all of that, we can start looking in at what's possible. Emotion AI, I decided to have a little experiment with Siri, and I asked Siri a few different questions. One of them was, I'm not feeling very happy today. And Siri came back with, I don't understand, I'm not feeling happy today, but I could search the web for it. I thought, oh, okay, so I'm not going to have that kind of conversation, obviously, with my AI, or what is meant to be AI in the view of some. It may, I guess, more of a sense that it's possible to have a conversation, but the feeling isn't quite there. I haven't got the human connection I'm looking for. I thought one of the funny was when I said, I'm so frustrated, and she came back and said, fine, stop squeezing me. And I'm thinking, I have no idea where Siri got that information from. So whatever the algorithm was in there based around, if I'm using words like frustrated, one of the other things was says, I don't know what to do. And Siri came back and said, don't worry about it, Simone. And I thought, all right, okay. So I just walk away from it. So it's an interesting experience you can have, but I want you to think about how are we emoting AI? What is the emotional intelligence that exists with an artificial intelligence? And I don't like the word artificial anyway. If I'm thinking about AI, I'd rather think about actionable intelligence or augmented intelligence, because really that's why we want the technology to do these things, is to augment our current capability. So you can look at organizations like Affectiva. They have been doing some amazing work around the facial recognition of emotions. They are working very closely with other organizations, such as driverless cars, so that the car can actually detect, for example, if there are micro expressions that are occurring that tell it that it's that the driver is actually starting to fall asleep and that kind of thing. So there's a lot going on around emotion analytics and the way it's being built into technology. If we're expecting to have that experience and the really good interaction, then we need to understand that emotional connection that we're having with the technology. There are other things that you will find. For example, Oliver Appy is wonderful. I've seen some organizations from both HR side as well as call center side tap into the voice recognition. And it's not just voice recognition in terms of security, but how a person's speech is being affected. So we would have heard it. Sometimes we're having a nice conversation with a customer online and then they start getting frustrated. And as that frustrations build, now, if there is a really good technology that can be my buddy, my AI buddy in support, that can send me a signal, let me know that this person's voice is starting to change, that they are starting to get on a different scale of emotion here, I'm able to then bring a more appropriate response to the interaction as it's developing. So there's a lot of research around that behavioral signal processing and what the techniques that are coming into play with our technology now. But that brings up the conversation of ethics. That was one of my big things in the High Velocity IT and the ITIL 4 book, was looking at what's the ethics around AI. What are we going to do? Now, I will just actually look this up here because I wrote it down quite quickly beforehand. A lot of the information I have around is around in Europe and Canada. But if you look from the Australian perspective at industry.gov.au, these 8 principles is what has come up so far from all the conversation in Australia, in the committees that have come together to look at, okay, if Australia is going to use artificial intelligence, what are the principles on which we're going to base that? And the very first one was the human, social, and environmental well-being, human-centered values. So even think about the technology you have right now in your office, in your work. What are the human values that are actually built into the way in which you work? What are the human values in the way that you design your technology? What are the human values that you have applied in your support teams? There's a lot of questions to be asked around our rights, diversity, the autonomy, the fairness. There's obviously the security and privacy has been around for a long time. Excuse me a moment. We've always been looking for more transparency to explain what has been going on. For AI, we need to be able to contest that if a machine made a decision, how did that impact me? Because if there's a significant negative impact, how do I challenge that? The machine made the decision. It wasn't another human being. How do I argue with a machine? How do I put forward what that actually meant? What kind of accountability is there through the different phases of that AI life cycle? So when I looked at those key area of focuses, if I'm using AI as my initial conversation, then it's accessing the knowledge that it has access to. Does that include what kind of depth of knowledge does it have about me and my interactions? Does that mean then that the process flow that's been automated as a result of that particular knowledge is going to give me the outcome and the experience that is needed, not just wanted, is needed? So do have a good look and see, is what you're doing in your organization, not just in your IT, your organization strategy around technology, does it actually compare well with what's happening in the new committees and I guess policy making? This is policy making. This is part of governance. This is part of risk management. This is part of what are we going to get out of this? What can you afford to lose if it goes wrong is probably a very good question to answer. What is our relationship to that risk? So if these things are going to be built in, one of the key things that's cropped up very recently, I guess making more aware, it's always been there, but there's a lot more awareness around it now. And that is how we are incorporating empathy into what we're doing. I love the term empathy. The emotion pathway is how we look at it. And it's really about who do we want to be when we grow up, I guess. A lot of people used to say, what do you want to be? A lot of organizations have had to go through a very fast growing up period in the last few months, the acceleration of what they're going through. And I often wonder, what if we missed as a result of that speed? But think of it this way. What's not on LinkedIn? If you were to put up a bunch of photos of yourself, and you must be in each of these photos, if you were going to present a slide to your team, what would be in those photos? How would it describe you as a person? How would they interpret who you are as a result of what they see? Because that's what we do. If we're going to connect with other people, we are assessing all the time what that means. We tend to predict how someone's going to act based on the context that we see them in. Do we only see them as the role that they have in the organization, or are we actually seeing the whole person? Are we bringing the whole person's capabilities? Because quite often when you put up these other photos, what are you doing in them? What are the other skills that we can see that are usable? What is our potential? Because in the role we are in, we may not be using all those other skills, but what are they? As leaders, we need to be really looking and understanding what's possible within our people. Because if we're going to do that whole turn on a dime and move forward fast, then we should understand what the full flow is of our people. And that's also about their well-being. If we're going to build resilience in, we have to have that courage to be imperfect. This comes from the World Economic Forum about ensuring your company has employee well-being. You can see that it's broken down into 4 key areas here. Now, all I've done is just circled a few different things that we've talked a little bit about, even though I haven't necessarily mentioned the words, but psychological safety, personalizing tools. What are our conditions that we are physically in? What kind of metrics at these pivotal moments do we rely on? Because our whole metrics have also shifted. The way we measure, the way we think about how we measure our productivity is also shifted. How are we supporting people through the difficult issues, family, financial decisions, and that kind of stuff? Do we have our local wellbeing champions? And they're just a few things. So we have to make sure that resilience, it's not just a one-off thing. It's not just a workshop. When we're building resilience, it is time and again practicing and applying different approaches and techniques that make us more adaptable, not just flexible. We want to be able to be moving forward, not just come back to where we are. So have a look at things like the Cynefin framework. It also, over its 21 odd years, has actually built and evolved different things. And in the new Cynefin book that's just come out, it's about weaving that sense making and well-being into the fabric of our organizations. So although we might know the Cynefin framework, understanding from the simple to the complicated, complex and chaos, states of being, it really can be applied in any context. We want to actually look at how can we take what we have and repurpose it. I've mentioned that before. Or how are we going to innovate what we're looking at? So really do hone in and have a look at that as one of your approaches and tools that you can apply to the conversations and discussions that need to happen around moving forward. A couple of people already in Cynefin have been looking at things like, well, up the top with complicated and complex, we're looking at the changes like performance management, how career promotions have now shifted. Down in the simple zone, we've got physical and mental health, so our sleeping, our yoga and things like the simple stuff. In the
Sorry,
chaotic
Simone?
mode, we might have, yeah?
You need to wrap shortly.
Yes, certainly. I'm almost near the end.
Good.
So yeah,
Sorry.
so no, fine. And so in chaotic mode, we might need medical intervention and so on. Have a look at things like the Workplace Empathy State of Report. This is actually just out now, the 2020 empathy state. 90% of organizations, HR professionals, CEOs know that it's really important, even more important, that companies have to have their mental health programs in place and be more empathetic. The difficulty is that between the CEOs and between employees, there's still quite a large gap as to understanding that link to productivity. Even yesterday, as part of the DevOps Institute, their recent upskilling report has identified empathy as a specific top 10 human skill. So we know that those relationships are required. Be careful, empathy is not one thing. There are different types of empathy. What we're aiming for is the compassionate level, because that's where we're actually taking action to help. It's not just recognizing what someone is going through, what their experience is. It takes it further. It says, okay, what will we do to work with what's happening? So think about how we're reprogramming ourselves and our teams, making sure that we're focusing around not just emotional intelligence as the skill set, but look at the competency of emotional agility. How do we adapt to change? How are we going to move forward in terms of cultivating the self-compassion and acting in accordance with the values that are there, experiencing our full range of emotions and bringing that to the relationships that we're having. So other tools like the Atlas of Emotions. So diving in underneath that, taking more depth and understanding what those things actually mean. When we become more resilient, what we need to do, especially in the way, in the manner in which we're operating. A resilient organization is about creating and adapting its structures, providing the safety, managing those emotional effects, fostering and empowering a diverse workforce, and learning, developing and growing. These things might not sound new, but the way in which we're going about making those things happen has shifted. That dynamic is moved definitely. So humanize the conversations. Don't rely too heavily on talking just about the technology. Make sure that we're building the relationships, our competence, our confidence, the way we connect, and how we are actually contributing to that future. Having the growth mindset and experimenting. You didn't come this far just to come this far. So trust the process that we're starting for. It's okay to what we call resilient descent. we need adversarial collaboration. We need that for good decision making. We need curiosity. We need to keep asking what's happening, because our conversations, whether it's people to technology, people to process, people to people, it's dynamic, it's shifting, it's splitting. So be comfortable with uncertainty. Otherwise, you won't be able to create the right level of chaos to discover those possibilities, and that will help engender collaboration. So rather than not say the things that you wanted to say and never did, start looking at how we have our nexus, how we have all those lines of relationship between people and between our technology and between our processes. Heart and mind work together. It's not one over the other. That, thank you very much. That was a lot, I'm quite sure. It's very different, Catherine, isn't it? Not being able to see, I can't see people's faces.
Yes, absolutely. No, I appreciate that. No, that's great. So
But,
you're going to hang around and be on the panel. So
I am indeed.
yes,
I am indeed.
So why don't we cut to South Australia's panel? And I think I'm handing to Gavin, I think.
We've actually got a number of people in the room, including most of our panel, apart from Simone, who's hiding in the south of France somewhere. So can I ask the panel to come forward, please? And because we're running low on time, I'm going to pass you straight over to our facilitator, Rowan, who has moved up from the number 19 CIO to the number 16 CIO in the last list of CIOs. You've got a mic.
Well, firstly, just a couple of quick introductions across the table. Firstly,
We can't hear you very well.
can't hear me very well.
The mics.
How's that?
Is it switched on?
Better?
Not much.
There we go. How's that?
That's better. Say some more.
Good. All right. Firstly, I'd like to introduce Kerry Campbell over to my left, former CIO at Flinders Uni, currently also in the top 50 CIOs for 2020. And also in common with me, currently trying to be semi-retired as well, unsuccessfully, I might add. And then moving across to Belinda Shadiak, founder of Ready to Launch, a career consulting and coaching service. And Bill LeBlanc next to me, CIO at Electronet and formerly from Health in SA. So good timing, I think, is the comment.
Great timing.
Yes, great timing. And as we've already seen Simone there on the big screen behind us, talking about empathy and change. I really just want to kick off by getting each of the panelists to just give a talk for a minute or two about the beginning of the year as distinct from what happened post-COVID, just to give us a little bit of context and see where we were and what we were doing and what we thought we were doing and where we kind of got to at March, I guess, when it all kind of went sideways on us. So Kerry, do you want to kick off?
Sure. So I'm in the education industry. So we had a really big hit in the education industry. We were going along well, using a lot of agile processes, working very closely, having a customer-centric model. We flipped the model, the old IT model that we had. It was very, very successful. Making sure that we're putting a humanness into IT, as we've been hearing before, but also about having that customer-centric view. Everything in IT was customer-centric. We had our IT panels were run by our customers. There was only one IT seat, and it generally wasn't me on the seat. It was my directors who were having that interaction with those customers every day. So this was really, really successful. When COVID hit, Flinders University wasn't online. We had very few courses online. So we really had to flip overnight. And I think what really gave us a lot of leverage was we had that trust with the customer. We had opened our kimono and said, look, we're ugly inside, you're ugly inside. That's sort of had a bit of vulnerability. And that worked really well because we had this deep sense of trust. So when we told them to go home, when we said it would be okay, they really believed us. And You know, we did amazing things. We tripled the size of our network in 2 weeks. We put every course online in Flinders University in a week and a half. So we were doing some really, I say my staff put their underpants on the outside, and they were really superhuman during that time. But, you know, that's a crisis, and everyone in a crisis has some sort of purpose. So during COVID, that gave the IT teams a real sense of purpose. And that's really, really motivating for teams, right? But what it also did for the organisation was show them how good IT always was, right? We always had Zoom, we always had Teams, we always had these capabilities, but we used to have to send people up to help the senior executive open up Teams and had them there to open up something. Now we're starting to put the power of IT in these senior leaders' hands, and they're saying how easy it is now. Well, we've already known that, we've always known that, right? But it was good to have IT holding the universities or the businesses up. You know, we had this feeling that there wasn't the business of IT anymore. IT was the business. And that was very, very clear in COVID, because there's businesses that didn't have that purpose with IT, they floundered. And so what I think COVID showed us, and I think there's a joke going around that what was your biggest transformer in the university, in the sectors, was COVID-19. And that was really, really true, but we leveraged that. And I think we got a lot of bang for our buck with that. But what it did was make people understand that IT people have that business sense. But what we're going to do in IT is make sure we understand the business and we're compassionate and empathetic with the business, because we are the one business, we are the one entity. And it really showed during COVID how we could work together and make that successful.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember talking to my CFO at the time, and he volunteered that 2 weeks ago. I didn't know what Teams was. Now I can't live without it.
Yep.
And I think that's probably right across the sector. Belinda?
Thank you. So hi, everyone. My business Ready to Launch is all about helping people to really catapult themselves in their careers. So I do career consulting and coaching. Now, what that's looked like over the past few years has been very different to how it's looked this year. So I'll talk a little bit about pre-COVID and post-COVID. But what I'd like to sort of kick off with is the reason I started my business. I've worked about 16 years in the recruitment industry, and I always found that there was a big need to help the candidate be less on the client side and recruiting for roles, but be more on the candidate side, really helping people to be competitive in the marketplace, teaching them how to sell themselves at interview or how to sell themselves on paper, because we know the job market is competitive. So that was the reason I started my business. And this year, more than ever, I've been inundated with referrals for people coming my way for whether it be job interview coaching or assistance with job applications. So pre-COVID, the suite of my services were always sort of covered around career coaching, assistance with job applications, or helping people, particularly at the executive level, transition from one job to the next. For some people who've been in a job for a really long time, they may find it really difficult to transition to that next position if it's been a while for them, if they need to brush up on their interview skills. So there was probably a good mix of, you know, a bit of coaching, support with resumes and job applications, and even helping people with their online brand. So on LinkedIn, for example, a lot of people weren't really au fait with what that meant. This year, I have been inundated. So COVID has presented a very interesting time for me. I've now got a couple of associates helping me out just purely based on the workload that's come my way, because I started my business only 2 years ago and just slowly ramping it up. So I think this year, COVID has given people a chance to maybe, especially working from home, they've got a little bit more flexibility to work out how they want to spend their time. And they're connecting to talk about, okay, how do I position myself for this role? Or I'm faced with this challenge at work, how do I get ready for that? So the career coaching and the consulting that I do, particularly